we're gonna pick up where we left off. For those who were here where we left off, we've got the coal power set up. There is a bug with it. I don't think they've had a chance to fix yet. So anyone who is using coal power in the game, the fix to the bug is keep coal in your inventory. It doesn't matter where, it doesn't matter anything else. You just have to have a little bit of coal in your inventory. It's just the way the bug is. We can also go here, because I didn't get this done yet. I'm going to make that into protein, and then use the protein for things. But yeah, so it was just a thing that we had all sorts of power problems right at the end of stream yesterday, because I had gotten coal online, and had just gotten to the point that I was dependent on the coal, and things just weren't working. And that was where things got left. And we do have that fixed. That's sorted for now. We are not in a great place with it. It's like, it's fixed, but it could easily be thrown off and break if I'm not careful. I may not wanted to do all that, but that's fine. Alright. Alright, because it could have made it into... It's fine.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for Fix-It coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
I love the almost snarky, like, corporate speech, corporate talk that they do in the game. Because they're like, the whole, we guarantee you'll have the best rate on this planet. And you're like, wait a second. I'm here by myself. With the exclusive market of Fix-It. Hang on. That's saying we have the best prices out of us. But yeah, so where we're at is we did get our space elevator up, so we got our giant tower that goes to space. And it's cool, they did a lot more with it. Like, you can see the little circle of rings there. I can't see it because it's cloudy right now. At night you can see it better. But they did add a lot of nice little effects with stuff like that, where when you look at it, you actually see the ring building up top. That didn't used to be a thing in the game. It would just shoot up, and it would, like, leave the skybox, and then it would come back down. And so there's all that. But they have gone and done all that now, where you actually see something get built up there. It's like, oh, cool. So I wanted to go here, because I can unlock more things. Because always unlock the more tech if you can. There's no reason not to. Yeah, a whole extra bar of inventory.
Pocket dimension significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon, analyzing the transdimensional confibulatory permutations of alien DNA to achieve this. We are all doing our part for Fix-It.
I appreciate that they worked all afternoon on that. It does mean a lot. Okay, so if I grab a bunch of rotors, I can potentially do that. Because I accidentally made way too much animal protein. Which is fine. The good news is I do have my modular frames. That was the last thing I did at the end of stream, was I did get our modular frame production set up. And for those who missed what we've got with the factory, I'll get where I'm not standing right on the factory, so I can actually kind of show you what I've got. Actually, yeah. We'll start where I'll step away from it, and I'll give the quick tour to show where things are. Ooh, actually, we're doing really well with the modular frames. I was not expecting to have 36 already there. That's good news, because over there I'm going to have to set up, if you look at Complete Phase 2, that second thing, the girder thing, I remember that uses modular frames, and I remember being an absolute hog for it. Right, it's up here for rotors. Which were... No, they're... That's the steel plates going there. Right, what? Oh, yeah. So the rotors are going over there. Where do you get that protein from? Punching wildlife? Yes. You punch the wildlife, and then you pick up the bits, and then you sell the bits. Okay. You are out of rotors. That is actually a problem. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that rotor thing I said I was going to do. Alright, so let's go ahead and do our grand tour. And I'm just going to start on the top and work my way down. I was going to, you know, get, like, standing back and show, but we'll deal with that later. So we're on currently my tallest building, and this building is all of my iron production. Everything that is made out of iron is on this building. Eventually we will have to import stuff from other locations, but if we look over there, that is where I am making the modular frames. So that's good news. And if we go down here, we have the next floor down. And so I've got my smart plates there, and then I've got something rotors over here. I'm pretty sure this is rotors, right? Your rotors? Oh, right. The iron rod. Why are you... Oh, I see the problem. We got belt contamination. There's the problem right there. So the issue is, and why my rotor stopped producing, is the belt got a single iron ingot on it because we accidentally contaminated our belts. And when that happened, it got to the door, it's not what the machine needed, so the machine locked up. So that's not great. But we have resolved the thing, so that just means our rotors are gonna have to play catch up. That sucks. That happens though when you're adjusting things. But yeah, so we've got our rotors being produced here. That's gonna set us back a little bit actually. And then if we go down another floor, we have here the reinforced plates and the screws. And then we go down another floor and we've got rods and metal plates. And as you can see, the entire way we're moving stuff below here is one half of the floor does one thing, the other half of the floor does the other thing, and then all the stuff moving between floors goes up along this outside wall. Well, this will be an outside wall. I honestly probably started having the concrete to make it, so... I need to get the fix-it shop so I can delete surplus materials and all that to do whatever. This is our power production from biofuel. I have an obnoxious amount of biofuel plants going. A completely unreasonable... Is that 8 of them I've got? 9? I think 9. And so that is something I need to definitely shut down soon. Oh my god, I still need more. Because the amount of solid biofuel I am consuming is not sustainable. Now, if we go down here, this is all just rubbish down here, so far as, like, just belts and all that being drug in to pull in all of our ore from that side. Now, if we go over here, this is our caterium production. Right now, there's not much here. It's just making caterium wiring. We use that to make our really fancy poles, but as you can see, it's filling up fast. Because I'm really not using a whole lot more. And then if we go down here, it's not set up yet, but that's going to be our copper tower. And eventually, like I said, I'll have a line go from the copper tower over to the iron tower to produce stuff that requires both. Because right now my copper is just this mess on the ground here. Now we have our space elevator. We did relocate our hub from that ledge over there to make room for the space elevator, and now our hub is right there. And then we just got scattered drills and all that. So, like, I've got my Cuterium drills up there. I've got iron drills and copper drills just strewn about the desert where they're at. We did get our zipline thing, and I've only fallen off of it 2 or 3 times now. And now if we go way over here, because I don't remember what the status of our coal was, we're going to take a quick sneaky peek to see the situation with our coal, because that's the power I'm trying to move to. But I've got this set of cables over here. My incredibly dangerous over the cliffside and over ravine cables to get me to the coal plants. But yeah, so what I'm waiting on right now is I probably already have the copper wire. By the time I get back up there, we'll have the modular frames. Unfortunately, the rotors were going to be horribly behind because I didn't realize that our production got knocked offline for it. But we are going to need to get the rotors up. That'll get me steel production, and I believe after steel production I'll be able to get my Mark II miners. And then once we get our Mark II miners, then I'll be able to start going and improving the efficiency of a lot of stuff. So yeah, you can see down there, I've got, I believe that's another iron mine way over there. We are starting to have to go farther and farther and farther to trek material back home. Pretty soon I'm going to have to start scaling stuff up. We're also going to get to, once we get the steel production up, that's also when I get my Tech 3 logistics, so I can get my better conveyor belts and all that to move stuff around. So we got our copper node down here we're not exploiting yet. You know what? I haven't equipped that. So I'm going to go down here. We're going to check on the coal, and then I'm going to start deforesting the surrounding areas because I'm going to need even more biofuel. Because it's a real problem. But yeah, so I got my two coal drills here. And I got 3 coal plants down here. I believe we are fine with what I've got. I want to add another slug or 2 into the system. But right now, so we're using 68 meters cubed of water here. Yeah, so all 3 are using 68 meters cubed of water. So yeah, I could actually probably afford to put 2, maybe 3 more slugs into those things before the water would be insufficient to sustain them. But yeah, so that's kind of the grand tour of what we've got so far. We have explored some of the surrounding area, gathered some slugs and all that kind of stuff. That's going to be something I'm going to need to put more time into. Genuinely, I found the coal power plants to be one of the things that are really worth putting slugs into. Like, it just, the amount it helps is just worth it. I also found that to be true of the water pumps for those plants, because the only thing it does, it costs you a little bit more extra electricity, and I think it's 250% increased production, so 2.5 times the production for the same amount of building, is usually worth it because there's not many places on the map that you can get to easily where you get, you know, the volumes of stuff to make it worth just building tons of them. Alright, so what we want to get while we're over here is just a lot of biomass. If I run into critters, that's good too. I could certainly use more critter goop to make biomass now, because we've unlocked that. Yeah, and so we're gonna just destroy any nature nearby. This is gonna become more and more of a problem until we get our coal scaled up more. Unfortunately, I think if I want to scale up our coal even more than we already have, I'm going to need to get some other coal lines from other coal mines. Yeah, get over here. There we go. But yeah, we'll need to run some more coal lines over. Where? Oh, hey. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? I still find it amusing. You've got what looks like, it's almost like an armadillo in the way it's got the armored shell on it. And sure, okay, like the zappy stick, maybe the armored shell or something's conductive, and like that shell, like its spinal column goes through it, so it's particularly sensitive to electricity. It's like, I'm willing to buy that. But the idea you're gonna go with this thing that has like this armored hide, and like while airborne, just throw a punch, and it do literally anything worth mentioning, amuses me greatly. Oh, that reappeared. Yeah. So, I already destroyed that nest and it reappeared. That's fine. I'm not going to worry about it. Those are annoying because you have to kill a lot of the bees before you finally get to the goopy, juicy center that you can use for production. Usually only build your spaceport thingy? Your spaceport thingy. We get some hands up to coal tech soon. Yeah, as a reminder, there is a bug with the coal tech right now. The workaround for the bug is simply holds coal in your inventory. As long as you have coal in your inventory, everything seems to run fine. If you take the coal out of your inventory, for whatever reason, the coal power plants forget that they have coal in them and all go offline, and then everything catastrophically fails. So you're not allowed to put down coal for the time being. It is a known bug. They're working on it. I suspect we'll get a hot fix out soon for it. I was honestly expecting potentially to have a hot fix today, but I haven't seen it thus far. But yeah, it is just a weird bug that is just like... Iconic accidental curse. Yeah. And power slug. All plants must go. And this is the reason I want to get us off coal power as soon as I can. Is I am literally having to go around and do this where every so often I just have to devastate an entire environment. And I have no problem with it. It's just the whole time I spend devastating an environment, I'm not building factory. I'm doing a manual process in a game about automation, and I don't like it. If I've learned anything as a software developer, it's the more I can make the computer do for me and the less I have to do, the happier I am. That used to be one of the jokes I used to have is, as software developers, we're some of the hardest working lazy people there are. That we're willing to put hundreds of hours into writing software to save us 5 minutes. There you are. You already automated your biofuel power? Yeah, mine's automated too, except for the collection. Like, once I collect the stuff, all I have to do is just chuck it into a box. Well, chuck it into 2 boxes. And from there, it just magics the rest of it through its automation lines into the appropriate things. The problem is I'm up to, I believe, 9 biofuel burners. So the speed of which it consumes all of that biomass is getting pretty unsustainable. Because eventually I'm going to start taking the problem of the commute time to go seek out more biomass that is going to start being a burden in its own right. Now granted, there is something about having the satisfaction of not only being harmful to the planet, but literally clean sweeping the planet. Okay, getting near those poison things isn't going to do me any good. So I'm trying to grab a whole lot of stuff for the moment. Because it should help quite a bit. How am I doing in inventory space? Okay. I mean, I might honestly go to the inventories full, because it actually doesn't take that long to get a stack of leaves with doing what I'm doing. Alright. And then plus, if I set that up, it just means I don't have to make another trip for that much longer. Okay. Can't really get too much closer to that one without getting hurt by the poison. Alright. Because I also don't want it to run long enough that it shuts down, because once those biomass burners shut down, it becomes way more of a hassle to bring everything back online. Because I do have to process the material into solid biomass for it to run efficiently like we've been having. And I can't do that efficiently without the power to make it in there. So it's kind of the need power to make power. And that's a full inventory. Alright. Yeah, so it's a need power to make power type situation. So it's just kind of one of those things. I'll just grab these on the way through. I've already been down there. I'm honestly happy they got rid of pedals. Pedals were one of the things in the game as a resource that I would accidentally get in my inventory. It's like, it's pedals. Get these out of here. I don't want them. Okay. I do like how you get past a certain point and then just everything is barren. It's pretty much like we walked into Arizona or New Mexico or something. Well, actually, New Mexico's got some nicer green areas. It's like we're in the middle of nowhere, Arizona. Where there is no visible life as far as the eye can see. Other than that tree over there, which looks a lot like a baobab tree. Which means we're certainly going to cut that down away as well. Because everything must go. Yeah, so we got like a little bit of grass on the walls that is just, it's too inconvenient to go after to be worth my time. Hey. So what's interesting is normally once you are exploiting a resource, the animals don't respawn at that resource in the past. This specific copper mine, for some reason, that one thing has been there. PC crashed again. If your PC is crashing on the game, try switching it to DirectX 11. A lot of people have been having problems with that, especially if you have an Intel processor. There's been a lot of people having problems with DirectX 12 with Satisfactory right now. Got an AMD? Gotcha. Alright. And with that, that should kick everything back online, which is good because I'm down to literally 3 stacks of the solid fuel. But now I've got that these will start spitting out more biomass, we'll get everything going on. Currently using Vulcan mode. I haven't messed with the Vulcan. That's a bummer. That's no fun. There was something I was going to need, so I needed the protein. Oh, right, we needed more of the rotors, or, not rotors. Right, and I can also, I could just turn the alien protein into biomass. Oh, I could work with that. Because that's always an easy thing to get. Because, yeah, that's 100 a stack, so that's not actually that long. And I don't think I want to take the time to set it up where I collect a whole bunch of animal bits and I put it into a box and they go there. Maybe later on it might be worth my time. For the moment, I'm good. Alright, and we can get our power shard. So that's good news, because that means I can pop right on over here. Punch animal, get fuel. Yeah, no, very genuinely, that was really efficient. Because look at that. Those animal bits, that was enough to almost fill an entire storage crate. So yeah, so we should be good on the fuel for a while. So now let's check to see what's going on with our rotors. Because that was the issue as we got our belts contaminated. There was a iron ingot on a belt meant for rods. And as a result of that, my rotor production turned off and I didn't see it till I ran up there and it's like, why aren't you doing anything? So I need to get that sorted out. Very likely I'm going to need... That's right, one of the things I left off is I need to up my screw production. Which for anyone who's ever played this game, the answer is you always need to up your screw production. If you think you have enough, you're wrong. You're objectively incorrect, and you need more. Okay, so it hasn't caught up, but we are slowly gaining on the rotors, so that's good news. So we're going to let that run for a little bit, and I'm going to grab our modular frames, because I should have plenty of modular frames now to... Yep. To just go ahead and get the next tier done. And the rotors we have nowhere near enough, but I can hop down here real fast and switch that to you. So all I need to do is find an electric wire somewhere. And then go get ourselves some copper wire. We could drop these off at the hub, and then it'll be just a matter of waiting for the rotors for the progression. That's not the right box. This box over here is the right one. So you need 1,000. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, so I'll take care of the modular frames and the copper wire towards getting steel production on. I'm not really ready to set up steel. Steel is involved. I need more iron. I believe coal is another material you need for steel, if I remember correctly. Or I think one of the recipes takes it. That's not the right thing. I need to go here. Okay. Yeah, so we're down just the rotors there. So what I can do in the meantime is let's look what it takes for me to make the that second thing there. I believe that's modular frames. I think it's like 2 modular frames and some rods or something like that. I remember it's expensive, but it's not complicated. So we'll quickly check on all that. We'll definitely want to have at least some production of that going, because it is 1,000 units I need to make. And, well, the good news is, I don't need to make them fast. But I do need them in production. Alright, so let's go here to production, assembler. I don't have the plates I need. Is the plates the... Oh, yeah, the plates are almost certainly the bottleneck here, aren't they? Yeah, the plates are bottleneck. Okay, so I need to increase the plate production, which is down 1 more floor, I believe. And I believe that was waiting on screws. Right. So we're back to the same problem. This splitter. I need to get a second line of screws going through, so I can have 1 line that goes all the way on here and 1 line that goes up. So I'm not splitting my production. And we've noticed right here, this is barely moving now, because it's too much trying to be fed onto that. So I think what will happen is this container there is going to go onto its own line. And then meanwhile, that all looks like it's doing fine for right now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, do I have enough room for it? No. I'm going to go here, put some more foundations down real... Oh, it turned off Zoop mode. Alright, so I'm going to go production here, constructor. Get you connected there. I should also check to see how my power infrastructure is doing. I think we should have plenty of spare power as long as the coal's working. Yeah, we're more than good. I'm producing 577.5, and I'm using 33.49 if we have full there. Okay. So I need to get a couple more plates. So that's unfortunate. So we're going to run up here. I'm going to steal some of the plates out of one of these here. I'm hoping there's going to be some backed up in here. If not, I'm just going to have to steal them off the belt as they go by. I'm probably going to steal them off the belt as they go by. No, actually... There we go. Alright. So with that, I should be able to make plenty of stuff with this. But what I want to do is go second constructor, exact same plan as the other one. And this might also be getting me into territory where I'm going to end up needing a second line here as well. So you can go here to logistics, conveyor splitter. There's one. There's two. And you're going to be doing alternate recipe, and there's your ingots. And you're going to do alternate recipe for the screws. Which all that alternate recipe is it has a slower cycle, but produces more per cycle than the standard recipe. It also just requires the iron ingots directly as iron ingots. I don't have to do the weird thing where, you know, make a rod into the screw. I could just go directly to, you know, from ingot to screw. So overall, it ends up being pretty good for just scaling up. Because the more steps I get out of the process, usually the better. Okay. So right now we've still got all that connected. This still leaves us with the problem here, where you can see that this one is basically not really putting anything on that belt on any real frequency. These are going to start producing. We are likely going to need another iron ingot path here. We're going to see how it actually lines up, though. If I do, I do. But what needs to happen now is I need to separate these out. So right now we've got the splitter going here, and that's been fine. So I think in this particular case... so this is the point where we can get rid of you. Because it is putting some on there, but not enough, I think, to matter. And I don't think I can get you to go over that, can I? That's not what I wanted, it's what I did. I think that'll be too close. Stop trying to snap to it, please. Here's what I could do. 4. Yeah, there's no way. Oh, actually, it does. Perfect. Because then it'll make this go over top of the other ones. Okay. Why are you fighting me on this? Why not cooperate? Why not? Alright, I can get around this. So what we can do to get around this is I will... do that. There. Cool. And then we can go over here. I'll put another one there. And I'll put one here. Alright, so now it's time to adjust a couple things. So you're gone. And that should feed directly into that line. And then you... Oh, you need to go. And then you can go here. And with that, we should have just short of doubled our screw production. As well as what we've done is we made 3 of these screws dedicated to dealing with all stuff upstairs. And then 3 of these screws dedicated to dealing with all this. Why are you not going? Oh, I see. I've got a pillar there. So I hooked up the pillar, not to that. There. Now it should be fixed. And I don't have any junk in my inventory I gotta worry about. Cool. So with that, we should have massively increased our screw production, and with that increase, we should be able to go up here, and the secure plates should now... That's actually down there. The secure plates should now be getting basically double the yield of what they were before, which should be enough to run this one at 100% when it gets to that point. Just making sure these are all set to... Tech 2, that's fine. Yeah, it should be able to run these... Well, actually, if it's splitting it half and half, they should probably be around 60% when it finishes clocking up. Versus wanting them run at 60%, maybe a little bit better. And so that's good news there. And then the other screws are going to be going up here to where the rotors are made. And I believe that should pick up the production speed of the rotors, which is over here. Because those are also getting stuck because of the speed of which the screws are coming in. Yeah, so right now this has been running at 52%. And I don't know where it's going to ultimately end up as this scales up. Yeah, so it's not getting the screws quite fast enough to run solid. And I don't think there's any of these I can... Yeah, no, that's all Tech 2. So literally I'm not going to be able to get that one much faster. It's got a dedicated line that's fully saturated. It's still going faster than it was. It's probably running 25-30% before. So we still have stepped up its production rate. It's just the fact of the matter that it's fallen behind. And that is getting the rotor stacked up slowly. And dropping slugs in there isn't going to help any. The bottleneck is now the conveyor belt itself, and unfortunately it's not one I can just add a second belt to. There's only one input on each of those machines, and when it's full, it's full. So until I get a Tech 3 conveyor belt, these are going as fast as they're going to go. And it could tone down the rate they produce to reduce their power demand, but it would only reduce their power demand, which wouldn't really help that much. Yeah, and both of these are now occasionally stopping, so that's good news. How are we looking on the iron ingots, though? Because that will have increased our consumption of iron ingots. You're showing us running at 100% speed. Yeah, no, it looks like it's probably just barely keeping up. You're not running at 100% speed. Okay, so we are hitting a capacity concern on the ingots. And this belt isn't solid, so let's see if I can get more ingots on that line. Okay, so this is where we're going to have to make a change. I need to make a dedicated line for the screws and a dedicated line for the rods. I think we actually started working on that. I don't know if we... I don't know where we left off. Because I think I think we had an iron mine we had started to hook up, power failed, and then, worked on 10 other projects, and then totally forgot about. So the question is where we left off with that. Yeah, so I have the connection here, which I've just noticed is not quite straight. Alright. I understand where we left off. Okay. So, you've got 3 here, and then 3 more, and then the next ones are going to be on that. So let's go ahead and get our stacker here. And then get over to this end. Put a stacker there. And go to production, smelter. Okay. Oh, I'm out of reinforced plates. I'll deal with that in a second. Alright, so, how much power do you have left in you? You need an upgrade. We can get you hooked up. Okay, and then that'll be able to go over here. We'll put another line up there. Alright, so progress is progress. So the point being, I'm going to need more reinforced plates, which is our bottleneck right now because we're using them for everything. But yeah, so we need to upgrade our ingot production. Because once we upgrade our ingot production, that'll improve our screw and rod production. If we improve our screw and rod production, it'll increase our rotor production. And if we increase our rotor production, we can start backlogging it, and rotors are what we're currently stuck waiting on. And the smart plates are coming along just fine. So give me all of those. Okay. Because honestly, most of these machines, it doesn't serve me any good to toss a slug into it. They're just not the problem. It's the conveyor belts having limited throughput that's the thing holding us up for even more production. Okay. We'll need you to go over here. Alright, new plan. I can get around this problem. Because what we could do here is I'll go probably around here. Put that in a stilt. So that's not going to have another splitter on it. We just plug that in directly. And then we can put a splitter up here. And there. Get all of these activated. And I need to go the other side. Alright, and honestly for these, I think we're to the point of stacking on this side too. Alright. So we're doing our best with all this to get this all hooked up. Okay, and I am out of secure plates, so I'm gonna have to go get more. Alright. And the big thing that's gonna be weird about this is then we're gonna get our Tech 3 conveyor belts, and then, like, that's one of the reasons I'm trying to not do too much of this. When you get our Tech 3 conveyor belts, where I've got this where it's like 3 and 3, and you get the idea of what's going on here, that won't be the right amount anymore. It'll just be able to blast the stuff in there. So realistically, I'll probably have to adjust some of those conveyors. That's not that big a deal, though, because I can just take that one series of conveyors connecting on their way in and take those apart, and then go to the conveyors that are connecting on their way out, and then just reroute those. And by then, I'll want to have scaled up more anyways, that it'll, like, the ratios will all be wrong, and I'll have to fix them. Which isn't that big a deal. It is a little bit of a headache, or you can also just ignore it and just let it run. Oh my god. Alright, I think I'm gonna pocket make some of these here in a minute. And how are the rotors doing, by the way? They're getting there. So, what my problem here is now is I am running out of... Oh, that's this... Okay. Alright. Momentary panic going, wait a second, I should have some in surplus. Cool. So I am making a surplus of screws for the time being for about 30 seconds. So that's good. And I should have a surplus of the regular iron plates. That's good news as well. It does mean I'm probably just going to handcraft some of these plates, because I can't really do much to improve this yet. I'm trying to work on the input that these then depend on. It was interesting reading, there was a bunch of people who were like, oh man, they really need to nerf handcrafting. And I was kind of scratching my head going, okay, like early game, the handcrafting can be strong. Waiting for smart plates to finish? Oh yeah, I know I've got those going. Yup. Yeah, no, there's the 50 early ones, and then you need 1,000. The good news is, if we look at that complete phase 2, we have 2 entire tiers of the hub. So if you have a like non-zero amount of production of them, that'll take you a long way by itself. So that's the reasons I want to get the, I don't remember what it's called, the like aeroframe or whatever that we've got going on over there. That's the reason I want to get that set up early on. I'm too high because it was setting up, was it the ingots? Yeah, that's right. Ingots are becoming my new bottleneck, which is right here. Yeah, so you can grab you, plug you in here. Alright, how are we doing in these? 17. That might be enough to get the conveyor up. Not enough to finish it. Okay. So now I need to get the ingots up. I believe it was the next floor, because I'm using one belt of ingots that's being split between our screws and our rods. Yeah, the handcrafting is fine, quickly unmanageable. I agree. That was the reason why when people were like, oh yeah, no, that's like a whole thing. It's like, I don't know. All right, yeah, so there's our problem. So, okay. So what I can probably do here is this conveyor belt will stay, and this split off is going to go away entirely. Because that should also give me a bunch of the conveyor, the plates too. Alright, we need a lot more. Yeah, so the idea will be, I will bring it over here, and then we'll get that set up on the second tier, and then connect it where that one already is over there. The downside is, I'm gonna need more of those plates. Just realistically. I'm just gonna need more of those plates. By the way, did look inside the hub crew quarter? Yeah, with the lockers and everything, if that's what you're talking about. I peeked in there a couple times before. Oh man, yeah, so we're almost at 100% capacity. It does seem like it is mostly keeping up as long as I stop touching it. The smart plating is producing at capacity. But, it's just at capacity. So I'm gonna need to deal with that as well. Give me 2 stacks of the screws. Let's hop down here and try and get some more metal plates. Okay. And we keep scaling up that production as well. That's probably just my next bottleneck, is going to be upping that production. I'm just hoping I can get the next thing improved quickly before I go on to that. Because that's gonna be our next headache, is just the iron plates not being enough of them. Three more plates? Yep. I want to say it's a thing. I'm trying to remember. I want to say pretty soon when you get to like phase 3, they'll stop asking for smart plates. They'll ask for something else. I do remember it as a thing that eventually you just stop needing to produce certain ones of those. Yeah, the denaturing factory building game. Yep. Hey, man. Nature needs to know its place. Okay. So, yeah. So, we were going over here. And we're going to run this belt all the way up to where the screw line is. Which, after that, I do need to hook another, Actually, no, I think we have 2 miners hooked up to it. I think I had to drop down to a tier 1 belt because I ran out of the plates. Yeah, so I need this one to go the whole way up here. And also, if we stop it about there, we can drop it down. Okay. Alright, that's too steep. That's fine. We'll get rid of that one. Cool. Alright, so let's see. Okay, so we are getting the ingots on here, so now I could go over here to this and say, you're gone. Of course it's going to do that, that's fine. You're gone. And now you are connected here. So now I need to drop down to the rod floor and take where the split is, because it's not doing anything anymore, and we'll just yank that up. So get rid of you. And you. And you. Alright, so now we're no longer splitting the resources across multiple routes. So I should be able to pop over to here on the edge. Okay. Hey, Brainless, how's it going? And your first shipment done? Nice. Okay, so we can go there. They'll take care of that. Cool. So now we have a dedicated iron ingot line for our screw production, as opposed to splitting it 50-50. So it'll take a little bit of time for that to catch up, but my hope is that one line will be enough to support all of these. It's gonna be a little bit of a tenuous thing. We're gonna see. Regardless of that, still will improve it because we are feeding twice as many ingots into that part of the factory now. So, that is another issue dealt with. Meanwhile, let's pop back down here to where we were refining that. And how am I doing on the plates? Not good. And see if the ore going into the... Yeah, so that ore has got gaps in it. And if that ore's got gaps in it, that tells me that we don't have enough throughput on the belt. Yeah, because they meet... Where's that line? That's the third line? So I get that line going in, that line going in. They all look solid. Did I have to compromise on one of these? Yes. But I need more reinforced plates. Yeah, so this one's a tier 1. And I had to make it tier 1 pretty far back. Where was your merger? Oh man, you're a tier 1 way back there. Alright, so that's a major project, because right now what we're looking at with that is, unfortunately, that's going to be effectively the same output as we had before. And that's just one of those things. Because basically I've got 2 lines that are fully producing and 1 line that's only half producing, and it's because the conveyor belt's a bottleneck. And we're still just being stuck on the reinforced plates. Which reinforced plates problem should alleviate once I'm done making the smart plates. Yeah, because you're running at 50%. Yes, they're both running at almost exactly 50% capacity. That would imply I could literally shut off one of these machines and take no loss. Because the issue is getting the screws into the machine, which actually, this will help in the short term. I'm just going to manually chuck a bunch of screws in there real quick. Because it'll take a while before the backfill of those screws runs out. It will run out, but just considering as it's only falling behind about 6 a cycle or whatever it is, it should be relatively okay. Still, the issue we have is just not enough of those. We could check on the rotors in the meantime. That should be up here. Because my hope is that we're going to start getting enough rotors that I can get steel production started. Which will be yet another burden on my system. Rotors are unfortunately just not going fast enough. Are you also getting choked up by the speed of the belts for those screws? Yes. So the answer is literally the fact that I'm using tier 2 belts is our bottleneck right now. And I can't use tier 3 because that requires steel and we don't have steel. That's what I'm trying to unlock. Let's see what we've got in the way of these. You know what I'm going to do? And I'm going to regret this probably. I'm going to turn this off. Give me those rotors. And the reason I'm going to turn it off is I'm going to get those smart plates done real fast, but all the rest of my production is going to lag because of it. And it's probably just not worth me doing it that way. Okay, so you drop you in there. Now, downside is a lot of the steel production stuff also requires rotor. That is the reason I'm like, I'm gonna have to deal with that. I also need to go and get the other two things. I'm pretty sure that one on the right requires copper production stuff. So there's a good chance that's what we're gonna work on, is I'm gonna get that, that framed thing wired up. That'll be one thing we'll go ahead and get knocked out. But then I'm going to need to figure out about the thing in the far right. Yeah, so that's 348. So we're making good progress on the smart plating. That is the good news. We are actually already a third of the way through that, despite still unlocking our no, actually not our first, our second of the Phase 2 techs. So let's double check what I need for... I'm going to need more rotors for the assembler, but those should be able to go and slowly fill up now I've turned off the smart plating. So I can go up here, you know, get the versatile frame or whatever it's called, get that sorted. I also should check on the MAM if any of these are waiting for modular frames to unlock them. You are all waiting on DNA. Alien technology is realistically waiting on the SAM analysis, so we gotta find SAM ore. All those are waiting on stuff like steel. That's waiting on steel. That's waiting on me finding a yellow slug. That's waiting on... Okay, so we get our blade runners. So I should probably get quartz up and running soon. And make both the silica and the quartz crystals, which will probably bottleneck at that phase. But that would let me unlock the Explorer, which means I'll actually have my first vehicle I can drive around on. You're all waiting on steel. I can get that, but that's an incredible amount of rotors. Okay. Alright, so let's get back up here real fast to where we were making the smart plates. Because I'll need to grab the rotors. There should be plenty sitting there now that I'm not actually producing things. Oh, when I turn it off, they just sit on the belt? It's fine, I'll turn it back on. Because if it just sits on the belt, it doesn't do me a whole lot of good. Hey, Chiz, how's it going? Alright, so we can grab you and you. And we can start setting up the versatile frame production. Okay, so actually, I can't. I'm assuming I need an extra tier higher. Never mind, so we can't set a versatile frame production, so we won't worry about it. Actually, let's also see... I'm not putting it here, but, nor can I set up the advanced wires. Okay, so that's the good news, is right now I literally can't set up those productions. We have to unlock more tech, so that weirdly works out for us. What I can do in the meantime is figure out, like, what we could do to expand our current stuff. Now, I could make an entire extra set of screws to fill up an entire extra belt for an entire extra set of rotors for an entire, like, and you get where that's going. Honestly, what I'm probably best off doing is let's drop off a whole bunch of stuff. By the way, do you know when mods are going to be available for the game? Oh, I have no idea. Generally, I'm not someone who really cares much about mods one way or the other. So it is one of those things that I usually don't pay much attention to it. Okay, so it looks like literally my iron plate is only being used in the reinforced plate production. On the good side is it doesn't look like either of those are low on iron plate, but it does look like we may have finally hit capacity. You started making a coal power plant? Gotcha. 24 coal generators? Yeah, like, fortunately right now, I just don't need the coal generators yet. Like, we've got 2 set up. I probably do need to set up more, which is probably going to be more rotors, which is going to be more of all my problems. Yeah, so I need to increase my... Alright. Okay. So I need to increase my production of the secure plates. And to increase the production of the secure plates, I'm going to need to increase the conveyor belts being able to feed in screws, because it's the actual capacity of the belt that's my limiting factor right now. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Which would imply what I need to do then is go over here, where I've got all these, and make 3 more screw production things, get those set up, and wind them across here somewhere to go into 2 more assemblers, and that those 2 more assemblers would then produce those, which is also going to require me to increase the yield of my plates, because those aren't really keeping up anymore. Which means that I'm going to have to go down below, and I'm going to have to set up another set of the production thing for the plates, and setting up that extra production thing for the plates is going to mean I'm going to have to go downstairs to increase the amount of refineries I have refining my ore, and if I increase the number of refineries I go to refine my ore, I'm going to need to increase my smelters, and then we're back to the problem of I need more reinforced plates to build the conveyor belts to operate all those things. Let's see, why don't you make every item on one individual floor? When you run out of room, you go up. You can make it all on one floor. You can choose to make a factory however you want. They're just different organization strategies. So, like, literally, I can just make one giant floor and say, this section of that giant floor is this, that section of the giant floor is that, that section of the giant floor is this. You can do that kind of thing, and that's perfectly fine. Like, there isn't this is better than that. It's literally whatever you want. You'll actually have people in these games who'll be like, hey, streamer, did you know that the proper ratio of this to that is 5 to 3? And the beauty of these games is you can actually just not care at all. If you're short on something, build more of it. You don't need to optimize. You can just take the strategy of, what if I just jammed more things into my machines? And it's good enough. Alright. I'm having momentary paralysis on what I want to do to deal with this. Because to fix my problem, I need a lot of the material that I'm fixing my problem to get. And so genuinely a fairly good option for me right now would be to instead ignore all those problems and just go seeking out materials and all that. Because let's see. Oh, the hard drives. My little explorer thing, that can't detect hard drives, can it? They don't care about the nuts too much. Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. Right now... I'll check that in a moment. Like, right now, the power isn't my immediate problem. There's a couple machines, that's what I'm looking for. Stuff like that. So right up there, that thing, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for right now. Because what that is that is a shipwreck where I can get a hard drive. And those hard drives are able to give me recipes that could be more efficient in different ways. Not all of them are. Some of the recipes you get them and you kind of look at them and go, oh. Cool. It must be underneath this. It's gonna be where that thing is. It's probably blocking a cave door. Yeah, that's mostly what I want is those hard drives. I think eventually you can scan for the hard drives. So that's I need explosives to knock down that wall. You watched Drongo last night and you fell asleep. It was very interesting. Yeah. No, that's what I figured. Seeing someone playing for the first time, it's a shame that I could only watch for like maybe an hour or so before I had to call it a night. But it was fun watching what I was able to. Alright. So, the hope here is that hard drive will give me a better recipe of some kind. Because there's a ton of recipes those hard drives will get you, and they always give you a choice between two. And so they'll do stuff and say, okay, do you want the recipe that makes screws require less processes to get there? Do you want the one that maybe it doesn't produce, like, the rotors as fast, but instead is more, like, resource efficient? And depending on your situation, it might be worth doing one or the other or whatever. There are generally some recipes that certain people be like, that's just the better recipe. There's no discussion to be had around it. So, hard drives. So scan the hard drive. Cool. And that takes 10 minutes. We can go over here and make some animal protein. Oh, got you. I make the DNA capsules out of the animal protein. So for the alien tech, so it's 5. Yeah, so it'll be 5 animal protein for structure analysis, and then we'll be able to make the rebar gun. When we get the rebar gun, life gets way easier. So for right now, we're going to keep the animal protein stuff going on. I'm going to go ahead and put this back there, because otherwise I'll jump with the intention of switching to it, realize it's not in my bar, and it'll be entirely too late to fix that problem. Okay. So meanwhile, let's run upstairs and check on the rotors. The spaghetti was real. Oh yeah, when you're new to the game and you don't really know what you're doing, it's just, you're gonna spaghetti. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's not like a sign of a good, bad, or otherwise player. You're just gonna spaghetti. Even if you've got like a background where you played a bunch of Factory and all that, you're not gonna know about how you can position stuff on the concrete tiles, or that, you know, how to make sure you have enough materials to start positioning on the concrete tiles and all those things. I'm hoping, I want to say there's a recipe for the reinforced plates that I want to say it's like a copper ingot and an iron ingot. That recipe I could do a lot with. Okay, I'm gonna regret that, but that's fine. Yeah, so it's one of those things, I want to say it's less time efficient, but the ingots are way more efficient to load into it. So you're just able to spin up more of them with less labor involved. Ah, so that's why these are... This must be the one that's on the belt that's not getting the full throughput. That's why our plates are falling behind. Right, because that's what we're trying to get more of the reinforced plates to fix that belt, and when we fix that belt, it'll fix the throughput, and that'll fix the throughput of the iron plates, which will then fix the throughput of the iron plates to the secure plate, or reinforced plates. So when we fix the throughput of the secure plates to the next thing, you get the whole chaos. I don't think that'll matter. Alright, well, before I get caught up with that, this is... So this is not getting overloaded. Yeah, so those are already sorted, and these are one drill to each, so there's not really a need for me to upgrade those belts yet. This is the belt I was worried about, because this is the one that goes way over there, and it's Tech 1. And interestingly enough, I believe... No. Alright, well, before I burn materials on that, let's run up here. Yeah, because it's this one. Yeah, so you see this one isn't keeping up, so those aren't running at capacity. That's the one I need to start replacing and getting to its Tech 2. And I gotta make it Tech 2 all the way back to where the belts merge. Which is unfortunately back a ways, because I have to just ship in stuff farther and farther. Got the old man fed? Yeah, I mean, you also gotta eat. Yeah, so you can see that way back there, and it is one of those things that I probably should go through and have done it sooner, like farther up this way. I'm just trying to avoid that. So it's gonna be a costly thing on our plates. We're still waiting on the rotors anyways, so regardless, between the two of them, I do need more reinforced plates and I do need more rotors. I should also go find a critter or two to kill for more DNA. Oh, we should be getting our hard drive soon. Because that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping we'll get a really useful pattern of that. Like, we could get something where you can make, like, for example, you can make the copper wire out of iron as one of them. I recall not finding that one particularly useful. That, because usually copper isn't something I'm going, oh god, I'm really short on copper. Usually it's iron that I'm really struggling with, so that... There's a couple recipes you get like that you stare and go, right, but I'm not going to do that. You know I'm not going to do that, right? That's just not the play. Okay. Alright, we can go down here and handcraft again while we wait. Because I'm just trying to get that conveyor, because if we fix up that conveyor belt, we can improve the throughput to our plates, and that should help with our reinforced plate production. And also give me a box that's going to have at least a little bit of a buffer for the regular plates, because that's going to become a headache in not too long as well. I also, at some point, need to set up a better way to get up and down on the building. More than likely, what we'll want to end up doing is there is I think it's like the Awesome Depot or whatever. But basically, you funnel anything you don't need into it. It deletes it from the world, but it gives you tickets as payment for it. And then you use those tickets to turn around and unlock additional recipes and all that. And those recipes aren't so much like we're getting from the hard drive, so much as like you can get a ladder. Look at those belt spaghetti. Oh, this isn't that bad. Like, when you're starting to take stuff from far away, this is just normal. You can get to the point with a lot of these... Oh my god, it got me one more segment. So I've got this segment to do, I got that segment to do. I got that segment to do, and it looks like I got a tiny little segment right there. I don't know if that actually upgraded or not. What? Oh, are you already upgraded? Okay, so these two are already upgraded. This one is not. So I've got this segment to do and that segment to do. And then that might be it. Yes, I've only got 2 segments left, and then that's all hooked up. Okay. Once you start big projects, you won't need the MK very often, the Mark II very often. Oh yeah, no, what's going to end up happening is we'll eventually start moving on to the Mark IIIs. The other thing that's going to be a big pain is once I get the level 2 mining drills, all of these ratios are wrong after that. Where like right now it's kind of slightly over 2 drills per conveyor belt without slugs involved. When I get the Tech 2 mining drills, we'll also probably have the Tech 3 conveyors and all that. And it'll be a matter of figuring our way around it. And there's things you could do. Like, I remember my first factory actually taking the time to do a Factorio-style load balancer. And then I learned after that to just not care about making a Factorio-style load balancer and just shove more stuff into it till it stops accepting more stuff. Okay, so let's see what you've got for me. Okay, so we have where I can make a bolted frame out of reinforced plates and screws instead, or I can make fused quick wire, which gives me a much higher production rate of quick wire, but it requires copper and caterium. Rescan hard drive usable once. I don't think we rescan the hard drive just period. In hard drive library? Okay, I can't. Oh, it's just here. So I assume this is like if you got a hard drive that was just glitched. I mean, I'm probably not going to use those, but this might be the one we go with in the long run. I usually don't need either of those. Well, yeah, so that's the thing. The rescan usable once, I don't know if it's rescan... Oh, it's 1 rescan per hard drive. Yeah, I'm gonna rescan that. Oh, it's instant. Okay. So I can make budget silica by doing that, or we can make charcoal. Honestly, neither. Well, I'm not gonna do this one, and the reason I'm not gonna do this one with the wood is something you have to manually collect. So, yeah, I'm just gonna go with this one. I'm okay with that. I need to get the silica set up. All that kind of stuff, but that's fine. What the heck was I working on right now? So I need a little bit more reinforced plate to be able to finish that last segment. I need about like 20 something of it. So let's pop up here and see how far we can get, because I only need 2 more segments of Tech 2 conveyor belt, and that'll increase our iron plate production. And the smart plates are coming along. It's not even remotely enough. I am slowly cannibalizing it of its rotors, because eventually that'll give me what I need. I've got about 2/3 of the rotors I need in between my inventory and what's already been turned in. That unfortunately... I don't think you've got a backlog of plates in you, do you? I'm gonna cannibalize it. And just see how it does. What can you do if your computer starts lagging? If you mean because of the game, it is one of those things that, like, there's only so much you can do. You can try turning down a bunch of your settings and all that kind of stuff. If you look at your options, I want to say there were some options in here. Like, there was, where are you? There was some options in here that you could reduce the number of items the world would show you, that kind of thing. So you could check on those and see if you can hide any of them. I don't remember where those were. It could be a game start thing, but you might have to mess around with some of that kind of stuff to reduce the load on your thing. Yeah, reduce conveyor items. Yes, so that's one thing you could do to improve performance, because that would help with a lot of that. With that said, chat, I've been streaming, it's only been like 2 hours or whatever, but I need to use a restroom. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is let the spacebar sit on here, and I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly go to the waste screen, and I'm going to use the restroom. Well, actually, yeah, I'm going to use the restroom downstairs because Tim just popped to that one. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes since we have an ad break about to happen. So thank you again for tuning in, and I will be back in just a few. So thank you for watching. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere near like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. We're nowhere near as good as an archer. Oh good, our person won. I was a little bit worried they were going to lose, and that'd be in this weird... My kill. Okay, and I'm back, because I just need to pop in the restroom real fast. Alright, so we crafted our reinforced plates. That should be enough. It also struck me that what I probably need to do is, for my away screen, probably just turn off the system sound. So that way you're not listening to, like, ting 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 ka-chung ka-chunk ka-chung ka-chunk the whole time. Okay, that one's already been upgraded. You've already been upgraded. I think it's that segment and that segment over there. Boom. Boom. And I think we might be fully upgraded now. You want some? I happen to need some DNA. I'm in the market if you want to tangle. See, this other one is minding his own business. And now I had to kill him too. Could have lived a long, happy life, but no, you had to start something.
Just the heck thing.
Yeah. Am I making this place look nicer?
I don't know what it was like before.
There was a lot more green.
I know.
For the record, chat, this part of the map was still a desert, but there was visible green in the background. Like over there, there were trees there once upon a time. That comment be taken so many lewd ways. I'm not sure which comment, but okay. I mean, probably. Let's face it, someone can say hello and there's someone who can take that in a lewd way. People are weird like that. In regards to the animals. Oh yeah, no, the DNA thing? Yeah, that was intentional. Yeah. I thought you meant like a comment between me and Tomb. Yeah, no, that was deliberate. Oh, right, so I wanted to check now the refinery going... Sorry. The belt going to the refinery, that should be this track here on the top, I believe. Okay, so that's solid up. That's what we wanted to see. So now these are all running solid, which means these are producing solid. Yeah, that's what we want to see. We want to see a backed up belt. A backed up belt means we are at capacity. That part of the equation is no longer the bottleneck. Whereas now when we get up here, this might be the bottleneck here. So what should happen is as this goes along, just gonna make sure all these are upgraded and I haven't messed up. Yeah, I haven't messed up here anywhere. I have a feeling something's not up to speed there. Because what should happen is that is slowly filling up. That is... Yes, the other ones aren't filling up. That's what we need to do is up the throughput of that belt, hopefully getting the ingots. You don't have any refineries? Sorry, smelters. In a lot of other games they call them refineries, but smelters. So we've got you three here. Alright, so we fixed one problem, which was this wasn't turned on. And for the record, they do have a little green light there. That's basically supposed to be your indicator. That, like, red means it's just not functioning. Yellow is usually like, hey, you've got something to configure. And then green is, hey, I'm doing my thing. You know, whatever. Alright, so that should help. Because I had one of my smelters that was literally just just sitting there. And that won't be the first or the last time that happens. We'll have like 10 of them set up, and one of them just won't be turned on because I've overlooked it. Go steal those out of there again. Yeah, so you saw that one was yellow, and then it turned green. And that's because this thing chews through 1,000 like 1,000 screws a minute or whatever. Yeah, it's 1,000 screws a minute. So as a result, it physically can't fill up fast enough. How are we doing on power, by the way? Yeah, that's right, I'm giving an extra charge. We're nowhere near hitting our capacity. That said, we're probably exceeding our coal capacity right now. And I probably should get ahead of that before it becomes a problem. But the issue with that is I need way more reinforced plates. How are we doing on our biofuel? That's still producing, which is a real good sign. Yeah, so that's going smoothly. You still got 4 rows of that, and you're done there. But you're still emptying out. Yeah, so you're still processing. You're still processing. Okay, so we're really good on our biomass for right now. Eventually, that'll be a problem. One thing I'll probably ultimately do is I can't remember if I could set up like a pole to have a switch on or whatever to shut off a segment of the factory. I feel like that was a thing, but I'm also might literally have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay, so we had more stuff to unlock at the MAM, which was this, where I need 5 of the DNA. So let's go ahead and get that sorted out. Then we can go there.
Research to develop the rebar gun is now available. When completed, you will be in possession of a tool effective against any local obstacles actively objecting to the Fix-It mission.
In other words, you can shoot stuff with rebar. Okay, so I need power switch on in the MAM. Yeah. So what we need to do is I need to get more reinforced plates. Because if we get those, then I can unlock the rebar gun, and then we can make the rebar gun. And once we've got the rebar gun going, that'll be good news. Yeah, so that's still coming along, so I'm not too worried about that. Genuinely, I'm gonna have to keep doing the same thing where I go and steal a bunch of plates and a bunch of screws and just make my own. We gotta get that sorted. Because this is still... Ah, are you being back? No, you're not being limited by the belts. Okay. Are you able to increase capacity? I am assuming we're not getting enough ingots in here to permit you to get more. So you're still running... You're only running at a third of your capacity. You're running at 60% capacity. You're running at capacity, but you're full now. So you are overfilling into this one. Yeah, so it's... I need to just get more in here. And it looks like the only way I'm going to do that is I'm going to need to get more ingots in here. Okay. That's a Mark II, that's a Mark II. That's all Mark IIs there. Get a Mark II there. Yeah, and you're getting all your capacity. So interestingly enough, those ones aren't having any issue. But these ones are. They're not quite filling up the belt. So you are running at 100%, you are running at 100%, you are running at 100%. And I could put a slug in there to just tweak it up, but I don't think that's going to help that much. It is missing about 25% of the capacity of the belt, because it's every 4 it's skipping one. Which would in theory mean I could technically have fit one more smelter on there. But that's the whole thing. I genuinely think it's time I just gotta run another ingot line up. I just gotta run like another ingot line up this side. Which granted, I'm running out of space unless I well actually I mean we can just expand our tile that way. But I'm gonna need to run more ingots up the side there. Which would need more spelters, and it would need 2 more... I'm just gonna have to do it. Alright, so what we can do in the meantime is I will need to pop over here and say, hey, give me 2 more portable drills. And we can run up here. That's what I want to see, is the iron plate finally getting ahead again. It's keeping pace. Saying it's getting ahead is maybe not the most accurate, but at least we're not seeing a bunch of gaps in there. Because when we're seeing gaps in there, it means like we are literally fully 100% utilizing every last bit of iron plates we're getting. Versus this tells me I can probably go up here. Yep, and I can just grab out a stack there, grab out a stack there, chuck in some of these spare screws. And I'm going to actually run over here real fast and to help those pick up the speed. Going to grab 2 more stacks. We're going to top these off, because that'll help with the production rate here, that they should stay at 100% for a little while. Cool. And I could run up here and we'll check on our rotors. And I'm going to go try and locate 2 more iron mines and bring that stuff back. And it's at our 75, so we're making good progress on that. So we're at 62 on that, so we're almost at enough that I can get steel production turned on. And like I said, the problem with that is that will require more coal. So the things I can be working on is I can work on expanding my coal production. That genuinely isn't the worst idea right now. I can work on expanding my iron production, which is also not a shabby idea. I can work on getting my coal generation up higher, which isn't like my coal power generation, which is probably also not a bad idea. Because if I do get that turned up, it'll reduce our dependency on the biomass. It's a lot of things. So let's maybe head over to our coal and see what we could do. So I should go down here and grab our copper sheets. We have plenty of copper wire. I probably could use a little bit more cable, because when we do those really long power runs, they do burn through some cable pretty quick. We pop over here, grab the copper sheets. I figured I was going to have plenty. Alright. So. I think we head over this way. And we just see what ore we pass along the way. If I find iron, great, we'll start hooking up the iron. If I find coal, great, we'll start hooking up the coal. If I find copper, I'm going to stare at it and go, I don't really need that right now. And we'll move on with our lives. And if I find you, I'm going to zap you in the butt a whole bunch. You're really not as... Stop. Oh. Is it you were not the most effective hog. Because I'm also hoping we get... You're just here?
live, laugh, consume.
Okay. I will admit I was not expecting with those to just find one laying in there. I get it. There's like a weird little trench in the middle, so it can be very easy to overlook it, considering I have overlooked it until this point. Okay, so we've got some other ore. No, it looks like probably copper over here. Yeah, it's going to be some copper. I'm also learning, apparently, the pro strat with those things is just walk around to the back side of it. So that's iron. Glad you're finally giving this a try. You think it'll rank highly in your game? Oh yeah, no, I've played Satisfactory a number of times on the channel. Like, this is probably my third or fourth time playing. It's been a while, but it's nothing new to the channel. Yeah, we'll worry about this later. It's pretty far out because I think my oil is there, or my coal is over there on that one. So not that gap, but the next one over. There's so much content. Yeah, no, it's like that's exactly it. With the 1.0 release, is like, yeah, it's time to revisit it. Probably better than Factorio now. I don't think it's actually fair to compare either game to each other. They're just too different. They're just really not the same game. Like, they're both automation factory games.
This is a shrine to Windows and weaving.
But that's kind of where the similarities drop. Like, Factorio is a procedurally generated game that you can literally infinitely increase the factory size for basically ever until your computer can't handle it anymore. Where when you're playing Satisfactory, it is a finite map. So, or it's a hand-given map. So, they do a lot more in exploration for the game on Satisfactory. But, like, Factorio exploration, all that is, where can I find the nearest resource? Alright, so I've got two nodes here for coal. And Dyson Sphere genuinely I didn't enjoy as much. Okay, so that's, yeah, I can actually see my other coal mine over there. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to say production, Mark 1. Does Factory have does Factorio? So Factorio, it doesn't have nodes like this that are unlimited. Instead, you'll find, like, on the ground there'll be a bunch of material, and then you put the miners on those, and it pulls at the material, and then it eventually runs out of material. But because it's procedurally generated, the map is just forever in size, and as a result of that, you can literally just go, okay, I've tapped out this, you know, this iron area, and so you just go to the next iron area and tap it out, and so you have to continuously expand your territory to place. So it is infinite in that regard. All right. So meanwhile, let's go here real fast, and we'll go to murder. So I would just say they're very different games. And I would also argue that in Factorio, the way that the tech works is way more involved. You don't just find a hard drive, slap it in, and upgrade it. There's like an actual material you use to research. Okay, it's over there. I'm not going to worry about the rest of that hookup there. I'm going to need a lot more materials to get these coal things over. What I can do is for right now, start running you over. But yeah, they're both factory automation games. They're just different. It's the same thing. Like, I would put Dyson Sphere and Factorio as being a little bit similar, but Dyson Sphere and Satisfactory to me are also in the same. These are just entirely different games. That said, I will also say Dyson Sphere does enough different that there is reason to have both games in existence. Like, one doesn't directly overlap the other, yada yada yada. Okay, so that's got those two at least producing coal. It's not going to help us too much in the immediate, but that's fine. We are going to need to get way more reinforced plates to get that coal down here. Because for the moment, as you can see, we're fully saturating a tier 2 belt. Honestly, it does look like I could probably fit one more coal power plant on here, or that I can chuck another slug container or so in here. Let's find out. Yes, that bumps it up to 90. So I've got 90, 68, 68, so that'll be 136 plus 90, so that's like 220 and something change of water, and that's 300. So I can probably put another slug into there and still run on this. But yeah, to be fair, like, Satisfactory is also a gargantuan map that, while finite, you know, I don't think, like, realistically you're killing your computer before you finish off, like, fully exploiting the map. That's fine. So let's go ahead and take this slug back home. I'll make it into another power cell thing, and we'll upgrade that. We got more limestone there. And keep killing all those things to keep getting DNA and protein and all that for other unlocks. Because we also got more of the, like the Mercer spheres and all that. We've already been over there. And I definitely want to get the Explorer so I can zip around. I am a little worried that the Explorer is probably going to have its own fuel consumption. That's going to be a bit of a pain. But that's okay. Some more limestone. We've got a bunch of water over there. Those I'm going to need explosives to deal with, and that's fine. Just take a quick peek along here. Yeah, I'm not seeing a cave or anything over here. It probably was, there was like a snail probably on that rock or something earlier and I already grabbed it. Alright. Yeah, because I want to say over here there was an area where we were able to go underneath as well that we did. Okay, because I'd really like to get the steel unlocked. I'd really like to get other stuff. I need to... One thing I need to do is I need to take the time to explore some of the areas that we've been nowhere nearby and seek out more hard drives. So I can unlock some better recipes, because that will help a lot. Because there's other reinforced plate recipes that I could be exploiting that would help out with that problem. There's, you know, I could certainly get more slugs that I could use for stuff like the coal power plants down there and whatnot. Okay, so... There's no one of those. We can pop in here and drop off you and you. And I could go ahead and make those into at least the alien protein. Because the alien protein's kind of a middle step no matter what I use it for. Alright, so. We have the rebar gun, which is going to be reinforced plates and screws. That's steel, that's a lot of things. That I can get now. I don't really care about it. I need those things for other stuff. We have to find SAM ore to unlock that. And that'll give us, like, the dimensional depot and all that. There's other stuff in here, which I'm assuming is going to be plastic or something late game. This I won't be able to do until we get the rebar gun. I can get the AI limiter, which lets me get smart splitters, which can be very handy. We can't get any of that tech yet. Yeah, the AI limiter is just literally used for some of these things, so I don't think the AI limiter is that important for us right now. That requires steel, that requires finding a yellow slug. Right, the quartz. The quartz is what I need to be working on for our tech. That's right, I totally forgot about that. That's something we can set up. I'm going to need 2 more of the portable drills for that. Because of the quartz, at a minimum I could have it start making the silica and the crushed quartz. And even if I don't do a lot with it yet, that'll do stuff. What do I need for the Caterium, by the way? What's our limiting things there? Oh yeah, that's right. It's stuff like plastic. Yeah, that's going almost at capacity. Yeah, so it's like only getting 1 plate ahead every so often. So I'm going to have to expand the plates, which requires expanding the steel. We've been through that. Let's check on our rotors and that, since that's been going. Pretty soon, the modular frames up there should also be maxed out. There's another 100 of these, so I could drop those off. So I actually got a decent number of reinforced plates. And a couple rotors. And I'm trying to avoid the temptation of just shoving the rotors into a machine real fast and calling it a day. Because that'll get me in trouble if I do that, because then I'll want to build stuff remotely and just tether a wire back, and then I can't because rotors. But I can just drop the smart plates in here, because this is literally the only thing they're used for, other than being fodder. We're about halfway through making our smart plates. So let's try running over here, looking for hard drives, as well as, let's actually, instead of going along the cliff, because I've done that a couple times, let's go a little bit more out in the direction over there. Because we're looking for hard drives and all that. I should also, actually, you know what, let's find the quartz. Quartz. Probably over here. No? Okay. Fair enough. Oh, man. Alright, so quartz is a long way no matter what way we go. Well, let's get hiking. We can look for hard drives along the way. And I'm really just looking right now to get the quartz hooked up to produce materials at all. Pioneer benefit. Okay, you fell down. It's like pioneers benefit from taking a 15-minute break regularly. Alright.
The effigies ripples through our temples, our veins nearly touch. He is shy, notes shall be taken and played.
From a certain perspective, your brain looks like it is processing language, but there is no auditory data. If you are hearing voices that are not mine, this is no cause for concern. It is a common side effect of extreme pressure and stress.
Okay, Ada. Oh, we got a blue slug over there. Let's go grab that. Basically, I want to grab slugs, hard drives, locate some quartz and get that starting to be exploited. Anything of value like that. Well, also when we go to the place with the hard drive, a lot of time you can find a bunch of mid to late game materials that you just pick up. Yeah, so we've got some ore veins over there. Got no one down there. Not to worry about that at the moment. And this is a game that does a really good job of... In a lot of games, the strategy is just get to high ground, look down, you can find things. But the game also does the reverse, where they do like to tuck a lot of little caves underneath stuff. They definitely see that there's a snail up there, and it looked like there was another one over here somewhere. That's an ore vein, I'm not too worried about that. Okay, I'm not sure I'll be able to reach that one yet without some shenanigans. There's another one over there. I can reach that one over there, definitely. Okay, what I thought was a snail at a distance, it was just those things, the poison things. Alright, so let's go grab the snail that's just up on this cliffside. I can just climb those rocks and grab it. And then we'll scan for the quartz again to get our bearings. I'm pretty sure I'm a little bit too far south. That's fine. Okay, so you're standing up there probably guarding something. Okay. You were guarding a good vantage point. Bunch of random enemies down there. Alright. Can't not garden a great view? I mean, that's what it's like, fair enough. Okay, so we're about halfway there. Living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. I'm sorry, what? Nope. I have a feeling there's one up there. Because I thought I heard a snail. Oh, there's a cave right there. There's nothing in this cave, though. Okay, fair enough. I don't think it's a place we've been already. Careful, too many people here might be too young to get that reference. Honestly, you'd be surprised. When you look at, like, the breakdown of kind of age ranges on Twitch, it is very heavily, like, you know, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. So... there's that. And that's not to say there aren't younger and older people. There certainly are. But, like, as far as, like, comparing against the normal population, it is a bit more in the older-leaning side of things. That's one of the things that has Twitch constantly coming up with more TikTok-like features, is very genuinely they're getting worried about having effectively an aging audience. Because that's what's happened to a lot of other companies. You just have, like, companies like Hooters and all that who have just not figured out a way to target a younger audience effectively. And it's been really, really hurting them as a company. And there's a bunch of them. It's like Applebee's, Hooters, TGI Fridays. That whole thing was very, very targeting of a very specific generation. And has just not gotten much in the way of inroads with younger people. There's a lot of spider friends. I mean, certainly I want to go down here and grab stuff. One around two. You gotta watch, because the really big ones, those spiders, actually can hurt you quite a bit. I thought I saw 4. I'm not seeing the last one, which makes me annoyed. Like, not annoyed, but makes me nervous about it. Looked out the window on the last one. It's also a surprise to you, from time to time, music that the younger generation will also listen to. Your daughter has surprised me when she was putting on some Billy Joel, especially when he's not someone your wife and I normally listen to. Yeah, no, that's a thing. There's a lot of stuff. Like when you think about like your own childhood and all that, there was like, how often did you list something that was considered an oldie at that time? It's kind of the same idea, as much as it hurts to say that. You know, I definitely listened to some stuff that was stuff my parents would have grown up with. I'm feeling less confident in that fight. Hey, back off. Oh, that's not gonna help. It's fine. Because I was sitting there, those big spider things, they can actually do a decent amount of damage. And they do take like 5 or 6 or 7 or hits or something like that. So it is kind of one of those things. So where I was going into the fight and I wasn't at full health, that was the reason like, I didn't remember them chasing you so well. I didn't have a lot of maneuvering room on that platform. As exampled by I went to dodge, got hit, and you got thrown off the side. As an Australian, you can vouch big spiders do damage. The interesting thing is, at least around here, usually the bigger spiders, for the most part, aren't the ones you worry about. And it's not the little ones. That's usually scorpions that you have to worry about. Like, the tiny scorpions are the terrifying ones. Whereas the big scorpions, like, yeah, it's gonna hurt, but eh. Like, the venom is far less potent, usually, on them. Alright, so now let's see if I can find my way back into the tunnel that led there. Because I did not mark it. Yeah, I think it was literally over here. It was a big cave. Was your foot was numb for a week when you got stung by a bark scorpion? Yeah. I think it'd be more accurate to say you walked off the side. Yeah. So where was that cave entrance? It was on that rock. I think it was over this way farther though. Because I think I was heading towards this area, I saw the cave, and I was like, let me check out that cave. Alright. Now, that is a situation if I had my rebar gun, I would have just run back and just rebar gunned it again and again. The rebar gun does a decent amount of damage. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, around here, the biggest spiders, I think some of them aren't even venomous for all intents and purposes. They're more like they literally pounce on stuff and they just overpower it. And then you have tarantulas, which aren't spiders, but are very similar, and they're generally, the venom is pretty nil. But then we get like to the medium ones, like banana spiders, and that's where we start getting the ones that are like, okay, that's actually got some venom you got to worry about. I should have gone out of my way to grab some snacks in the way. I need to at least land the hits. I'm literally just getting rocked by this thing. Yep. School is in session. And it's clearly in charge. I hear you jumping and running and doing those things behind me and being generally creepy. And all of that. That's not what I want. I didn't want to... My hope is I can lose it long enough to let me move that to my bar. Yeah, what are you gonna do now? I have food. I can abuse eating food really rapidly. The ultimate superpower. Get back, spider. Now I'm ready to fight. We're going into this fight where I'm not sitting at like... Where are you? You okay there? Okay. I've been sitting at literally hundreds of these things, so, you know, it's about time I put them to use. It's just wood down there. I'm not going to worry about that. So this is looking not like a cave that I'm going to find a Mercer or whatever. This is looking the kind of cave that you get down here and you find, like, a uranium mine or something like that. One of the harder to get, more valuable ores.
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Okay. I don't think I'm completely just overlooking mining locations. I can't imagine it's this big of a tunnel with, like, literally nothing worthwhile in it. It's either going to be a path through to another area, or there is going to be some type of ore down here that's hard to get a hold of. Unless they made these mushrooms considered to be extremely rare now, and this is a place to get it. But I don't remember them, like, I remember them not being super easy to get a hold of. But I remember them not being that big a deal. We'll grab all of them while we're here. Oh, literally, it's right there. The giant purple thing.
The strange alien matter, colloquially known as SAM, seems to be in its dormant crystalline state, meaning it won't break down your body into its base atomic components on touch. This living matter is extremely versatile and has countless applications. Research it in a MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application, as well as a secure method of awakening.
Let's see, how are you liking the game? Do you think you'll explore everything it has to offer? We'll see. I think, honestly, for right now, I am literally going to drop a drill on this. I don't think I want to take the time to set up the bigger drill on there, but just plugging those down on here might not be a bad idea. We should also It's weird having ore whisper to me. But, as far as me playing it, it depends on viewership. Oh, those aren't running, it doesn't look like. Are those running? Okay, they're running. They just had their animation, probably took a while. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, as far as, like, how much I'll play, if people stay interested, I'm down to play the whole way through until we're done. But if it is one of those things that, unfortunately, one of the things that does happen, and it's not just this channel, with a lot of channels who we don't have a focus on the automation games, is a lot of the time you'll get like 2-3 streams in and the viewership will just go into free fall. Because you've reached the point that what you've already got built is too much for people hopping in to kind of just figure out as you're going along. But it's also, you know, not enough people who are remaining interested in. It's a very difficult thing. It's also a problem you run into with very story-heavy games, that if the story is very long, after you get 2, 3, 4 streams into the story and people start missing spots, they start falling off because they no longer know what's going on. And it's too hard to, you know, catch them up kind of thing. So it depends. Like, as long as people are tuning in and seem to be interested, we'll keep going with it. We'll do other stuff here and there. I'm just going a little bit hard since it just released. But if we do hit a point that... Hey, doggo. You want snack? You want snacky snack? You want snack? Yeah, it's fine. The quartz is over there. Okay. Alright. I don't feel like fighting all these. Just making sure there's no goodie in between these little hills. Doesn't appear to be. Yeah. Glad to see you streaming this game. You always enjoyed your streams, but you can't get into the games you play. So, perfect intersection of interests. Yeah, that's gonna definitely happen. Alright, well, it looks like we're going through another one of these caves with the big spiders. Ready for round 2? Okay. Would you give me a moment? Why am I having problems? I remember not having problems, but... Oh, come on, not bees too. Would you give me some breathing room? Alright. Well, I hate that. I hear you, and I don't see you, and I hate it. Alright. Not enough space for a power slug. That's fine, we got sorted. Yeah, the lizard doggos are friendly. You just... I can't remember the exact mechanics behind it. Alright, so you're at 400 away. Hey. Yeah, so clearly I've got one of those things below. This seems to go up. We'll go up because you can always jump down. That's just sulfur. I've got tons of that back where we're from. Alright. Oh, you need the red berries? Yeah, I remembered you needed food. Okay, so it is really, like, right there. I'm gonna take this strategy of just, hey, what if? There was a ramp right here. And it wasn't quite high enough. Well, that's fine. You jumped down, so I'll just go up where you were protecting. Alright. Where is the rest of the wreckage? Is it up in the tree, I'm guessing? If it is... Oh, there it is. It's up on that ledge up there. Okay. Oh, you're a completely different one than the others. My inventory's full. That's not part of the plan. Go away. Leave me be. All right. Okay. Because it was causing me grief where I couldn't take the chance to deal with my inventory real fast. Alright, so I don't want to get rid of those. I'm trying to check on stuff. I hate to get rid of a whole stack of something, but in this case, it's worth it. It's a hard drive. Packaged turbo fuel. I could probably live without that. That's a heavy modular frame and a lot of them. We can get rid of the copper wire. And get rid of some of the quick wire. Because these are really good materials. The computer is a good material. We can get rid of a stack of the cable. Yeah, because those are some solid stuff. We can go and grab you. Alright, now where was that quartz? We've been in this entire adventure looking for quartz, and I feel like I'm never getting closer to it. Like I am. And at least there's like a bunch of nodes here. Okay, so there's the quartz finally way over there. So, getting over here for this quartz is probably not going to be a very practical thing. Alright, so one of the things... Oh, that's not what I wanted. So one of the things I'm going to need to do is I did use our drills. So let's go to our special... What was that? Found... Oh, we had the jump pads. Special equipment. Portable drill. Oh, not enough space in inventory. Stop. We can get rid of the wood. We can put a drill on this. Okay, and home is that way. Oh, I didn't dismantle the death crate. Or I think those are crates because my inventory was full. Alright. So, we're not realistically getting this home. Oh my god, please. And I don't have iron ingots. And I don't have room to make iron ingots. So, what we're going to do in the meantime is I'm just going to start running some power cables this way. For as long as I can, because I'm going to run out of rods. Would you go away? I'm trying to deal with other things here. Scooch. I'm trying to leave you alone. Ow. Okay. Oh. I see that there's all the Mercer things over there. Okay, but what I'm gonna need to do is get that run back. If I get that run back, I can at least use the zip line to get there and back.
We hum a simple melody into the effigy, yet we hear no harmony. It covers the temple in bones and organs and limbs, yet ignores our bleeding wounds. Scripture is needed, consumed.
A familiar pattern is emerging in your brain. Please assess yourself for signs of concussion. If necessary, a replacement pioneer will be dispatched. Work must continue. Replacement delivery schedule estimate. Error, years.
Would you all leave me alone? Okay. I don't need to deal with any of that. We got another dangerous enemy up there. Alright. So. I just need to get home. I don't care about any of this other stuff. I don't have the... Unfortunately, I'm out of the, the rods to make more stuff for up here. So I am just running home now to my elevator. Unfortunately, that location is really far away. And that is going to be a problem. But if I can get that all hooked up to at least get the quartz going, then I can have it start producing the silica and all that, you know, over there. And either someday take a tier 1 belt and just run it the whole way back kind of thing. Or if I don't do that, I can, you know, put some time by other thing. I never really got to doing much with the trains in this game. They looked really impressive. It was just always one of those things that they do have a throughput advantage compared to some other stuff. But getting to the point of setting them up, a lot of times, slapping down a tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 conveyor belt was usually easier. I was trying to get around you by getting you stuck on that ramp. Thank you for the boost. Okay, so we definitely want to get the rebar gun built. Give up, I'm running past you. Because we get the rebar gun built, then a lot of those enemies become less of a hassle. Because then I can stay back and dodge and just fire rebar at them. Would you give up? I'm half across the desert already. Okay. What is with their aggro? They used to not follow you nearly that far. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. That's all going fine. Okay, so let's take a quick inventory. I've got a ridiculous number of things on me. We've got ourselves a hard drive, and those hard drives open up a lot of opportunity for me to improve my factory by changing some of the recipes to stuff that's more efficient or otherwise better in some capacity. Genuinely, those dismantle crates being over there actually kind of works out. Because with those way over there, I can work around a lot of it. We did find the SAM.
Strange alien matter analysis completed. Dormant crystalline SAM can now be found with the resource scanner. In its dormant state, it is safe to handle without special equipment and can be stored indefinitely. Research for enabling the reanimation of dormant SAM is now available.
Fill the rivers with blood and let the effigies defile our temples. The sun will follow.
Excuse me, fill the rivers with what now? Fill the rivers with blood, you say? That's fine.
SAM reanimation recipe unlocked. SAM can now be safely awakened, provided it is contained. Meaning, if not contained in special electromagnetic storage, it tends to start breaking atomic bonds of any matter it has physical contact with, and reconstructing it into easily transportable resources.
Scripture and blood compose harmony. Follow our hallowed temple halls and listen to the echoes of your ripples. Our bones are more beautiful than yours.
Okay, I appreciate that you think highly of your own bones. Cool. That's excellent. We're not going to be able to use these and these anytime soon. We'll chuck those in there. I can't use those anytime soon, so chuck that in there. The game has gotten a lot weirder on release. That's actually worth researching, and I hate it because it's going to be a lot of rotors.
Research completed. Yellow power slugs are further into their life cycle than blue power slugs, and thus have more potential energy stored. They can now be processed into power shards.
Okay, and then we just need to find a purple one next. We needed to do stuff with the quartz. I didn't actually pick up the quartz. We did slap a miner on it, but we couldn't really do much with that. There's not much to do there. The nutrients is waiting on steel. We've got the mycelia. That was another thing.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
Okay, so we can apparently do stuff with that. Still not. Oh wait, we can make the rebar gun. Before I do that, because the temptation is real, let's run up here real fast, and let's check on our rotors and all that. Because if I can get it to where the rotors and all that, I can continue, like, I complete something, then that's probably better. Otherwise, I will make the rebar gun, because it'll make dealing with all those pests way less of a hassle. So I should be able to go over here, and that is not... I was really hoping there'd be more rotors in there. How are we doing on our rotors not? So I'm up to 60 rotors. So we'll put us up to 125 rotors towards the 150 I need towards steel. Where do you up here again? You're our modular frames. Those are coming along nicely. I've got a upper throughput on that. The rotors are nowhere near adequate, which means I gotta go through the whole thing of get more iron, get more of this. The whole reason we started that giant quest into nowhere was just entirely to try and get a hold of the quartz, and we only sort of kinda-ish did, but not really. But I should be able to get ourselves some rods, because that's what I ran out of, is I ran out of rods while we were out there to make more of the power poles. But if I can run the power poles back, I could take those back and forth. I could set up a cart, like a container there. We could start putting some production over there. And that'll be not bad. Can make more of these. And then for the mycelia... Right, I needed some biomass. I'm just going to process one of these things into the biomass and be done with it. Cool, so I can get the fabric unlocked.
Research completed. Fabric recipe unlocked. New mycelia research available.
Yeah, so that's also a bunch of rotors. That's steel. That's what I think that's an oil byproduct. And then the parachute's a fun gimmick. Unless they changed it, the parachute was like a one and done in the past, which made it really hard to justify because it's so expensive. Yeah, because I wanted to get the Blade Runners to run faster. And then we could also get 6 inventory slots. We could unlock this, which would then get us the ability to get our first vehicle. Okay, so I do think with as slow as everything's going, I am going to make the decision to just go ahead and get the rebar gun. It does set us back on rotors, but I think that's fine.
Rebar gun and iron rebar ammo unlocked. Your ingenuity towards preservation of fix-it property has been noted. You earned a micro break. And welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed.
Ah, it was such a great micro break chat. Absolutely love it. Okay. So the rebar is just rods. That'll be easy. The rebar gun is thankfully not that costly to make. Okay, so let's look here. We can go ahead and make a bunch more of the DNA. Or not the DNA, the protein. Because that's what we can sit here and turn into more biomass if we want. We could also turn into the DNA. Like, I'll check what I actually need. I think it's just all going to become biomass. We'll take a quick peek over here. It was alien no. Alien megafauna. Yeah, so that, we don't have what I need, we don't have what I need, and I don't care enough. So it's all becoming biomass right now. The mycelium we're going to save, because I'm going to need that for fabric, and I do remember it's an absolute pain to get that stuff in any real quantity. Let's go ahead and clear out some inventory. The parachute is not one and done, it's reusable, it sits on your back. That's good, because like I said, in the past, it was, at like one point, it was one and done. And it was just one of those things that it was impossible to justify using it when it was one and done. Because, you know, it's one and done. It's just not a good use of resources. Oh man, you're still emptying out what's in there? Okay, that's awesome. At least that's holding up alright. Okay, so with that, I should be able to unlock stuff. Okay, and let's make those 10 pieces of fabric we need for the parachute. Because then I can put it on my back, and that'll be nice.
Parachute unlocked. Fix-It appreciates your willingness to descend rapidly to perform your duties, but damaging Fix-It property is a breach of contract and will have unpleasant consequences. Improve descent efficiency by combining the forces of gravity and drag with a parachute.
Okay, so I don't have enough mycelium to actually make the parachute, but we did have enough to unlock it. So let's go ahead and quickly finish getting all this turned into biomass, shove that into boxes, and get that going. That's not how this is supposed to work. Okay, so I have a problem where that's full. I can't make more room for it. So we have committed slightly too much murder to the point that I'm running into capacity problems with all that stuff. And I'm definitely not going to sit here... Yeah, we're definitely not going to do that. Honestly, I guess we just toss the extra in here for right now. I was waiting for that to get full as well. Okay, so we've got that sorted. We have the next on the list is we do have a hard drive. So we can start that scanning. Alright, so we're doing pretty okay here. We can sort that out to make it all not as cursed. I need to make rebar. And ideally, I don't want to have to manually deal with that. Yeah, do we not have the big storage? I guess we don't. It's just not unlocked yet. I think they changed the material requirements for it. Oh, I don't need that much, actually. Three stacks is plenty. So let's go over here and get extra rods. And what we can do up here is where we're going to make that spot for the versatile frames. I'm just going to go ahead and set up a constructor to make our rebar ammo and have a box up there so that I don't have to manually make it. Then go right up here. I'm pretty sure it was just a constructor. And we already have rods literally going right past this spot, so that's perfect. And I shouldn't really need to scale this up any meaningful amount. We could go here and say iron rebar. We could take a splitter off of you. And I only need Tech 1. And then we can go over here and go to Organize, Storage. And hook you up. That way in the future, all I have to do is come by here, grab the ammo, and like this thing is going to be absolutely full of it. Cool. So that'll be one less thing to worry about. In the meantime, I'm just going to handcraft a bunch while it's running. They're doing relatively okay. I wonder how slow it is to handcraft rotors if I do want to just ultimately just take it on myself to make them. So it's 6. That's not terrible. I don't really want to handcraft those though. It's just the problem is they take so many screws and it's just the conveyor's not going there. Why can I not find... Oh, it must be under equipment. Yep. I also don't know how high these stack. Because I make a bunch of these, then I don't have to worry about coming back all the time. And then genuinely, I won't even bother carrying the zapper around with us till we get more inventory slots. Like, equipment slots, not inventory slots. Okay, so it's 100. So, did we already drop off our zapper? No, it's still on our bar. So you now use that. Okay. And there we go. Keep that there. Alright. So, I'm gonna grab some screws. I'm tired of being stuck in the steel production. And we're gonna knock out some rotors. Because we're consuming them too fast, and they're just taking too long. So 1, 2 of those. And let's just grab basically as many stacks of screws as I can carry. Then I'm gonna slap a bunch out real quick. Yeah, because I already got some rotors. Alright. Because I'm sitting on 35 now, and I've got all of my tech is being bottlenecked by rotors. I need to expand that production line. But I got so many things that I need to expand the production line that are being held up by that production line. It's the same thing with the reinforced plates. That it's just kind of one of those things that I just need to get in here and get stuff unlocked and not worry about. We're also waiting on that hard drive to unlock, which is going to take 10 minutes. So, and we're probably like 3-4 minutes into it. That I definitely need to get that sorted out pretty quick because that'll be another thing that keeps us stuck that I don't want to deal with. Hey, Infinite Simplex, how's it going? So we're doing this the not efficient way. And even if this ends up being not quite enough, that's still fine if I go it this way and I just get that much of a lead. The good news is we are making pretty good progress on our smart plates that I could literally just turn off the machine when we get down to it. Because if I don't unlock steel, there's a lot of things that are going to wait on that. When I do unlock steel, I run into the problem that now steel will need coal, and steel will need iron, and steel will need its own production lines, and that's going to be a whole thing. But I really need to start getting to the Mark II drills and the Mark III conveyors. Because once I do that, I can really up the production rate on so much of our stuff. Okay, so we're getting close. Actually, we have enough of these. I'm going to go ahead and let it get to a nice round 95. And just like that, we can finish the steel production tier. You're a bit nervous, but otherwise, fine. How are you all? How's today going? Today's going pretty good. I'm feeling better than I was yesterday. Not 100% by a long shot, but at least at least we're getting some positive movement in regards to, you know, getting over COVID. Which is good since, you know, with the new schedule, I flying out in about a week, so that's very promising. That'll be well behind me by then. I don't know why I ran to this. This is the wrong thing. I need to go over there. It almost feels like they toned down the slide jump. Oh, you know what I bet you? I bet you the slide run is unimpressive until you get Blade Runners. I bet you when you get your Blade Runners is when suddenly the slide jump gets to be really ridiculous. Because I remember the slide jump being absolutely over the top. You're a bit nervous about your appointment this afternoon? Gotcha. Well, I hope it goes well and everything.
Milestone reached. Coal and iron can be combined in the foundry to start steel production. Project part number 2, the versatile framework, can only be created via automation, not at a crafting bench. Delivering these to the space elevator is essential if we are going to complete phase 2 of project assembly and save the day. Fix-It and humanity is relying on you.
So I can get the enhanced asset security for the extra equipment slot. That would be a pretty big one. The next thing I definitely would want is probably logistics 3, but that's going to be dependent on having steel. That's dependent on steel. That's dependent on steel. That's dependent on steel. That's dependent on steel. Okay, so that answered my question. We're going for this one. And the beauty is I can go like this. Oh, I can't yet. So I'm going to have the copper wire. I'm going to have the rods. The plates I will probably not have yet. But that'll be something that'll probably be easy to make happen. You'd have to hand do it. But that means I can start setting up steel production. And as I recall, with steel production, I got a couple things I got to deal with. One is I need the foundry, which it is, I believe, one, you think iron ingots and coal is what you need as your inputs. And that, which is usually bringing iron to the coal, or, I mean, one way or the other. And that'll go. We honestly could make those plates pretty easily. How are we doing on this? 47 seconds. So I can work on these while I wait for that to get done. Because then we could get that going. And the reason I want that is I actually don't care about the better Xeno Zapper. Like, it's good to have. It's an improvement on your little regular one. I'm more concerned about the extra equipment slot than anything. The extra inventory slots are certainly also really helpful. But that extra equipment slot makes life way easier. Because then instead I have to be like, oh, I need my zipline thing, let me put that away, I need to get my food. You can keep, like, a food, the zipline thing, and a weapon out. And then, you know, you can swap out, like, when you're exploring, you can swap out the zipline thing for, like, your little detector or whatever you're doing. Okay, so the MAM is done with its thing. Okay, so we have an alternate bolted frame. That's literally the same one we had, and we have the iron wire. Honestly, I don't want either of those. I'm gonna re-roll and see what we get. Alternate molded steel pipe, which lets me take steel ingots and concrete to make steel pipe versus whatever it is. And then we have another alternate screw recipe, which takes one piece of steel and then spits out 52 screws. Which is really good for the throughput, because it's 260 screws per minute. And I do want that, but then that's more of a burden on our steel production, which doesn't exist yet. Like, I do think I ultimately want to get to this point, but I'm not... Both of these have their merits. And for the record, we'll end up seeing a lot of these, like, a second time if it boils down to it. I think for right now, I'm going to probably take the molded steel pipe. Because let's actually, what is the normal steel pipe recipe? Before we commit to that. The normal steel pipe is Oh, 3 iron ore, 3 coal ore to make a coal or a steel ingot. And it produces 45 per minute. And you produce how much per minute? You produce 50 per minute. So this is slightly faster. And it's gonna, that's slightly higher steel consumption. Let's overclocking target rate. Yeah, we won't be able to use either of these right now, but that's fine. That'll be a later thing. Okay. Meanwhile, I do want to kind of knock these out real quick, so that way the moment we get this back and get my equipment slot before we adventure. It's taking screws out of the inventory, which I think is pretty important because I grabbed all of them. I'll probably need to drop some off. But that way, when we get this back, I could literally just run over, just go, here it is, and move on with our lives. Get another tech knocked out. That does mean the next technology to unlock after that is going to be bottlenecked by steel production, which we physically don't have because we just unlocked. And so for the steel production, I'm gonna need to... We've already got 2 more coal nodes that we're moving towards our coal power. I'm gonna leave those for coal power. So I'm gonna want to find another 2 coal nodes and then 2 iron nodes, bring them all together, produce steel, and I'll probably produce the steel wherever it happens. And then I might ship the steel ingots over here, and have the steel ingots over here do whatever they need to do, because I'm gonna have to combine them with like steel plus concrete and steel plus iron and steel plus this. So I'll make another steel tower that I know I'm gonna be moving stuff in and out of. Okay, so I've got all that. So let's drop. Hey, Blind! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Were you playing more Dwarf Fortress today? But, welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had fun over there with Blind. Blind is an absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and someone I definitely recommend checking out.
Thank you, Blind Earl, for subscribing for 3 months.
Hey, Blind, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and that means a heck of a lot. I really do appreciate that. But yeah, so thank you so much for that. But yeah, so again, if you haven't checked out Blind and you're into Dwarf Fortress, you don't know how to Twitch. I hate to tell you that. It's just the way it is. You just don't know how to Twitch. It's objective. But also plays other games, but that's kind of the big game they're known for over there. They play similar stuff to all that. Yeah, it is what it is. Some people just don't know how to Twitch. Let me go ahead and drop some of these off. You know, you have a point. I mean, there's certain immutable truths in the universe.
Thank you, DigiGuy801, for subscribing for 1 month.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, DigiGuy, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. What was that sound? Oh, the thing's back. I was just like, I'm hearing sounds in the game going, what? But thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. I am looking for rods. If I seem like I have no idea what's going on, I'm being a little bit overwhelmed from the ADHD side of things and also on the tail end of COVID, which is a great combination to put together when you're doing a automation logistics game. It definitely helps you make good progress quickly. I'm actually making good progress, but there is definitely a lot of ooh squirrel. Gotta go pick up your meds? You go do that. Thank you again for the raid. I really do appreciate it. But again, check out Blind. Ow. Well, that's fine. I didn't need shins. But Your roommate was waiting this year ago. Yeah, for the record, this is Satisfactory. It did release in 1.0 yesterday. And the 1.0 release has been a significant step in the game so far as the stuff it has in it. So that is a big thing. Like, they've changed a lot. I love the whispering voices in my head. They tell me to consume. Kind of memeing, kind of not. Let's see, Come By Blind IRL Street. We have lots of Creed lyrics at times, featuring such as Arms Wide Open. Oh man, that is unlocked memories. I distinctly remember working a job that I was certainly of legal age for, and you shouldn't look into it. In manufacturing, working a pneumatic press where we were making these little plastic tubes with a piece of yellow fabric or people of yellow paper that you use for testing refrigerant in refrigerators. And I remember operating that pneumatic press where it's just like dunk, 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 paper, next row, press, put them in their box, or no, it's cut the paper in between them, put them in their box, repeat. And listening to my Walkman, no, did I? Ooh, I think that may have been a CD player, like the old ones, the anti-skip CD players that guarantee skip, and just arms wide open.
Milestone reached. The
This
Xeno
man.
Basher is a direct upgrade from the Xeno Zapper. In the words of the engineer that first developed this tool, quote, "The Zapper kind of electrocutes things, the Basher straight up smacks stuff, while also electrocuting them," unquote. It is beneficial during encounters with aggressive fauna and has been tested thoroughly. The engineer's noble sacrifice for Xeno research will not be forgotten, whoever they were.
Yeah, the job sounds really on brand for Satisfactory. To be clear, I was very close with the people who ran the organization and everything, and I was a teenager who wanted money. So it wasn't one of those things that, like, I was forced into anything, and they were paying me fairly and all that. But it was definitely, there was some, hey, we're basically family, right? Kind of things. Not saying it's okay or ethical or anything to pay under the table or whatever, but I was a teenager and I wanted money. And then, like, the moment I was old enough, I got a job to, like, the local grocery store or whatever. A little spot nepotism heroin. Well, I kind of saw it. I mean, granted, this is probably not right because it was a family business, to be clear. I saw it as kind of akin to, you know, being paid to mow someone's lawn kind of thing, because that's actually where that started. Is I mowed their lawn for a while, and then they were dealing with, like, getting too many orders too fast. They're like, hey, you know, we have some stuff you could do here that would really help us out. And I was like, yeah, I like money. I like money. Okay. I've changed a lot of my approaches on life since I was a teenager. I would probably think very differently about that role nowadays. But at the time, I was able to buy things I wanted. And thank you so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate it. We hit tier 1 at 63% with a total of 2 subs. So thank you so much for that. And what we're trying to do right now is I've got a couple of things. One is I've got quartz way over here where you see those dismantle crates because my inventory was full. So I'm trying to get quartz set up as one thing. Another thing I need to do is we just unlocked steel. So I need to get that going. And I totally forgot to introduce myself. So I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm on the same stream team as... Cool. I'm on the same stream team as Blind. And that's Halcyon Frequency and all that stuff, so good times there. But I do play a variety of games. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life, with no mods that change itemization or vehicles on harder than Apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. But with all that, if I can remember what the heck... there's where we were at. So I have this pull was as far as I got before I ran out of rods to make more pulls. But with all that said, I am a variety streamer. I do play a variety of games. I play, like, a lot of settlement builders, city builders, stuff like RimWorld and all that, among other different things. And we're playing some Satisfactory because it just had a big update. Sick record? Yeah, no, I was very proud of it. I've been asked many times if I ever plan on trying to take back that record, and the answer is no. I did it, and I burned myself out in the game pretty hard getting it. And the new record is like 990-something thousand. It was the person who took the record from me, just kept going for like a full year and some change after I set the record. And I'm just not interested in trying to take that back. They have earned that record. It is theirs. Was that Lamprey? Yeah, so Lamprey took the record from me, and then the run he took the record from me, he basically managed to keep going for about a year before ultimately he died. And he died the same way that everyone dies when you get to those really high scores. Doing something dumb. And that isn't me being critical of Lamprey, because do you want to know how I died with my record? Doing something dumb. Do you know how I died in all of my long runs? Doing something dumb. Because sooner or later, the brain just takes a 5-minute break and your character dies. That's how that ends. Because when you get that late game, you're not losing a fight from just straight up being overwhelmed or whatever. It's having a poor judgment that puts you into a bad place, or like a keyboard failure, or just fat fingering a key. That's how you die at that point in the game. Because you don't get that far with those kind of numbers if you aren't able to consistently perform for long periods of time. It's around the time you start getting runs that you're surviving by like 3, 4, 5 months in the game, like in-game months, that you can basically live forever so long as you have the patience. You've demonstrated you are capable enough to handle what the game can throw at you, and it's just a matter of if you can consistently remain doing that, because usually it's your own impatience or whatever that gets you killed at that point. Alright, so I grabbed a bunch of the mushrooms so we can make ourselves a parachute later. And I want to wire this up. For right now, I walked all the way over here and I don't have smart plates. A little part of my soul just died. A little part, not a big part. Little tiny part. Definitely replaceable part of my soul just died. Because I ran all the way over here and I'm missing one of the main materials I needed for a lot of this. Okay, so because I believe what I need to do is make a constructor. Alright, so what I can do in the meantime, that's too high for me to reach, is we can get the power run home. If I get the power run home, it'll at least start mining, and even if it means I gotta grab a giant inventory full of quartz out of that thing, and then take it home for a little while so I think I might just genuinely put a tier 1 conveyor belt that runs all the way out here, and just run it home that way. Stop it. Okay, so I need to take, this power line all the way home. And once I do that, then I can just zip line back and forth. It'll be way nicer. Okay, so that's too far. Okay, so we're just trying to get the power line all the way home. And the reason I want to do this is the only time I want a second network of power is I have done before on stuff that, like, the coal power where you need a little bit of power to, like, kind of kick it off, and then once you have it, it can be self-sustaining. I have before taken the time to... Source is too uneven. I have before taken the time when that happens to... Come on, there we go. Put, like, a little power infrastructure I can go there, where if I accidentally shut it down... that I can, you know, just kind of bootstrap that initial power load up and then go from there. So let's go here to connect you. I'm also trying to zigzag between these platforms because this game has tons of hidden secrets in the world, like the power slugs and the Mercer spheres and yada yada yada. And the hard drives that are desperately something I want a lot of. And so I am trying to get as many of those as I can. And so by adding a bunch of these points here, like there's a Mercer sphere right there. So let's just run that over... Too long. There we go. So let's go grab that Mercer sphere real quick. Because I don't have much use for them yet, but eventually I will. I don't feel like dealing with all its protectors, so I'm just going to run up and grab it and walk away.
Our blood could fill the effigy veins for a resonant song. Scripture becomes harmony, becomes composition. Defile our temple, and threads will sew the windows open.
Pattern analysis continuing. New instruction. Repeat pioneer exposure to alien artifacts. Brain damage compensation packages may be available on successful completion of a special claims form. Our expert Fix-It medical staff are impartial and always open to assess your claim.
Excellent. I do look forward to the impartial claim for my brain damage. Okay. Because I definitely like the things that talk to my, you know, talk to my brain. They're my favorite. Alright, and let's pop over here. Oh yeah, I've already been up here before. That's fine. And we're almost hooked up to the power for my factory because I do have power run where you can see there's a little building right there. I do have power over there. But then the good news is once I get this wired up, it'll be kind of the exact same situation we've got when it comes to the our coal power on the other side of the place. Yeah, it's a long way away, but I could just daisy chain from like one zip line to the next zip line to the next zip line. It's not great time travel, but it's fine. And with that, we'll upgrade that pole. And we are now connected to the power grid. So now I'm going to make the smart move of actually going and grabbing a bunch of plates as well as the reinforced plates, because I got over there and I had just one. And I needed at least 2 for a constructor, and I need at least 2 constructors if I'm going to manufacture stuff over there. Let's not jump down there. Because the reason I want to get the quartz knocked out is that'll give me what's called blade runners. They're basically robot legs, and they make me go faster. If there's anything I've learned about any of these games, is faster is always better. Oh, that doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Alright, but this is our factory so far, and like, the bottom floor here looks like a disorganized mess. And that's because all of that is just bringing ore here. And then you get up here and it's all nice and grid out. I've got my biomass power. I've got my Caterium wire. This is just making iron ingots and mass. I've got a bunch of various research benches and all that. We go up here just a little ways. And then on this side, I'm making the iron plates. That side, I'm making iron rods. So I can go to the iron plates because that's one of the things I said I needed. So I'm going to take them all. We pop up here real fast. Efficiency is in your contract after all. We've got our screw production over there. I've got the reinforced plates over here, which is something I desperately need to expand my capacity for, but it's one of those things that to get more plates, I need more... Sorry, to get more reinforced plates, I need more regular plates and more screws. To get more regular plates and more screws, I need more iron ingots. To get more iron ingots, I need more iron mines. And to get all that wired up, I need an absolute crap ton of reinforced plates to build the conveyor belts to support it. But that puts me into needing an incredible crap ton of plates to reinforce it, which requires me to increase my reinforced plates production. You get the idea. It's a circular problem where I need the thing to do the thing, but to do the thing, I need the thing. And I've been mostly ignoring the problem, pretending it's not there, because that is an effective way to deal with your problems. Right? The reality is I want to get the quartz wired up. And then once the quartz is wired up, I want to get steel set up. And then once I get steel set up, then I'm going to have to circle back to get the reinforced plates expanded. And by then I'll need to expand my coal production and all that. And all that. Hey, how to be quiet. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I believe... Did I see you were also playing Satisfactory? I'm pretty sure you were. I'm pretty sure you were. I'm not misremembering that because I totally do that. But welcome in, Raiders, and thank you so much for the follow and all that. Oh, I forgot you're full. Everything's full. But yeah, for those who don't know how to be quiet, absolutely fantastic content creator. I definitely recommend checking out. Real good times over there. Been playing a lot of excellent games, similar stuff that we've been playing. Like played some Crime Scene Cleaner very recently. Been playing, I believe, Satisfactory recently, among other things. Definitely someone worth checking out. Definitely have popped over there and hung out a number of times myself. When I can catch them. Schedules are a little tricky for that one. What is Brain doing? Yes. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. And again, go follow How to Be Quiet. Yes, I expect you to go do that. Yes, I will wait. Don't worry about it. Everybody follow Rual. I'm not going to say no to that. I know how this whole thing works. I'm not going to say no to that. But yeah, no, Queet's excellent. Alright, what on earth was I doing? I was making a parachute, that's what I was doing. Because gravity kind of sucks. And you fall down and you go, ow, my shins. Why can I find 3 different pieces of shin in my leg? Why is my brain being the way it is? There we go. So I need 20 of these. But yeah, so we've been having a good time with this. We are at the point we have just unlocked steel. We haven't actually hooked up steel yet because I just unlocked it. I'm trying to get quartz online. And I am definitely running into the brain trying to do 30 things and succeeding at none of them because it's too much. Okay, so I now have a parachute. I'm supposed to be able to put that on my back. Put it away, friend. You're allowed to put it away. Okay. So now when I jump from high places, I can parachute and not make horrible crunching noises with my body. I know, where's the fun in it? I understand. But, that's good. We are also converting all of the innocent... That's not what I wanted to do. You're just gonna go in the trash. I'm also converting all of the wonderful wildlife on the map into protein that I am then converting into fuel. So I am literally powering my factory on the my enemy's corpses. And I'm doing so at such a rate that I'm actually running into problems about having too much of it, which is a weird problem to have. But, you know, here we are. Okay. I've got literally... That's fine, we can leave that alone. What the heck do I need to be doing? So, I need to get my quartz hooked up, that's 1. I need to expand my coal power, that's 2. I need to do my initial setup on my steel, that's 3. I need to expand the capacity of my factory for producing iron plates, reinforced plates, and yes, so that's another thing. Do we have anything I need to unlock on the MAM right now? No, that's all waiting on tech. That's waiting on our steel, that's waiting on that's waiting on that. I don't think I'm gonna make much of the stun rebar, but it costs next to nothing, so let's go ahead and unlock it anyways. It's probably worth making.
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite atomically exciting. That was a physics joke.
Cool. So that waits till oil. That's waiting till we get our steel production up. We can unlock this, even though I'm not going to be able to use it yet. Which is the AI cores.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Okay, so we can make programmable splitters and smart splitters, which will be good. All the rest of these I don't have what I need to do. And the advantage of, like, the smart splitter is that's where, if, for example, one of the things I could do is, you saw how I was taking all those various creatures and I was, you know, mashing their bodies into biomass. I could go over here, put a container with a smart splitter and say, hey, if it's wood, send it to that one. If it's leaves, send it to that one. If it is hog bodies, send it to that one. If it's the next bodies, the next bodies, the next bodies, turn the protein into whatever. You get the idea. I can make smart splitters that, as it goes down the belt, it'll huck it into whichever bin it needs to go into. That can be very useful for the I'm too lazy and I don't really want to sort out my inventory box. So you can just chuck it all in there and it'll just kind of go its different ways if you wire it up. I don't know if we'll get to setting up that kind of a system in this factory because it is laborious. So we also can look into mycelium. We don't have the explosives yet. I don't have those things yet. I don't have plastic yet. I don't have nearly enough rotors to support that. I don't have the steel set up yet, so we don't need to worry about that. I don't have steel, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't have purple slug. Right, and this is why I want quartz. Is this right here, the Blade Runners? The Blade Runners make you speedy boy. So you definitely want to run fast. So I need to make quartz, turn into silica, and then use the silica to make the Blade Runners. And I also want more inventory space because why would you never not want more inventory space? We can make shattering rebar that does extra damage. That can be a fun use of quartz. The crystal oscillator will let me get my first vehicle that I can go driving around and hurting myself, which will be excellent. Definitely want that. Still don't have bombs, and we can't see what's down there. And all of this is mostly waiting on steel and oil right now. Okay, you can jump higher with Blade Runners too? Gotcha, yeah. So they basically give you a lot more mobility. So they're really good, so I've been prioritizing that. I'm just going to make some reinforced plates. The other thing I want to do is I need to run around a little bit and get more hard drives, because if I get more hard drives, then I'm going to be able to sit there and use those hard drives to hopefully unlock myself some better reinforced iron plate blueprints, because literally I'm being bottlenecked by my tier 2 belts and all that, and that's one of the reasons that's not gotten fixed, is it is a major project to fix it, so I've been putting it off. And that isn't necessarily the best thing for me to do, but it is what is happening. And so we got to get that going. So that should be enough reinforced plates to do a little bit of work. So let's get back over to our quartz production, because I've at least got it set up where it's chucking all of the quartz into a box. It's not doing anything meaningful with it yet, but that is what it is. Ow. I also had a parachute I could have used instead of doing that. It'll take me a while to remember I have that parachute. Alright. And this is where we're getting our Caterium from right now. It's not really fully implemented yet. It's literally just making into wire. I'm going to have lots of stuff I'll do with that later, but right now I don't have those things, so... Oh. That's why I get a parachute for. What I okay, what I haven't figured out is the best way to put it away when I'm done with it. Alright. Okay. Okay, so that pole I need to not miss the jump. It's a little tricky to get back on there. Did you really? You dare? Nature is always in the way. Okay. And eventually I'll have a vehicle I can drive through here to make life way easier. That's... Oh, hey, hold up just a second. I could definitely get over there from here. Hello, yellow power slug. Okay. I'm surprised I didn't notice that on the way over. Cool. And so we're getting pretty close to the courts. But I am going to probably take a Tech 1 belt and run it the whole way. Oh, that's not great. That's fine. But yeah, I am going to definitely want to improve a lot of this. Okay, and I do apologize about the ad break happening here. I did snooze it when the first, like, we had blind raided us, and then just a couple minutes late, well, not a couple minutes, like 10, 15 minutes later, we had another raid. And so, like, I already used up a couple of the snoozes. What did you throw? So I'm just going to get myself over to the courts real fast, and I'm going to go to our way screen for just a moment, because I have to use the restroom. And so we're now all the way over here at the courts. I can just chill right here for a moment. And as you can see, courts is courtsin', as courts do. And with that, I'm going to be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. Don't you stay out of it, you over there. All right, so courts is courtsing. So I'll be back here in probably just a minute. So thank you again for so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again. Oh man, guard, don't do that. Why would you do that, guard? That is unacceptable behavior, guard. How dare you? How dare you, sir? That is not okay. Oh, man. That guard's gonna have to be fired. We could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. Like, are very not comfy. All right. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. All right, and I am back. So sorry about that. Just really had to use the restroom. Okay. So with that, where we're at now is I got my box of quartz. It's quartzing. And I could set up production over here, but the issue with that is if I set up production over here, it means I have to keep running back and forth here all the time. And I don't want to do that because I am what people refer to as really lazy. I work in software development, and if you've ever learned anything about software developers, it's we will put in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to save ourselves 5 minutes. We are the hardest working lazy people that you'll find. And as such, I want automation. Hey, stay out of it. Look, man, you don't need to die. I don't need to die. We can both... Ow, you hit really hard. Hang on, hold up. Give me a moment. Look, I don't want to have to shoot you full of rebar. It's a waste... Oh, come on. Okay, let's get over here. I want to put away my chainsaw for just a minute. Those 5 minutes multiply over and over again. In theory, yes. I cannot tell you the number of times I burned 50 to 100 hours setting something up that maybe someday I will do more than once. But the reality is I will never do it enough times to make up for the time invested. You could have lived, man. You could have lived. Instead, I'm gonna keep filling you with rebar. Yeah, there's definitely times I've dedicated time, and then at the end you go, you know, I'm gonna do this like twice a year. So even if literally I did it for the rest of my life, it would still not make up for that time. You're sysadmin? I mean, yeah. Well, that's actually, amusingly enough, that's what got me into software development in the beginning. Like, when I was a lot younger, I looked at software development, I'd be like, why would anyone ever want to do that? Like, why would you subject yourself to that? Like, I just didn't understand. And then I was an assistant network administrator, and our backup software was horrendously bad, and was a very manual process. Aha! I used my parachute to dodge. But our backup system was this manual process where you'd put in your tape, and you'd have to wait. Are you? Okay, I wasn't sure if it was actually dead or pretending. But you put in this tape, and you'd have to sit here for like 5-10 minutes. It was just enough that there was no point in going back to your desk because you just had to get right back up and go over again. But it was long enough to be annoying. And you'd have to do that till you got through every single tape in the carousel. And it was something like 24 tapes, or like, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was a lot of tapes. And I couldn't stand it. Because the whole thing is like, it shouldn't be this way. I should be able to sit there and be like, hey, I'm swapping the tapes. And, you know, you put in your first tape, and then you put in your second tape, and like, you know, push the button, put the tape, push the button. It should be just like that. Like, it wasn't writing to the tape or anything like that. It was just the manual process sucked. And I eventually found out it accepted, I think it was like VB script. And that was one of those things that that was the point where programmer went from these really annoying exercises I had to do in school to actually interesting and saving me time. And that was just a big win. And then, you know, then I followed the classic path of, okay, well, I'll just use some programming to do this, and then I'll use some programming to do this. And, you know, you start going from, like, just basic scripting to stuff that, you know, can take a little bit more input and all that, where you're like, okay, I can feed it these variables, and I'll do different things based on the variables. And I started writing these more involved script for, like, when someone at the company got let go, that I had a button that was the thing that would lock all their credentials on their computer and then, you know, log them out of their computer forcefully and all that. Like, you know, stuff I had to do as an admin and all that. And then, you know, getting more and more. And then eventually I got to, it was a separate job that I was running. I was coordinating the help desk, so title-wise it was a step down, but pay-wise it was a step up. And so then what I did from there is, our help desk system was just, it was a thing called Microsoft Access, which is not a help desk system. It's databases for learning how to database. Like, it is not designed to have multiple users. It's got lots of things it's not good at, because it's just not meant for large production. And there's nothing wrong with the product. It's literally Microsoft if you wanted to keep a small database for yourself, rather than like something more commercial, at which point, if you're looking for more commercial, you moved on to Microsoft SQL. And it was awful to deal with, and I got very frustrated with it. And so I wrote an entire help desk system from scratch. So no one should be using that system, because that was me learning everything about programming without having a clue doing so. And then, you know, just kept building up from there and doing more and more. Access is a great starting tool. It's like Excel, but more specified. Yeah, like Access is if you were said, okay, I need a database, so it's a little bit more than I could get away with in Excel, but I'm not ready to, you learn something like T-SQL or whatever to, you know, write a proper database kind of thing. So like I'm looking for something kind of in between. So Access is like a visual database solution or whatever. Most of the time it is used to teach people how to database. Like the theory, the fundamentals, all that, like what a read is, what a write is, that kind of thing. You know, how your table relations go together. You don't typically use Access for any real production purposes. It'd be kind of like if someone's teaching BASIC nowadays, that you wouldn't really make anything in production in BASIC anymore. It's very, very outdated from that perspective. But it is still a decent thing for using as a teaching tool. I probably still wouldn't use it for that either, as someone who has taught software development. But there's argument to be made there. Hi.
I have a handsome hug.
You're not allowed to lie on the internet. We've talked about this. I should have lifted that up, but that's okay. We're here now. And the reason I'm lifting these up is so I can drive vehicles underneath it and such. Okay. Captain Bucket says, you blame Access for your biggest pet peeve through using Excel spreadsheets as a database.
Thank you Bulldozier69 for subscribing for 2 months.
Thank you, Bulldozier69, for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month to use anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to use it here, and that does mean a heck of a lot, so I really do appreciate it. So thank you again so much for using that here. I hope you have been enjoying your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Yeah, so you blame Access for the biggest pet peeve, though, using Excel spreadsheets as a database. Access had a sheet look to the interface, but then many people bought Office products that didn't include Access, and they started using Excel. I can understand that and agree with that. I've run into more than once where I've run to an Excel spreadsheet that's very much a database when you really look at it. And certainly, if you're not looking for a production level that justifies actually using a database, like actually like properly setting up a database, there's justifications to be made to just pulling up Excel. It's good enough, quote unquote, because that's the same reason you'd use XS is I don't really need a commercial database. It's good enough. But that's also not great. You're not filling up the line anymore. Oh, right. Well, no, you're still not filling up the line. What's happened that you aren't keeping up anymore? Huh. I mean, both of those aren't backlogging, so unless I put another drill on there, that's not changing. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Like, if someone's like, hey, I'm trying to make an application, I'd like to base it off of XS, I'm going to tell them no. I'm going to tell them, like, let me save you a lot of pain. No. Like, this isn't trying to be, like, elitist. It's not a real database or anything. It's like, no, you are actively using a tool that is very poorly suited. You want to use SQL, MySQL, MS SQL, anything like that? Absolutely. You want to use, like, an in-memory database? Sure, but that one there's definitely going to be right and wrong choices depending on what you're trying to do and all that. Like, most of our databases, like, what's the right decision? And the answer is going to be depends. And if someone answers anything but it depends, they're being disingenuous with you, whether or not they realize it. There is no, this is the right answer. Well, what about this scenario? This is always the right answer. It's like, no, that's not true, man. There's scale and price and uptime and response time and so many things that go into those decisions. Alright, so my intention is to put all the court stuff up here. That's what I'm thinking, is going to put all the court stuff up there, and I'm going to do it the same way. People have bias, not super surprising. Oh yeah, and it is bad in tech. It is real bad in tech that you will have people get into incredibly heated arguments about programming language X is better than programming language Y. And I find that tends to be more of a junior to intermediate level developer thing. Not that there aren't, you know, senior developers who have those strong biases. But most of the people who have been in development for, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years have had to deal with enough different languages that they're like, look, man, what works, works. Now that said, you'll definitely have ones where it'll be like, no, this specific language I don't like. And fair enough. Fair enough to that. Alright, so I'm going to bring it in that we will make this the outside edge over here. And I'll put one conveyor there. And I'm doing that so I can slap you there. And get over here. Dude, oh gosh, use a proper data access library that can have almost any database. Oh yeah, that's well, that's one of the things. You'll have people complain like about different ways you have to code different types of database access and all that. And you kind of stare at them going, hang on, man, are you writing your own data layer to like just, not even data layer you do write your own. Are you like, are you writing how you talk to this well-known and established database and this well-known established technology where even your connection you're managing yourself? You can do that, certainly. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's kind of the same problem of like, hey, I want to develop a game. Let me start working on writing my own game engine. It's like, you can do that. Just know you're going to be spending most of your time working on your game engine and very little time actually working on your game. That is the decision you are making. I'm just going to chuck those in there for right now. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it is a decision you're making about how you want to allocate your time and resources. And certainly you can make something that is going to require a custom job enough that would justify you writing your own game engine. You are doing something unique enough to justify it. But most of the time when it comes to software development, I've had someone say, no, I'm doing something that's novel and unique enough that I've got to write this whole thing. I think in that entire time I've seen maybe twice that I'm like, no, you're right. You're doing something very atypical that the existing tooling is going to be more, you're going to be fighting it more than working with it. And one of those was the education use case, where you were having users write, basically, you're effectively doing remote injected code, but it's because people are learning, and compilers are really snotty about you trying to write code, like test code that doesn't compile. So you gotta do some really wacky things there. And it's like, no, you're right, I have never seen anything like it, and I understand why you are bypassing and circumventing and doing all sorts of stuff that under any other circumstance a developer would look at you and say, stop it. What you're doing is wrong. Stop it. I'm like, nah, you got a reason. Half the other times, like, man, you are setting up an e-commerce website. You don't need to be writing your own means of accessing database. Like, you're not Amazon. You're writing a thing to let someone put an image and print it onto something. This is a very solved problem. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, this is a super solved problem. It has been done 1,000 times before you, and it'll be done 1,000 times after you, and all of you can use the exact same tools to do it. And sure, maybe if you wrote your own thing, you can make it a little faster or whatever, but the sheer amount of effort you're going to put into it to do that is never going to pay for itself. But you do have a lot of companies who, for whatever reason, they're like, no, literally everything needs to be made in-house. And don't get me wrong, there is risk to being beholden to third parties. I will acknowledge that. But at the same time, usually it's not as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. Okay, so I need to get over here for more metal plates, and I also need to get over here to bring power over. And eventually I'm going to put walls up on these towers to make them actually look like towers. It's just that's very expensive in raw materials, and I also want to get what's called the Awesome Shop, or the Awesome Sink, which then has the Fix-It Shop, because then I can use the Fix-It Shop to buy, like, walls with windows and all that sort of stuff, so as we're using that, instead of being stuck in this big orange box, we can, make it so you can look out and see the wonderful industrial wasteland we are creating. It'll be great. The world is just not the same if it's not an industrial wasteland. Okay. So let's go over here to our stilts. I think that's lined up. And I'm doing that way I can run underneath it. All right. And then we can go here. And I need to put a splitter here. And finally we can go... And eventually all of this is going to have the conveyors upgraded. None of this is going to be adequate. So, this one will be the quartz crystals. So we'll start smashing those. And then we'll go over to this one, and it's going to be the, I think it was silica? Yeah, silica. We're going to start smashing those. You're all connected there, you're all connected there. I'm going to need to go to organization and put some storage for both of these. I mean, normally I want to have more... Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a problem. It's going to be a bit too cozy. Eventually I'm going to have to change that. For right now, I'm just going to deal. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I want to have enough space between this container and production so that I can, go and, you know, if I have to go and merge a bunch of belts, and I could do that and whatnot. Let's see. You never made it this far in the game. You tried to do it with friends that you played with before, and they were adamant about where things were and being built due to knowing where the nodes were. Oh yeah, no, even... So I've done time where I played games like Factorio where I got a little bit on the min-maxy side. But usually that was always, I would make a drill setup that I'm like, I'm very happy with this drill setup. And then I would just stamp it down again and again, even if, like, in this particular concept, in this particular situation it wasn't as good. I would still just stamp it down and use it. But honestly, as I got more and more into Factorio over the years, I got to the point that literally didn't care about efficiency at all. Alright, so let's see. So, yeah, so the crystal is on its way. I can see it right down there. So we're getting this all built just in time for the crystal to arrive. And then once it starts building these machines, we should be good to go. I need to also check on how my power is doing. Because with this, I'll be able to get my blade runners and all that. Alright, so our maximum power utilization is about 382, and our power production is about 615. So we still have lots of room to grow. The one big downside is it's using a lot of biomass burners, which are a manual thing. And eventually it's a thing that you can only scale so far before you start hitting limitations. Also, similar to software, some people want you to play one way, and it's not about that. It's about having the most fun. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. There is a very real problem in software development of over-engineering, and it happens a lot. Like, I'm a fan of setting up, like, dependency injection and properly setting up your unit test, and that can be kind of the 2-ton hammer way of solving things. But if you are building an application you expect to become very large, setting things up for proper unit testing is very important. If you don't want to rip your hair out trying to test things later. But then you'll have something like, oh, I just need a console application that's going to read this file, this text file, and then spit out a different text file for whatever other thing to consume. And you'll have someone start setting up, like, dependency injection and all that. I'm like, alright, hang on, man. Like, don't get me wrong, I like test-driven development. I like these things. This ain't it. This is not appropriate application for that. Man. Okay. So we got the quartz set up. Now we're just basically waiting for it to do its thing. So I don't need to worry about the quartz. I think the next move is going to be starting to get our steel set up. Let's also go here. So you already got that topped off. This is going to be our frames, which is probably getting close. That's not even anywhere near close to full. Okay, yeah, it's also choking on reinforced plates. Alright. I can... So the thing I'm juggling right now is I can get the basics for steel set up. And even if the productivity is god-awful, if it's more than 0, it is a very slow progression towards getting things done. But right now, my iron production is lagging horrifically. I need to scale that up more. But for scaling it up more, if I get the steel production set up, I can get the tier 2 mining drills and all that. And with the tier 2 mining drills, then that just, like, I literally will just stamp them in place of where I got my tier 1s, and I've just scaled up. And it's the same with the tier 3 conveyor belts. I've just instantly scaled up. And so the thing I keep bouncing back and forth with is I want to get the steel set up so I can be lazy about upgrading my iron, because otherwise I upgrade my iron once, and then I turn around and I unlock steel, and then I immediately need to redo my upgrading of my iron a second time. And I'm trying to avoid that. So give me that. And where else was I using the reinforced plates? Was it really just there? No, it's here as well. Okay. So I've grabbed those. Let's get steel set up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to where our coal mine is already set up. Why do I keep... This is just a trained habit at this point, because what I can do now is just go, whee! And just glide all the way over here. Because our steel production's like over... Or, sorry, our coal power is over there somewhere-ish. Like, yeah, you can see those the power poles up there lighting the path. That's a cliffside path I made that goes to my coal power. So the plan is to go over to that coal power. I'm trying to get that. Let's see, for your initial reset up, you have coal, and you try to set up MK2 miners in mind, but with extra buildings. Yeah, so I don't sit down and do the calculations like I used to. I used to do that back in the days of Factorio. I'd go, okay, this building produces 60 units, and that consumes 30 units. Okay, so I need 2 of the second building, 1 of the first. And I would do that stuff. Other than, like, water in this game, I tend to have to do that. But outside of the water, I tend to just be like, hey, I'm short on this. Smash down 2 more. Good, now I'm not short on it. Oh, this belt is saturated? Okay, I can split this one off. I tend to be a lot more just shove it together. So this is the coal line. Who wants to die? Cool. So yeah, this is the coal line I had started to run to support this as well. And so my plan is to go over here. There was more coal in this area. Find the coal that's over in this area. That isn't the ones I'm already exploiting. There we go. So find this coal, and we're going to use that coal for our steel production. Yeah, and that's the thing I learned with Factorio, is I could hyper-optimize everything, but it ultimately almost never mattered, because all I would do is turn around later and be like, oh, I need more of this now, and I could easily just circle back. I feel like this is the one we've already looted. I'm pretty sure we've already looted this one. But I could just circle back. I'm 90% we've already looted this one. But I could just circle back later and, you know, just shove more on it, and I don't have to think about, hey, I'll take some free encased industrial beams. Maybe this isn't the one I looted. Because I doubt I'd miss all that. Unless I went... I bet you I just took the cable... that's not how I expected that to work. Okay. Repairs? Okay, so that one I can't do much about. I need steel and not the steel I picked up. But the good news is I did find some high-value things. So let's be smart. And let's zoom in here real fast. I'm going to put an icon right there to let myself know that there is one of those things right here. But unfortunately, I need the industrial beams, which is steel, which is what we're actively working on. Okay. Let's see, untangling spaghetti sucks, but it does look cool all noodled. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, the way I first set up the factories in this is I would just literally just on the ground be like, okay, there's a copper line, there's a this line, there's a that line, whatever. Just keep expanding on it. And then from there, stop running, you'll just die tired. But, what I do then is, like, when I have to scale something up, it's like, okay, but in producing iron ingots, oh, I just don't have enough iron ingots. I realized I didn't bring any mining stuff with me. That's fine, we can make it here. What I do then is go, okay, I need more iron ingots, and then I grab and, like, make a dedicated iron ingots place. And then, you know, go on to the next one, go on to the next one, you get the idea. Nothing wrong with aspiring to the spaghetti vortex. Okay, so here is where we've got the coal. Let's do a quick check to see where the iron is nearby. I'm not going to run to it, I just want to find what, like, direction it is, to get an idea of what direction I want to point my mining stuff. It's... Okay, so I've got multiple in that direction. Yes, I've got two... I don't want to necessarily go even farther away. Now, granted, it could be that I set up my steel production over here and then move the iron here. That's probably what we'll do. We'll probably set these up to be where our steel production is taking place. And then go from there. So for right now, we're just going to honestly face these towards each other. I'm just going to smack them together with a merger and put them on a tier 2 belt and get all that. So that's where these are going to be. And for the moment, I am planning on just making the steel ingots here. Not the entire, we're going to make the cased beams and all that. I'm going to have too many other things I need. And all this will probably have to move eventually. I'm just trying to get the very basic setup. Okay, so I've got the coal, will be going here. Production, foundry. Cool, and thankfully I do have the materials on me I need for the next step. Alright, we'll start with one, because I have no idea what the capacities and all these are. Steel ingots, so yeah, so I need coal and iron ore. So not iron ingots, iron ore. Alright, so from here, I'm going to go here to having a tier 2 belt. That's facing the wrong way. A tier 2 belt that goes like that. And then we'll go here. And a tier 2 belt that goes like this. All right. Trying to think how I want to do this is what's happening right now. So you can put this down. And put this down. Now we can put a merger on it. Get rid of the spare spot here. And these could be tier 1 belts for right now. Cool, and I'll take care of one of those 2 paths. And we can go ahead and just set up a place where I can hook everything up, and then we'll run the power back home. Okay, so coal should the other coal should be over here somewhere. And if we take this to the other existing power line, I don't have to go back that far. I've also been trying to run... Yeah, there we go. So there's my other coal drills over there. So if I just run it across these dunes, we'll be good. I'm also trying to hop in case I see stuff in between the dunes. Yeah, I can hop over to this dune, and I should be able to probably cable this in down there. And once I've done that, we can go to our iron nodes that are farther up. I could set up 2 more drills on that. Oh, you're too long. I can set up 2 more drills on that. And that should get us to have just the steel ingot production. And then, like I said, my intention is to take the steel ingot production and just send the steel ingots the whole way back to base and make another tower in one of the other directions for all the steel things. Because I'll need to make the industrial steel, I think it's a corrugated steel, and all that for a bunch of what we need. And by the time we get back, I should have enough quartz stuff to make my blade runners. And I'll probably have enough quartz to start messing with some other things. Because I think I'm going to prioritize having any production over meaningful production. Alright, so it looks like I got another snail up there. We should get onto that arch and run across and grab that in a minute. Yeah, because that's all hooked up. And just when I get everything wired up, let's just slap down a container as a buffer. Go ahead and just slap a 3 in there. Okay. Alright, so let's run, grab the power slug that's up there, because those are valuable and they're limited, so anytime we see one I can get them pretty easily, let's do it. And besides that, I can ping where the nearest... There's probably another one down there in that rock formation below me. Okay, just taking a quick look around. So we've got the one shipping container over there. I'm not seeing ours. That's looking kind of edge of map over there to me. Yeah, that's definitely edge of map. So where is the iron, though? Because we did see some iron nodes. Yeah, so the iron nodes I'm probably looking at is, let's look at these ones over here, because they're way out of the way, versus that's an easier one to run back to base if I need to. Only 400? Yeah, we'll check this out. Ooh, you a big one. Okay, there's nothing under that one. Nothing under you. Alright, I guess there's just nothing there. I was kind of figuring there'd be a power slug underneath there. It could be that there's going to be something on top of it. It could be under that spot up there. Look, I don't need to kill you. You can get to live. Alright, you made your choice. So we got some stuff over there. And nothing on top of that either. There's got to be a tunnel here. I heard, Ah, you're a cave. Okay. Okay. So I wasn't looking for like a whole war, but there's a cave, because I could hear the little shimmery sound from when you have one of those Mercer things nearby. I'm not sure I could fit through this though, which is curious. There's not a big enough space there, but very clearly that is a cave down there. That might be to like give you a hint that's saying, hey, there's a cave down here, but the entrance is far away. We do have a yellow snail up ahead, which is usually well protected. Yeah, you can hear it. It's below the ground there somewhere. It's not that, because it can't blow that up. Yeah, so there's probably a full-blown cave system down there I'll have to find my way into. Oh, right. Is sliding narrower than, like, is the area you slide shorter than the area you crouch? We can test it. Okay, but let's still... We can set up our iron veins and then go from there, because that's what we're up here for, is get that steel on. Once I've got the steel at least producing at all, then we can start going, okay, what other exciting things can I find? Another big guy up here. Ah, there's a cave right there. That's going to be a cave down and stuff. Okay, so we've got... Actually, there's like a whole sinkhole over here. Interesting. I think we got like a whole cave network down there. Okay, so unfortunately these are not the most convenient for dealing with each other. But that's okay. So what we can go ahead and do is I need to build the equipment thing again. Make 2 portable miners. And we go to production, miner mark 1. Oh, radiation. Okay, so it might be that this is a cave that's going to have, like, what is it, uranium or whatever in here. I think that's my my drills over there. And unfortunately, I do think this is gonna be one of those cases where I'm gonna need a lot of reinforced plates, because I don't want to tether 2 of these over if I don't have to. For right now, we're just gonna do it this way, and I'm just gonna make it a tier 1 the whole way there, knowing full well I am going to have to upgrade it. Let's first go and check exactly what direction that coal is. I think it's that way. That's a different coal. Yeah, so it's just over there. Alright, so let's get you going. And this is all gonna have to be replaced with tier 2 and tier 3 eventually. Because I did see it looked like there was another whole extra iron node over there. That's fine. That means it'll probably be a good place for steel production. Okay. Why not build power with it? I mean, I'm going to build power as well. Oh, we're out of that. What do you mean, why not build power with it? Because I need both of these. It needs both power and conveyor to bring it back. Or do you mean the uranium? Because I can't handle uranium yet. I don't have any way of protecting myself against radiation. Just like run poles while running the conveyor? I mean, or do you have it wrong? Well, I mean, the conveyors and the power poles are two separate entities. Like, I'm going to have to run both across. My intention was to get the conveyor over there, then I can just follow the conveyor back and then do the next one. It's fine either way. Like, I don't think there's a wrong answer to it. In this case, though, I ran out of iron plates to get the conveyors there anyway, so I can get these going, and at least that'll be iron on its way. Okay, so I'll just have to run home, grab a lot more plates, and then once we have that, I can get the conveyors over here. Oh, it's too long. There we go. Alright. So now I need to go back. Let's see. How does this game compare to Factorio in terms of construction sim? They're both automation factory style games, but where Factorio, you can basically endlessly grow and expand and grow and expand and grow and expand and grow and expand outward because the map is infinite. And you do have in Factorio that your ore runs out an area, so you'd rip down all of your mining operation in one place and then set up in the next place. These ones, the ore nodes are infinite in the sense that they never run out, but they do have an effective, like, how fast they can grow and all that, or how fast they can produce ore and all that. So it is just kind of one of those things that you've got that. But where Factorio exploration is kind of meaningless. Like, you look for the next resource, once you've exploited it, there's no reason to care about that area anymore. In Satisfactory, on the other hand, exploration is a very huge mechanic of the game. It is a handmade map. They've hidden valuable resources all over the place. So I bounced off a space giraffe tick. That is the official name it showed. So in this game, you actually do have a bunch of that to deal with. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to get rid of this tree for a while now. So, hey tree. I've had it with you getting in the way. There we go. But, for both of them being factory automation games, I actually feel like they aren't good to compare against each other because they're so different from each other that, you know, other than the factory must grow being kind of the same, there's just too much different about how they play, like first person versus top down. You know, Factorio has a very heavy combat component to it. Satisfactory, you can literally just... You can put the enemies to passive where they won't even defend themselves. You can put it where they'll only, you know, they won't aggress, but they will defend. You can go and have them where I have them where they will attack you, but they never attack your stuff. Like, your buildings are pretty much impervious to damage from that regard. So they're just very different games. Factorio, you manufacture science to advance your game. This one, you find rare materials to advance certain things. Other things, you have to, you know, produce a quantity of just various changing things to unlock the next tier. So there's just a lot of difference. Factorio, you have like inserters and all those kind of stuff to work with. These, you just kind of ram the conveyor belt into the side of the building, and that's how that works. Okay, so I need more plates. I'm excited to unlock the universal storage where I can shove stuff in and use it for construction materials literally anywhere on the map. I think it's anywhere on the map. If not anywhere, having a really good range. Regardless, that still sounds amazing. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll need the silica and the crushed stuff. Is it impressive how such a small team and such a huge scope in the game? Yeah. Well, that's, honestly, that's true of both Factorio and Satisfactory. Both of them don't exactly have giant teams working for them and have them done so much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, both of them done incredible amounts, considering neither one is sitting on a team of, you know, hundreds of people or anything like that. That said, both games have taken a very long time to produce, but that's still fine. Okay, so I can actually take the quartz out of that box now. We can drop you in here. I'll drop you in there, and you in there. Alright, give me just a second to what top. Oh, never mind. I don't have another bottle handy. I was gonna top off my drink, but that's okay. I got another drink right here just for whenever it's out. Is it still gonna be limited by the number of slots, and the storage thing? Let's see, but it's gotta beat outfit, project trains. Take remote locations. I haven't done enough with the trains yet. And I've heard the trains are actually pretty good, but it is just one of those things. Oh, I can toss the wood in here for now. Like, later on, I want to drop all that in there. So the encased steel I'm going to be using very soon, so I will keep it in my pocket. We can go ahead and do this where we can change these into shards. So maybe we'll do both, even more resources at remote locations. Yeah, no, I usually will always keep a buffer container over there. Because even if you're going to do the train, it's good to have, like, a buffer container while you're waiting for the train to show up. Alright. So we can get our blade runners.
Blade runners unlocked. Equipped to run faster, jump with greater force, and decrease fall damage that might otherwise have lowered your value to fix it.
And blade runners. And now we faced. Let's see, trains will have you hate life for a few hours, maybe, but after that, they're great. Well, it's probably like Factorio's trains, where the first time you unlock Factorio's trains and you're just trying to figure them out, they can be very frustrating to deal with. But then once you get them, like, programmed and set up correctly, the things you can do with trains are just too ridiculous to give up. I was checking, because I remember we needed the encased ones for something. And I don't remember what it was. And I don't have a hard drive yet. The mycelium we don't need for anything yet. That one I actually could get. I shouldn't use that many rotors. I really want to, though, because that many rotors would do a lot of good stuff. Okay, so I need to grab more of the rebar. We can do this for our equipment slot.
Pocket dimension now extra dimensionalized with additional dimensional capacity.
That wasn't an equipment slot, that was that. That was the quartz. Alright. So, I need to unlock this, and I'm gonna need the other stuff there. I'm gonna need more of the rebar. Okay. Because I'm gonna unlock a whole bunch of things. The thing you wish with the Satisfactory trains was that they had a way to implement sidings. Let me see. But I think that I may have a way to make that work. You're gonna try it in your own playthrough. Gotcha. Like, do you mean sidings to, like, grab onto and ride the train where it goes? Or, like, having a platform along the train where you can, like, have like, a walking area. Then grab those, because that'll be some more progress there. I've got tons of rotors at this point. I've been stockpiling them. Okay. Let's grab a stack of those as well. Oh, wait. The rebar. Because we'll unlock it. At some point, I probably should make the better rebar ammo. And this is one of those cases, the rebar ammo here. This is one of the few places where I don't see a reason to, like, on a floor to have one thing making tons of rebar. More than likely what I'll do is I'll have one that makes the rebar, one that makes, like, the electric rebar, one that makes the whatever rebar. You know, different ammo types or whatever. But the siding are where they double the track for a distance so that one train can get out of the way of another. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I understand. So you have a train going this way, and if you have a train trying to go the other way, it can pull off, this one passes, and then it goes back onto the original track. Okay, so with the quartz, we can get this done.
Research completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
Alright, well we can't make the motors yet, but when we can, being able to scan for hard drives is huge.
Shatter rebar unlocked. These quartz-infused rebars fracture when fired, launching deadly debris in a wide spread. Fix-It does not condone the use of such violent methods, so make sure there are no witnesses.
No problem, Fix-It. I will assure there are no witnesses. As requested, we will make sure the witness count is as low as possible. Excellent. Alright, we can drop some of those off here. We can drop some of those off here. Cool. So Crystal's doing its thing. We've got that. Alright, so. Unfortunately, I have yet more need for reinforced plate. I did grab a bunch of this stuff. Yeah. Going ready to, like, throw bits of shattered crystal into something. Everyone look away for a couple of minutes. It's gonna get ugly. Excellent. Okay, so... Right, so the thing I'm going to need to do is we still need to fix the stuff we've got. But now that I've got the running boots, honestly using the zip line won't be that much faster for me, because it has to kind of route around versus I can just kind of run straight in the direction I need to go. Oh yeah, I forgot we could do this here in just a second. We can go, wee! Oh, that's the wrong button. It doesn't really work well uphill, but... you start learning that you can go a little bit faster. By just doing that. It's just you can kind of go along the hills, but you can't go straight up and down them. Hey, I'm gonna need you to, Are you gonna just keep running? You know, I'll take the slug if you just want to leave me alone. Okay. And where we saw the cave down below is over there. I definitely want to check that out, but let's hook all of this up first. And the only reason I'm saying that is that's the kind of cave entrance where you can go down into it, and then you can't get back out. Because I'm going to slide down if I'm allowed to slide down, and that'll be that. I'm pretty sure there's just a network of caves underneath the sand that we can go ahead. Alright, so we've got all the wiring hooked up. I needed to grab more rods, but we're already here, so we'll just keep running this, and I'll just have to go get more rods in a minute. I might actually be able to make it the whole way there without getting the extra rods. Not super happy with that. Okay. Do the exact same thing, but a little bit more over here. So it could sneak on over the top. I'm gonna have enough. Cool. Alright. So with that, we've got all that hooked up. So now the thing we do is we go here to production, or the logistics, we put our splitters in. So one splitter on the coal line. And one up here. Yeah, I'll have to upgrade all this. Okay, so with all that, once the ore arrives, we should have steel production online. And for right now, the ingots are just going to get hucked into a box, which isn't the greatest thing. I don't think I have remotely enough... Well, actually, I probably do have enough. But no, I don't have enough rods. If I had enough rods, I probably had enough to get that back. But, we'll do that. What I am going to do is I'm going to see if we can't check out what this cave system is down here. Because it was very clear that there's a cave system down there. And I'm curious what interesting materials we might have down there. I don't expect to be able to do that much with it yet. But, I'm guessing there's going to be uranium and maybe SAM down there. Uranium I can't do anything with. Anything radioactive when you get close just starts hurting you. And if you ever make the mistake of putting uranium in your pocket, when you don't have protection to radiation, it becomes nearly impossible to manage. Okay. So I need explosives. So there's a cave system down there, but I can't go through the wall without an explosive. That's not surprising. I'm guessing... So it's either there's uranium down there and I'm getting damaged through the ground, or there's a uranium node right around here that I'm able to get close enough to get hurt. I'm thinking there's a uranium spot below the ground over there. Okay, yeah, so that cave system down below, that's what I have to have explosives to get into. We're not actually that far from explosives either. But yeah, so there's uranium down there. Okay, that's fine. So we are physically producing steel now. The next step I need to do is just get the steel home. And then once I get the steel home, I can start making the encasings and the, I always forget the second one, like the reinforced or Curigate or whatever. We can test the thing about sliding. That's still not the right button.
Temple hums a resident song. Play for us.
Okay. I went out, but I can't see anything. Where? There we go. And I hear that there's another one. I really dislike that I'm sliding into places I can't see one after the other. Seems like a good way to get yourself in trouble. Okay, so that was just... There we go. Okay, cool. So we should be able to just climb up here somewhere. Yeah, so it looks like my thing here is I'm supposed to go up here now. And just trust that this works out. Okay, so that took me to the oasis where we found the yellow slug. Alright, I mean, we got a Mercer, whatever it is. I think eventually those are going to be very valuable materials later. Don't you just love spiders? They're fine. Ooh. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. I thought I saw... No, actually, there is a shipwreck there. Can I sneak up to that with those poison things nearby? Oh, look. I really don't want to have to build a platform just for it, but I will. Hey, I'm doing a thing at the moment. Okay. But there is a container over there by these poison things. I'm hoping I can just sneak up to it. So you need power. That's actually probably pretty doable. Do I have enough for a bunch of telephone poles? Yeah. So what we can do is that's over there in that oasis. Actually, let's just start going from it because we know we've got a power line run over there. Because this is gonna be those things where I'm gonna set up a power line. Oh, there's another. Okay, there's a lot of goodies over here. Let's get some power over here. Because I can hook that up, open the box, and once I've opened the box, I can kill the power. Yeah, because you're right over there. All right. Okay, so now I should be able to open that box real fast. Get the hard drive out of it. And then honestly, I might just leave those poles up just the way they are. For later. We'll see. I mean, it could take them down. It doesn't really matter one way or the other. The materials for them is relatively inexpensive. But I also did see that we had stuff over to the side. It's a matter of if I can get to that Mercer. Yeah, no, I should be able to get to it. It's got more of the rammy guys on them, the hogs, whatever they're called. Can I get close enough?
Damaged hard drive recovered. Return it to the MAM where it will receive the best recovery and rehabilitation care available.
I do see there's no one over there, but I don't want to deal with those bees right now. And we can go ahead and grab that. Okay. But yeah, so that's one of those things, is just the time taking the Explorer, like finding all these materials and all that. Later on, our scanner will be able to detect half of this. And so anytime like, oh, I'm a little bit shy on slugs or whatever. Oh, okay. Sure. But anytime I'm like shy on slugs or whatever, we'll be able to just run over here. I changed my mind about leaving the wire up. Because I'm going to follow it along thinking it's going to something important. And then it won't. And I think it will still take the 70 some odd watts, megawatts, even when, you know, that container's not doing anything. And then plus, because we found those stack of rods, I'm actually doing pretty good for being able to run conveyor towards the place. I don't think we'll have enough to get all the way back. But I might be able to start moving the steel back. It'll be on a tier 1 conveyor, which is not really adequate for what I need. But for the time being, we'll be okay. We'll definitely want a better solution later. All right. But then with this, I'll be able to get the stuff like the industrial steel bars and the encased steel bars and all that kind of stuff all sorted out. And then with that, we'll be able to get a lot more tech happening. Because you've noticed how you haven't had any tech queued up for a while. That's basically what it's been about. Is there hasn't really been much benefit in me lining anything else up, because everything else is depending on steel. I don't want to deal with you. I'll kill you if you make me. But I'd really like to just keep working on what I'm working on. Alright! You just had to not bother me. We could have been bygones be bygones. Instead, I'm gonna turn you into fuel and throw you in my factory. Alright. Now I have to decide where I'm going to put the steel production. Because over there, that platform there is intended on being copper. I could honestly just make it steel. And it wouldn't be... You know, honestly, that's probably not that bad of an idea. To just make the platform I intended to make copper and just make it my steel platform. Because I did put it over, like, 2 copper nodes that I'm already exploiting or whatever. But, I mean, I have so many of those. Being positioned towards 2 nodes isn't really relevant in any meaningful capacity. And I just have not been using enough copper to matter yet. We'll get to that later. Like, later on, copper is going to be a huge pain for us. As I haven't thought about it, but so long as you don't build power stuff next to fauna spawn locations, the animal protein is renewable biomass source. Yeah, it's not efficient, but yeah, you're right, it is renewable. Okay, so this time, instead of like we did last time... Oh, right, so this is the center column here. And then the intention would be to go left and right from this spot. So let's try to make this platform a little bit bigger, because our steel production is going to be obnoxious in size eventually. Well, two more rows. And then this is where the lineup is. So I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, I want... a conveyor there. That'll do. Okay, so that's steel belt all the way over. And let's go ahead and get our power poles set up, so I'll need one up here. I'll put one down here. And tether it on into the power grid. Alright. Okay, so the steel will come in at that point. And then what we could do is the same thing we've been doing. One side will be one thing, one side will be the other stuff. We'll build up floors as we go up. That whole jazz. So I probably need more of this. Because steel, I remember steel being one of those things I didn't expect to scale nearly as much as I had to. But then I did have to scale it a lot. So we've cannibalized what was going to be our copper, and now it's instead going to be our steel location. And that'll be fine. Okay. Scan the hard drive. We can drop all of that in there. We can drop you in here. We can drop those in here. The rest is all fine there. We'll make the power slugs into the power shards so they stack better. I still have the smart plates. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves some more of the regular plates because I'm out of those. Let's grab some more of the iron rods because I'm low on those. Oh, that's not moving. I like the sound of that. I mean, that's actually potentially a problem now I think about it. But all things considered, that's not too bad. We got a stack of those, stack of those. Our reinforced plates are still clearly not keeping up. Grab ourselves some more smart plates. I'm gonna steal just the reinforced plates from that. I'll do the same up here, so I'm gonna grab some more reinforced plates here and some more rebar. Okay. And honestly, start carrying 2 stacks. Alright, so I need to pop down here real fast. And check out our storage. Okay, I also have berries on me, so I can get rid of those again. So drop off the berries. We can drop off the stuff there. Let's go ahead and do the stuff for the... the hub. Because they have vehicular transportation. So that I can just do now. Because I've got a stack of 100 rotors. I've got the frames. I can restack the frames. I can go grab some plates and some more cable and we'll have that. So at least that means I'll have like the whole next tier of tech just done. Even though I'm probably not going to use those trucks. Maybe they're better now, but I remember trying to use those trucks to ship stuff back and forth. It was just they're kind of unreliable. And if they're anything other than super duper reliable, they're basically useless. Oh. We can go and drop off the smart plates while I'm down here. Alright, we are almost up to 1,000 smart plates, and once I get 1,000 smart plates, I'll turn the thing off for smart plates entirely. And more than likely I'll cannibalize that and repurpose it for the versatile frames. I know some of those things come and go at different tiers. I mean, I'll probably just turn it off. Probably leave it in place, but just turn it off and let it sit there. Alright. Let's see, they are traveling smithies that use gold. Yeah. They're helpful. I'm just gonna grab all of them. I just don't see myself using them that much. Okay, so let's hop down here. And...
Milestone reached. Tractors permit pioneers to move around the world in a manner similar to using legs, except with wheels and the rampant consumption of natural resources. They can also be automated to self-drive and deliver resources between truck stations, which in turn facilitate automation of loading, unloading, and refueling.
Yeah, and I just found them to be unreliable. Like I said, maybe they've changed. Okay, so we could potentially get our Conveyor 3. That's one giant thing we need. As well as the Miner Mark II. Both of those are going to be huge, huge things. Expanded power infrastructure, that can be a nice thing. The hypertubes are a nice thing. But for right now, I do think it's between these two. So that's going to give me access to the encased industrial beam. Let's see, they have quantum functionality. They operate differently when observed. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to select... Alright, so that's going to require smart plates. Either way. So we're going to go ahead and choose that. That's not ready to do anything with, but we do have that queued up. So from here, let's get back over to our steel area and start getting that finished being wired up, because I ran out of plates and we just grabbed more. Yeah. No, it's one of those things that, like I said, I would have it where they'd take this nice open path, and I would find it, like, stuck on something later, and it's just like, but why? Even if you, like, mapped it to go, like, super easy, you'd find it, like, way off its route, and just be like, but why are you over there? Like, what's going on? And it was just one of those things that, like I said, I couldn't count on them, was the issue. Alright, so let's go here. Organization, storage container. So that'll be the storage container, we'll do that. Best thing is when they collide and then one just flies off in the distance. I didn't have that problem, but yeah, that would surprise me. Okay. Let's see, if you had a complete success running trucks on roads and none on the game's own terrain. Gotcha. So, like, if I built a flat platform running all the way from, like, one ore node to the other and just said, hey, truck, do a lap. But the moment you put on, like, actual terrain, it just doesn't work. Yeah, that would align with pretty much what I ran into. Okay, so I think I need a constructor from here. Oh, and I actually made this larger than I needed to. So actually... There we go. Oh, I didn't know I could just tap right-click. I thought I had to hold it. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. That's useful information. Okay, so let's see here. For the steel beams, both these steel beams and steel pipes, I just need steel, so there's the steel beam side. Cool. I'm literally just going to go logistics and slap a splitter right here without having to go anywhere else. And we can go over here. And we'll add another splitter right there. Because this is one I know I'm going to have to scale up. Yeah, so I've got you set up. We already ran power to the floor. So we can go ahead and we'll pop another one of these down here. And run one of these to be in this area. Oh, you're not lined up. 1 second. Okay, so that's steel beams being produced here. The steel is on its way. It just hasn't quite arrived yet. We are not going to have enough reinforced plates to finish this area, but that's fine. So the same kind of thing, I want to have one space from the middle is where this exits, so that we should have enough room if I need to, like, move stuff around. I'm going to have to relocate it. I'm just trying to get spacing. And that's already got the right spacing, so production, constructor. We will drop it there. It does look like it actually is lined up correctly. And then you're going to do the steel pipe. Alright, for right now, you're going to be a Mark 1 belt. And we'll add another splitter. Because then I'm going to have to go through and fix a lot of this. And we can put a power cable over here, just like we did the other side. Slap that into that. Okay, so now we are producing steel pipe and steel girders or whatever they are, steel bars. Not at a meaningful capacity, but not at a no capacity, which is a big thing. We did unlock the hard drive, so we can go check to see what our patterns are we're going to get from that. And, like, now it's time that I just have to, you know, accept the fact I need to be working on getting my reinforced plates increase in productivity. I don't have a lot else I could put it off for. That's just what needs to happen. Okay. So we have the steel pipe that is a mix of concrete and steel, and we have the iron plates that is a steel ingot and an iron ingot. I'm gonna re-roll these. We have a steel frame. That looks terrible. We can also now make biocoal, which is interesting. I hate both of these. Alright, well, I'm gonna go with the biocoal. Because with biocoal, that literally gives me the options to start shutting a bunch of this down and all that. But so you follow along with a YouTuber, what Darren plays? He shared some really good road blueprints and depot blueprints. Yeah. Yeah, as well as things I can go with that. So the quartz, I needed the oscillator things, and I think the oscillator things, I was also dealing with the reinforced plates. If I get the 10 oscillator reinforced plates, I can make the Explorer. How am I doing on the other materials? We're good on steel plates. You can be combined. Yeah, so I need the reinforced. Everything is on the reinforced now. So let's see what's happening. So these aren't hitting capacity. They're actually running at about 50% capacity, and I believe it's the screws. It is 100% the screws that I'm going to need a dedicated line of screws per side, like per each of those, until I get a Tech 3 belt. So it's the throughput on the conveyor belt incapable of delivering the screws at speed that's the problem. The screw production is fine. I'm getting plenty of screws produced. The belts aren't fast enough to shove the screws into the machine fast enough. Oh, that was too far. Because genuinely I'm getting pretty close to these smart plates being able to shut off smart plate production, which should cut my consumption of reinforced plates down a lot. Okay, we'll just leave it. Alright, so that means I've got to fix the screws, which is always and forever. It seems like there's a large gap between tiers 2 and 3. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the stage of the game, and pretty much all of these kinds of games hit it, where you are going from implementing things for the first time to I need to just scale up. It's the first time you have to do like some serious scaling up. Alright, so the other problem I'm going to run into with this now is I don't have nearly enough reinforced plates to run the belts. Are you getting ingots enough to support this? We are. Do I think... No, those are stopping quite a bit. I might actually be able to get away with not needing a complete additional line of ingots. I'm going to try. I'm not super expecting it to work out well. But, I mean... The worst case is we run this here, and then later on it becomes an issue. Actually... Because I'm pretty sure we're hitting limits to the capacity of what those belts can deliver. The good news though is if I do hit capacity and our steel production is online, that'll still work okay. Wait, what? Hang on. That's not right. Don't mind me, I'm just building the wrong things. I was like, wait a second, these aren't the recipes I'm looking for. Constructors. That's what I need here. Which means all that lining up I just did, totally all wrong. Okay, so let's go here to there. Add the splitters now. Okay, so you've hit the limit of what I can do with... Okay, so now, so we have the alternate cast screws, which are the ones that use the iron ingots. It's probably going to be a thing that eventually I'll also make the steel screws, but that's fine. Meanwhile, we have hit the capacity of what that belt can handle. So that is going to be an issue, because this will have to be a Tech 2 belt we put on the other side. That said, what I can do in the interim is try and get this over here. So let's go ahead and get the foundations moved across. Because what I'm going to do here is honestly, you know what? This is probably a terrible idea. Yeah, so what I'll probably want to do... Oh, that isn't straight. That's up to setting deeply. What I'm going to do is run this straight across. That's going to be a thing because it's going to be in the way. Versus what I probably should do at this stage is make it go over. But I'm already planning on moving those ramps at some point once they start getting the tubes and all that. So I'm just going to get this over here for now. Okay, so new plan with how this is working. So we've got that splitter. So what needs to happen here is you're going away. And that can stay just the way it is. You're going away. And honestly, you're going away. Wait. I didn't need to do any of that stuff. The conveyors were fine. It was all fine. And I'll show you why it was fine. Because that was a conveyor Mark 1 leading over here, not a Mark 2. So I could handle a lot more on there. I just didn't have the Mark 2 because I probably ran out of the reinforced plates. So I should be checking that because that was the problem. So we go ahead and hook all that back up. Just the way it was. And what I need to do is I need to grab whatever reinforced plates are and start swapping that all out. I'm still going to eventually need those screws there. This Satisfactory morning? Yeah, well, I mean, Satisfactory just had a major update. So, for people who it fits kind of in the types of games they play, everyone's going to be playing it. That's going to be a problem. New plan. So I've got plenty of iron plates. That's rotors. Let's drop down here to where we're making our screws. Grab a couple of stacks. Drop down here, we're making our plates. Grab a couple stacks. And we're gonna handcraft some reinforced plates so I can replace those tier 2 belts. Or sorry, those tier 1 belts with tier 2. Because if we do that, we'll be able to get the reinforced plates production scaled up. So that is wondering how to improve an automation at work. Who knew your not caffeinated brain is smarter than a tired brain? Your not caffeinated brain versus a tired brain? Gotcha. But no, it's been good. Like, it's been a good update. It's also been good for the channel, like, very genuinely. We've had people tuning in really well. Like, the numbers have been absolutely amazing. Which makes me happy because, like, the times I played Satisfactory in the past, the first time it just did badly. Like, just people didn't show up. Which, no, this isn't me being like, how dare they? It just, you know, it didn't resonate. And then the second and third time we messed with it, you know, it started out decent numbers but quickly fell off. And that's not unusual for automation games or story-heavy games. Those can be very difficult to stream if they're not your main content type on the channel. Just because as you get farther along and you start missing pieces of it, it gets harder and harder to tell what the heck is even going on. And that could get very unenjoyable to watch. Now, if you're someone who's like, that's what you do, is you do factory automation games, your audience, that is their wheelhouse, they're going to probably be able to figure it out and know it's there because of familiarity with the game. But, like, if you're someone who plays Rimworld all the time and plays Satisfactory, by the third or fourth stream, your factory's grown to the point that if people haven't been along there for the ride, it's just so hard to have a clue what's going on. Wifey. Okay. You sleep well. You probably should have been asleep a while ago.
I know, but I didn't want to.
I know. I love you too. See you in a couple of hours. I have to fly her to the... Not fly her, I have to drive her to the airport in not too long. Like, today's stream can't go long like we did yesterday. Because I gotta drop her off at the airport. Which I should have been flying as well, but COVID. There. That'll help with the iron plates a little bit. Okay, so now with this, let's start looking at what I can do to upgrade that. Are you... So that'll be Tech 2 now. That's... What am I doing? This is the wrong ones. I don't need those to be Tech 2. I need these to be Tech 2. What? Here. This is what needs to be Tech 2. Alright, so that is already Tech 2. That is not. That is not. There's that. And that. And that. And that. Okay. And we can drop you in here. I'm not holding so many stacks. Alright, so now that should be moving much faster. Now, if the Tech 1s before were running them at 50% capacity, I assume this should be 100% capacity or close to 100% capacity. Yeah, that's looking way better. It's going to run at 100% capacity. So we're going to basically be doubling the production rate of our smart plates. All right. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't say like I regret what happened. Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm annoyed at people who didn't take it seriously, which is why I'm in the situation. But, like, what I'm doing in response, it's like, you know, it's a bummer, but it is what it is. Others were inconsiderate, so that means I have to carry double duty, which isn't fair, but it is what it is. Like, I can also shirk being responsible, but that just means I'm causing more problems to the next person. Unfortunately, the next person's super immunocompromised, so it's not an inconvenience thing at that point. All right, so let's take a look at how we're doing on our steel production. I do see that they do seem to be moving along. That one's backed up there, so either it's not hooked up right. So it shut down because I didn't have a conveyor belt between those. So let's go ahead and do that while we're in the air before we land. Because I was trying to get a feel for how steel production was going. So you're producing, honestly, you produce pretty quick. Yeah, there's not enough steel getting in there for it to run at full capacity. And this one we'll have to wait and see because the whole thing stalled out. Let's see. How did you automate your power supply? So I've got two things going on with my power. So the first one is I've got all the bio whatever generators over here. I can show you what I've got going on there. And then the other one is coal. And coal is straightforward where if you get it working at all, it's automated. Like, there's no halvesies on that one. It needs the water, it needs the coal. If you don't have it, it doesn't run. So what we've got here is if we look, I've got all my my biofuel generators here, and they just have one belt that goes the whole way over here. I've got my buffer chest that fills up with the solid stuff, and you know that way if my supply runs low, it starts eating out of this before the whole thing shuts down. I've got this which takes my biomass here and turns the loose stuff into the solid stuff, and then this is just a buffer chest of the loose stuff. And then when we go over here, we've got a merger. And this is, I put grass in, and biomass comes out. And this is, I put wood in, and biomass comes out. And then I've got these storage containers here for the wood, and then this one for the grass. And then I also have where I can get it from the animals, from the research I turned on from the MAM, which I can show you. Like, I'm actually avoiding doing that right now because I'm backloaded. But yeah, so I can take stuff like the hatcher remains, and every once in a long while I'll pop over here. I will do the recipes to turn all of those into protein, and then turn all the protein into biomass as like a supplement. But yeah, so that's gone pretty well. But yeah, so that's what's there. If I don't pay attention to it, eventually it runs out. But I mean, I've loaded that thing up, and because it's split between the coal and that, I'm just not hitting it very hard. I do need to expand my coal. I think I'm only running 3 coal generators right now. And I'll need more than that, but it's holding up okay for the moment. Ah, I understand. So right-click just turns it on, where I'll automatically grab the next time I get. Left-click is click and hold. That's good. Okay, so we have doubled our reinforced plate production. Like, it's still quantifying up, but it does look like it is going to run at 200%. So that is absolutely amazing. That said, I'm still going to need more. So running this extra one here is probably still fine, because what I can do then is get 2 more assemblers here that will then shove that into there, and that should be able to expand that. So let's get that up and running. Okay. Cool. Oh, I need 2 more. Because I would like to get it to the point where I'm producing enough of the reinforced plates that I could just grab them out of the chest, even if it's not particularly fast. Okay. So for this, as you can see, they're not putting out a lot of material, so I don't need a tier 2 for this belt. So I can go here and say merger, and merger. And go to logistics here, conveyor 1, slap that together, slap that together. Wire them all in. And for you, reinforced plates. Reinforced plates. I don't think this conveyor belt's going to be able to handle this capacity. We're going to find out. But I think what's ultimately going to happen here is that we are going to hit some kind of a limit. Because that's the other door. We can go here to logistics. Grab you, plug you in there, grab you, plug you in there. And we'll do the stackable here. Oh, wait, you'll have to do that farther back, actually. We'll do the stackable over here. And this needs to be a conveyor too, ultimately. But right now, I can't accommodate that. So, we're going to do a 1 for the moment. And then we'll upgrade as able. But if I can get all of this set up, it's weird that that's not snapping in the same way that the other ones were. That's fine, though. As long as it all lines up, I don't really care. Cool, so I've got all those set up. You're all set up for production. You've got the rods there. We can go ahead and hook you up here real fast. And that'll be the 2 assemblers over there. So that whole part's done. This side, on the other hand, we've got the ingots coming in. We don't have these powered up yet, nor are they wired up the way they need to be. So I can pop over here real fast and go to logistics, merger, lock you in place, and then we can grab the tier 1. Take it right on by. And go merger here. And there. Get rid of you and you. And then we can go here to this. Put the next one right there. And just like that, we've upped the capacity a lot. Okay. So we now have 467 megawatts as our maximum capacity out of 600 something. Alright. You can swear there's a gap in that line? Maybe we'll find out. Okay, so it is starting to spit out all of the The bolts. Okay, so all those are working. And we can have that run over here. And then the hope is that that'll... It's not going to double our reinforced plates yet. We are getting the iron... Oh man, the iron is not keeping up even at all now. That's what I figure is going to kind of probably happen. So it looks like the iron plates are going to be my next major issue. That they're just not going to remotely keep up. Which is not unexpected. Yeah, and these are running almost exactly 100%. They might eventually get ahead, but they're not getting ahead very fast. And I may have to go through this whole thing and start little by little trying to get it all switched over to the tier 2 belts. And once I get those set up to tier 2 belts, that should all be set up. And we actually got some decent number of reinforced plates showing up at these ones now because we did double our... We already doubled, and I'm trying to quadruple our reinforced plate production. Okay. Let's see, did anyone else completely skip tier 2 and rush to tier 3 logic steel, or is that just you? There's definitely a lot to say about that. And honestly, as much as I'm using my reinforced plates, it may not have even been a bad idea to have done that. Let's go over here and check on our steel bars and our steel pipes, because we still have that that one hard drive we can grab with the steel bars. And if we get the steel bars and the steel pipes, I could potentially work on the unlocking of logistics too. Okay, so let's grab those. And those. So the hard drive we're looking for is that icon up there. I think that's literally that pillar I'm trying to put my mouse around there in the distance. No, was it that or that one? I think it's that one. Either way, we're going to rush over here. I'm going to get that hard drive. I'm going to bring it back. See if we can't get any other good recipes. We're also going to check out our steel production. That steel production, I'm going to want better belts for it eventually. But we'll deal with that when we get there. I want to say, don't at some point we unlock a mini-map? I vaguely feel like that was a thing. Like it's late game tech. Yeah, I think it's that right there is what we're going towards. Because I got up there and it was like, you need steel bars. Oh. Because you haven't played the game in a while, but for a streamer, you have been doing something where if I was playing the game, I would just be running to grab, to get resources. Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's definitely a balance between, you can't like pick up finished products. You have to, well, I mean, you can, but not in any meaningful quantity. So you do have to set up more and more factory. But there's definitely a back and forth between those things. Alright, and another hard drive.
Fix-It employee contract reminder. No pioneer should speculate regarding why there are crashed freighters on this planet.
Yep, I'll be a good employee. I won't speculate. Alright. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things, like, there's a juggle between completing objectives and expanding your factory. Because when it comes to expanding your factory, you end up needing the higher tier stuff. And so, like, that's what a lot of it's been doing, is, like, getting a lot of the tier 2. But for me, it's, like, 20 steel bars per minute per machine versus 2 to 4 minutes for reinforced sheets. Plus reinforced sheets get used for everything, so you just never have enough fuels. Like, yeah, no, I don't think you're wrong. One of the things, though, is, like, if I skip up to that now, where I start replacing my tier 2 with tier 3, I'm going to suddenly find myself, like, flush with reinforced. So it's at least not a waste. That is one thing I really appreciate that this game does versus a lot of games, is that when you take stuff apart, you do get the full everything back. It doesn't go, no, you only get 10% or anything like that. And I appreciate that, because it's really obnoxious when you accidentally misplace something just a tiny bit, and then you're like, oh, well, there's half of the resources gone because the game decides to punish you. And I understand people going, but it's realistic. It's like, hear me out. I don't care. All right. So let's get up here. Yeah, so we started to get that all swapped out. We could run up here. And we're getting close on there, because I can grab you. Grab the smart plates. The one nice thing is we're gonna get to the point where we're ready to start making the next thing, and the smart plates are gonna be just done. So you just turn the machine off and be like, well, we're good. Okay. So let's pop down here. You might take automatically fly materials into place to build it. It should do the same in reverse. Get ready to run, and it makes no sense. That's a one finger typing for you. Yeah, now the thing is, like, I don't understand. All right, so improve the throughput on that belt, and that belt, and that belt. And I think those are fine being slow. And these are all tier 2 already? The ones that matter? They're not. That is a tier 1. That is a tier 1. Okay. Yeah, and if they're not tier 2 the way back, we'd see this whole belt slow down. So I had a tier 1 belt that I think was the last connection previously. So that should help. Yeah, I'm seeing ingots the whole line. So that's good. So that should be massively increasing our screw production, which should also be massively increasing the production we're going to get on our reinforced plates. In theory, that should pretty close to double our production on reinforced plates. I got to double check because I think... Make sure all of this is upgraded. It was not. Okay. You are physically... Oh, yeah, so you're running at 34% capacity. You're running at 33% capacity, but that's because we weren't getting the screws in. Now we're getting the screws in. And now it's a matter of the plates. And it seems like the problem with the plates we're running into is that we aren't teched up on our belts. So let's work on getting that corrected. Okay, so we've got all that going. So now the issue is getting the ingots in. That needs to be up-teched. So that is a Tech 2 belt there. That is not. Okay, that's the next thing on the list. Alright, so let's get over here, and I'm just going to handcraft a couple of reinforced plates since that whole thing is bottlenecking really hard. Let's go ahead and make... I don't need that many. But I just need to make sure we've got everything for the route going in. Oh, hey, wait a second. I need to get that hard drive in there. So hard drive. There you go. But I just need to get the entire conveyor belt leading into a Tech 2. And then we do need to start teching up to 3 as soon as I get that. But I need the... Basically, the reinforced plates are a huge bottleneck that I'm getting royally screwed on. That I just absolutely have to up it. Okay, so we can go here because it was... One of these wasn't upgraded. Oh, maybe you were? Yeah, so that's Tech 2. Those are all Tech 2. Let's go up top. Maybe I misread that. But the point is I need those producing well. So that being a Tech 1 is fine. So that is a Tech 2 lift. That's a Tech 2 belt there. Those are Tech 2. And these are Tech 1 at that point, but that doesn't matter because they're not hitting saturation. So it is an issue of I am just not getting enough iron ingots on the line. There is a gap in that line, so I should be able to get a little bit more on there. So let's see what's going on here. So you're Tech 2 the whole way here. And none of those are backed up. You're running at 100%, you're at 70, and you're at 70. So that should, like, that's 50% on one, and that should be enough that we can get that fixed. So let's see what's happening here. So on here, we are getting gaps on the ore coming in here. So you're tier 2. And you're tier 2 the whole way back here. I'm surprised that's not working. And if this is 50-50, I'm surprised not getting more. I'm trying to remember if this is 1 drill way back here or this is 2 drills way back here. I have a feeling this is... Oh no, it is just 1 drill. Okay. Because if it's just 1 drill, it doesn't matter. But I should probably be able to put a second drill on there. And that's those 2 drills over there. That's copper, so that doesn't do me any good. Yes, I've got 1, 2 on that line. That's a separate line. And when we get our Mark II drills, all of this will be fine because it'll saturate. And I'll have to get better conveyors for all of it. But that's the issue we're running into right now. Is our initial one is just not. Did I disconnect something? Power maybe? No, you've got power. You've got power. Are you running at full capacity? You are. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So I'm going to take 1 slug and slap it into one of those and just crank it up. And I think that'll be enough to make the difference. Because that should cause this one to stutter just a little bit. And get this belt pretty much saturated. Which should ultimately make this belt get saturated here. And with that belt being fully saturated, we should see it, you know, do the whole thing where it goes like that. Yeah, because that's almost at the same saturation we were at before. And that's already a Mark II belt. Okay. It's weird to me that these other ones are all backed up. And like you're a tier 2 belt and all that. And you're all tier 2. And up top it's fine. Alright, let's hop up top and see now they've improved that throughput, how much of a difference it makes on the top side. Because that's all we're trying to do right now is get the input, the iron plate input, up to speed. Yes, this is the one with the gaps in it. So you're running at 100%. You are starting to build up where you're no longer... Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. It just needs to play catch up. Those are full now, so they should be running at 100%, which means this should be coming out at 100% in all of those. So they should end up with belts just like these ones where they're getting saturated as well, because it's 3 to that one, 3 to this one. Regardless, it is picking up. It should be about, you know, two of those are running at 25% higher capacity than they were before. Because it shouldn't take much to make these balance out better. Because you are running at 83%. And we should start seeing that go up on its own. Yeah, so it just bumped up to 84%. So these aren't going to have quite enough to run constantly, but I should see that percent come up a little bit. So maybe 10% on all of them. But that might improve over time as we finish building those up. Why? We're getting like big gaps in there where it's like releasing 4 at a time and all that. I think I've just really increased the consumption of my iron plates by that much. Yeah, because you're running at 40%, 44, you're running at 100. You're running at 22%. You're running at 22%. Oh man, that is bad. Okay. So these are still being ingot starved. So I need to improve my iron plate yield a bunch. Which means I need to improve the amount of ingots getting into the system. Yeah, because how much are you consuming? So you consume 30 ingots a minute. I should have checked on that second floor. I'm willing to bet it's just way less efficient on those. Now, we did get things where I can mix steel and that to make even more plates faster and all that. I don't want to. Okay, so that's 30 ingots a minute. These are 30 ingots a minute, so that should be a 1-to-1 with 3 of them. Assuming they are running at capacity. And those are all in the 90 percentile in building. So yeah, so those, if those are 30 per minute and 30 per minute, that should be basically equal for 3 of them. So I do have 1 more iron plate thing running than I can support on those. So literally this one here needs to be separated out into its own thing. So I'm gonna have to get more iron lines. Okay. So basically what I need to do is I'm going to need to get another 2 iron lines or whatever over here to get another set of smelters set up. That's the wrong way. Alright, let's check on the MAM to see what we've unlocked. Okay, alternative steel rotors, molded beams. So molded beams are going to be higher yield. So the steel rotors would mean no more consuming of either the rods or the screws. So that is huge. It's going to take a little work to set up, but like the copper, I'm up to my eyeballs in copper. We've been literally neglecting it. And the steel pipe's not too bad. So what I'll probably do is put that in the steel production area. And then we can just move the rotors where I need the rotors. So I think we'll do that. So that'll be definitely a thing to set up for us. I'm not going to worry about that right now. The rotors aren't a big concern at the moment. I'll definitely need them soonish. But at the moment, the bigger issue I'm running into is just the reinforce. Let's focus on the reinforce. Let's get that all sorted out, and we can go on to the next thing. So, with all of this, I need to go through here, and I need to find 2 drill spots for iron that we have not yet exploited. So let's go over here. I need 2 portable drills. Or 2 iron spots I've not yet exploited. Am I doing good on all my materials? Not really, but we're gonna go with it anyways. Okay, so let's see for iron. Come on. I know there's more out there. That's fine. I know there's at least one this way. Actually, let's go over this way. And then we'll try and scan farther this way, and we'll try and bring some iron in. Okay. Well, that was... I figured it's going to have to go farther than that, but I'm not complaining. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the miner Mark 1 on here. We can turn it this way. And start running power back. Okay. Cool. So I've got another one of these all wired up. And now I need to run a tier 1 conveyor belt back to the main building. And then from that, we can start worrying about trying to route it around and all that. Logistics, tier 1, do this. Okay. And then what I could do is I can start routing this to the other, the new smelters are going. I'll need a second one to make those smelters run even remotely as high capacity as they need to be. But my plan is just to first to get this over here, and about to run out of the plates again, which is a problem because I can't really get more. Alright. Okay, so the hope there is going to be to get that to the same area we've got all the other stuff coming in, like right over here. Make room for another belt to bring ore in over here. And I'll probably just put it on a second stack right here, run it the whole way along this side, drop it, just have it like shimmy down under here, hook up to these ones. Those will then get ingots going, and then we will run a ingot line back here. Or actually, take that back. I'll run the ingot line underneath over here, and then we'll bring it up over here, run it up that way, and get it hooked up to get some more plates going. But in the meantime, I can't do those things I just said. In the meantime, if you look at my plate box, it's empty, and that's a problem. Because I need plates to make the conveyor belt to get more plates. And then this is not producing our reinforced plates as fast now that the plates have started to starve. But if I get enough plates, I can just go to the next level of logistics and then just start swapping stuff out, and that'll work as well. Yeah, so I'm sitting on 112 reinforced plates. I wish it was a little easier to see when you upgrade your conveyor belts between 1 and 2. Like that you could look at the conveyor belts and very plainly be like, ah, okay, this very clearly is the next tier higher, I can tell because XYZ. Yeah, so right now, this belt serves no purpose. Like, it's not going to give me what I need. Because literally, these three will produce like enough to handle the smelters. So we can let that catch up, and that gives me a little bit of resources back. We would need to wire things in for these smelters here. One thing I can do. I probably have ingots in my inventory. That's a couple. Okay, so that should give me a little bit of output to temporarily give me a little bit more plates. Okay. So then the issue here is I'm going to need to have a conveyor that goes up here. It might honestly be a point where literally it's in my best interest to just leave well enough alone, let the plates show up, and explore for a little bit. That way I can just do that. Because if I just do that, we can get our Logistics 3, I'll get my steel, which I have tons and tons of steel materials, and I can just start slamming down all these conveyor belt 2s, upgrading them, getting those materials back, up-teching, and moving on. So I think the correct answer is to literally just leave well enough alone. Hey, cave. Trying to think what other things I need. We've got our steel production going. If I want to expand that... Ah, so we've got more iron here. So these will be good to wire home. I'm not going to do it right now because that's literally going to be me building more conveyor belts to prevent me from building more conveyor belts, to prevent me from building more, like, I'm going to be, you know, bootstrapping up, but the thing is, if I just do the upgrade, which is what I'm waiting on, I'll probably get more miles out of that anyways. Okay, and I do see there's another one up here. And there's a Mercer thing up there as well. So skip all the climbing and just use the higher advantage point to glide.
We watch the waves of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no resonance growth. Sing.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm trying from my high vantage point to look for wrecks. I feel like we're gonna find wrecks down along this water somewhere. I also see that we can get to more slugs that are just strewn about here. Probably should have done this during the day. So we've got another one of those alien artifact things over there. Okay. That's fine. So I'm guessing there'll probably be multiple things we want along here. Because you can see there's a slug over there, there's a slug off to the right. I really want the wrecks more than anything. Been a long day? Yeah, it happens. There might also be goodies up there on that plateau up there. I see there's another slug up here. Like, that's the pro and the con of nighttime. At nighttime, you can't see, like, the wrecks really well. But on the plus side, the slugs stand out a lot. Where are you going? There we go. And all of these will let us potentially overclock buildings. Usually, there's not many buildings you want to overclock until you start getting to the better conveyor belts, because how often your conveyor belts are actually your bottleneck on almost everything. Yeah, so you see there's two more slugs I see out there. That one's in poison, so that's probably not a good idea for me yet. Alright, the game's trying to tell me I need to eat something, which is fair enough. Okay. Yeah, so you can see how the factory is growing. You got, like, the main building over there. I've got, like, a bunch of random drills just scattered throughout the desert.
Take a sip.
There we go. There's a wreck.
What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. That might not be high enough. Well, that's somewhat embarrassing. Okay. So I don't see a place to climb from here, so we'll check on this side. Hey, be cool, man. That's with the snail. No one has to die. Okay, so I can get onto here. We'll check up top, make sure there's nothing here. But it looks like I'll want to glide over there to the Mercer. Yeah, so you can glide over there to the Mercer thing. Not sure how you climb all the way up there. That might be one of those ones... Well, actually, I know how I'm going to get up there.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song. Listen to the rhythm.
It's fine.
Play.
Okay, so what I can do to get over there is if I get a good angle, I could just zip line over. Okay. Yeah, so as we're running around, we are making all the plates back home. Both the smart plates as well as the reinforced ones. So I'm literally just not frustrating myself running around waiting for them. Okay, so what I should be able to do is go like this. Say, hey, I would like to take a lift right over there. And golden. There we go. Oh yeah, 74 reinforced plates. That's what you want to see. If you get those big stacks, that's going to cut down a lot of stuff I have to craft. Okay, so we need computers. I actually have computers. I just don't have them on me. So let's go right up here. And push M. I will need to add a marker there. Speaking of which, oh, I can't actually move the map, can I? That's fine. Alright, so. What I'd like to do is glide over there. We can get back to our factory. I've got that marked. And we can come back with, I think it was 5 computers. I'll just grab the whole stack. We come back to the computers, unlock the hard drive. We did just get ourselves a stack of 74 of the reinforced plates. So that's going to be a lot towards the 400 I need to unlock the next whole phase of tech. Or of the Logistics 3, I should say. Because the Logistics 3, I can fix a lot of those belts without having to painstakingly wait on reinforced plates for all eternity. So that'll be good news. Alright. And it is, where that ship is almost straight east of us, which is also good. Like, it's ever so slightly south. But should be good enough that I can get over there and very quickly course correct. Alright, the factory just keeps on growing and growing and growing. So we can go into our personal storage I have on the second floor here, grab our computers. Check out the reinforced plate situation, see if I'm getting close to the 400. See if we also even are getting the regular plates into a better situation. Alright, so we can drop off you. Let's convert you into power shards. We can go over here and we can drop off mushrooms. Where are my bits? Those. I still need to drop off the smart plates somewhere. We'll deal with that in a moment. And in the interim, where I grabbed all that iron ore, I just dropped that in here. And just use those as containers. Okay, so let's go check out our iron plates and our reinforced plates. Because unfortunately we are dealing with the issue of bottlenecking and a lot of that stuff. So the regular old iron plates, we don't have more of. The reinforced plates, we are keeping those going, and that's where all my iron plates are going, by the way, is into the reinforced plates. The reinforced plates are working their way up here. That's another 40 for us. That's another 30. So I'm sitting at almost 300 reinforced plates. Oh, let's also check in the smart plates. Okay, so let's see how close we are to having the smart plates done so I can turn the machine off to reduce our consumption of our smart plates. I need 55 more, and then we are done with smart plates for now. Okay. So what I'm going to try to do to facilitate... First, I didn't grab my computers. I almost forgot that. We're going to grab our computers, and then what I'm going to quickly do is... The computer should be in here. Then we're going to go to the top of our building. We're going to point basically in the direction that is, so I can just glide out there as far as we can make it. And that should work well for getting us as far as we can over there before we got to go back to running. And a little extra height. So it should be around here, I think. There's the iron nodes we passed. Let's look at the map. Okay, so it's actually around there. Okay. I mean, there's a good chance by the time we get back from this trek, I'll more than likely have my smart plates either about done or right on the edge. And I'll be able to toggle those off. That'll be a massive reduction in the reinforced plates. The other thing we've got is we've been making the modular frames on the floor above. It wouldn't surprise me if we're getting close to having that filled up as well. And when those happen, we will suddenly have where we're consuming all of our reinforced plates to almost a literal drop to 0 in consumption. And that's not going to last, but that will help a great deal. Okay. So it should just be at the top of that one hill. And I left the zip line in place so that literally I could run over there. And thank you, Random and Lost, for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were you playing tonight? But welcome in, Raiders. Does this game have a bad memory leak that lags it? Not that I've seen. It's been running perfectly smooth for me. It is a thing that as you build up your factory, eventually you will get to the point that you're going to start running into limitations with the game engines able to handle it. The game will let you build a factory, you can complete all your objectives and everything. But there is definitely a point where you start getting a little pokey if you just keep building the factory and building the factory and building the factory. But that's true of all of these style games, that unless they artificially limit their number of buildings, 150-ish? Yeah, no, I haven't had a problem. It could also be a performance thing. Let's see, it was a great stream. We played Frostpunk in preparation of Frostpunk 2 next week. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. The unfortunate is I'm actually gonna be at TwitchCon for Frostpunk 2's launch, so I'm gonna be getting late. But yeah, no, I'm excited for it. I'm honestly curious how it's gonna go because the devs behind Frostpunk, or sorry, not the devs, the place that the devs are putting their keys through have been making the comments like, okay, there's just so much interest in Frostpunk 2. They just don't have remotely enough keys to give everyone they'd love to give them to. So, I am expecting to not be able to get a hold of a key. And that will probably be one of those things where I'm going to have to just wait until things calm down a little. Alright, so we got that sorted out. Before we head back, let's take a peek around, see if we got any other goodies. I've got sulfur up there. I do have a purple slug down there. That's going to be pretty good for us. I would like to find more wrecks, though. We got a blue slug straight below us. I'm honestly guessing the purple slug there is probably buried in rocks where I need explosives to get to it. I don't think that's the edge of the map there, is it? No, not even close. So we got 3 coal nodes over there. We got limestone, we got iron, copper, iron, some water over there. Actually, you might not be buried in rocks. You're just heavily guarded, but where you're at, I could just drop directly on top of you with a parachute. And then climb up that path to get back to some elevation so I could just glide to the next target. To be fair, all the underground stuff I'm going to be missing by doing this. By gliding over top, but that's a normal problem you have. It's going to be a huge drop, you're excited? Oh yeah, absolutely. Get sulfur, make boom booms. I need more in sulfur. Get all 3 types of power slugs. Cool, that was our first purple one. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to just climb up here. Oh well, that's fine. Let's go check out by the coast. I want to see if I can't find myself another wrecked ship. Because when I say there's a bunch of wrecked ships on the map, it's a huge number. You know what? I think that's what a starting location's right there. Here we go. Here's a path up. So we've got poison in that direction. got a yellow slug over there. That's sulfur up there. There's the wreck ship I just came from, I believe. Yeah, that's the wreck ship. That's the wreck ship I just came from. You notice the coal lag when it goes into coal generator? There is a bug with the coal generator that you need to keep coal in your hand. It might just be whatever that bug is with the coal generator. That's causing... Oh, that's... I wanted to jump, but that'll be okay. I can work with this. Alright. If this is the place I think it is, it's the place I set up my first factory that I really played the game for any length. No, it wouldn't be here. It had to be part up there because there wasn't coal nearby. But this does look vaguely very familiar to it. But my hope is, if that is the case, I actually know from being over there where there are wrecked ships relative to that position. Thing didn't stand a chance of getting hit from the sky. I'm fine if you just want to leave. But it sometimes goes with the conveyor belts. Well, that's got a weird design around it. Hey, be cool, man.
The voiceless effigy creates bodies in their waves, but does not notice the shore. Is our melody not beautiful?
Detecting abnormal brainwave activity again. Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Your shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our temples without prayers and washes away our scripture without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, "Eureka!" But that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself to alien artifacts.
Why the pause? Why the pause, Ada? I mean, obviously the pause because jokes. So that one I'm probably not going to be able to grab without getting absolutely murdered by that poison. Until we get that immunity. Or, like, the item protect ourselves. There's the shipwreck that looks spicy. Alright, so we've got another shipwreck on top of that pillar. I think the actual container's on the ground there. You came in just for the pause? Yeah. She wants us to expose herself to alien artifacts. Okay, so there's nothing up top here, I don't think. Yeah, because this isn't the part we access. But that down there is. Hi, big fella. Spearhead rebar shot down at you from the sky. Because you have now. Okay. Ah, don't take my reinforced plates. Oh, well, that's embarrassing. So you need to clear out time it. Just take that. I didn't need to do that. Okay, so I got 2 hard drives. We're running are really good. Oh, that's fine. They gave me encased industrial beams. Any other real good goodies around here? Nope. All right. I forgot you could swim in water, so I got scared jumping in there. I was like, are you just gonna make me sink to the bottom? So I got some steel and a bunch of other random goodies. Actually, never mind. They gave me the reinforced beams. So that's fine. They took like 5 reinforced beams and then they gave me 58. Alright, so let's start heading back because I'm gonna have to find my way up that cliff. Which I'm sure there's pathways I'll have to fight my way up. This feels really, really, really like one of the starting location areas. Like I'm along the edge of it. Because remember there's one of the starting location areas along one of these shores. Like I keep wanting to just work my way up here.
Look through the window and witness a threat.
Okay. You want to talk about it? Okay. I'm doing pretty good. Alright. That's the reason I keep running along this shore here, is it feels very painfully familiar. And if it's where I think it is, I know where I can find like 2 or 3 more of those things, and I think they genuinely just like require rods or whatever. It's probably changed the requirements. Okay. Okay, there's nothing here. Yeah, I do need to start heading back because I'm getting a lot of goodies on me. Oh, there's another one. Needs 85 watts of megawatts power, so let's be quick about this, because I'm not going to be able to deal with that right now. I don't have the materials on me. Oh, hey, be cool. I just want this, and that, and you, and that, and this. Give me those two. Nope, you can keep those. I'll be back later. Alright, so let's go home. Inventory is full. And we did mark where it was so we can come back, because I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to get power over there. And unfortunately, the amount of power it's calling for is the equivalent of 3 biomass generators. It's trying. Huh. It stopped to fight something, which is what made me curious. Okay, we've got an ore node over there. We've got poison all up on the hills. Okay. And there's our wonderful factory out in the distance. And grab this blue slug while we're here. Yep. We got an ad break coming up here in just a moment. Ooh, what are you? Water. Huh. I didn't know there were water geysers. I'm assuming we're gonna get something to like extract the water that's not just our normal pump. I wonder what the water yield is for it to make it worthwhile. Or it could even be that there's like some other, like it's water, but like maybe it's already like up to temperature of steam or some other nonsense or whatever. All right, so we got 2 hard drives. We've been away long enough that we could probably get the smart plates done. There'll also be some more reinforced plates that might be enough to finish them up. Nope, just water, but a good source of it. Yeah, I was gonna say, it has to be, like, to justify its existence, it has to be, like, a really good yield. Because the fact that you can just put those, like, water floating pumps or whatever they are on, like, water sources, like, just lakes and all that, and they can put out a ton of water, like 300 meters cubed. That thing's gonna need to be, like, 1,000 or so to really make it worthwhile. I mean, I guess not. Maybe it could only be like 600 and still be worthwhile just because of location. Alright, so. I got a couple of slugs to go ahead and deal with. We've got hard drives to scan. We can drop you in here, and you, and you. Where's the other ones? We had the S-looking thing. I thought we had one. Maybe that was the last trip I had them? Probably last trip. And I do have a lot of other useful things. Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. I do have a lot of other useful materials that I might be able to up-tech ourselves with. And with that, we have hit the follower goal, which was 6,800. I didn't have a special thing I was doing for it, because I'm bad at planning those things. But, thank you so much for that. That's like a new milestone for the channel, and that means a lot. Let's see, you have a central building to pressurize it. Then multiple extractors surrounding the collect what comes out. Nice! Yeah, it makes sense. But each one's different. Gotcha, gotcha. Yep, you're 6,800. And that means where I put out my my media kits for all the stuff for TwitchCon, I wasn't lying. Because I was basically going, hey, I have about 6,800, because I think it was like 3 off when I made the media kit or whatever it was at the beginning of stream. I'm like, by the time I'm at TwitchCon, I should be over that. Alright, so with that, we should have enough to drop down here and unlock Logistics 3. And I did not check the smart plates, which I needed to. Quick, everyone unfollowed. No, don't do that. There are people who, like, they want to be the whatever follower, and they'll do that stuff.
Milestone reached. Improved storage containers and the conveyor belt Mark III provide the obviously necessary tools for improving your current setup. Production speed is of the essence after all. So work hard. Work as if every person you have ever or will ever love is depending solely on the choices that you make. Because they are. Warning. Fix-it psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing mental and physical strain of your responsibilities and simply continuing to be productive. Hard work has repeatedly proven to be the best cure for any kind of stress. Now back to work.
Yeah, you're not a fan of resetting your file date? Oh, no, exactly. It's one of those things that you can, like, you can do that. Like, people will memeingly, like, unfollow and follow and all that. And then they'll get bummed when they go and say, hey, you know, how long, like, I'll see someone be like, you know, how long I've been following the channel and all that. And then they turn around, there's just, like, 70 days or whatever, because even though they've been following the channel for, like, years and years and years, just they kept memeing, unfollowing, and following to, like, get different stuff to happen. We've had 1 or 2 that were pretty upset about it. Like, they did it to themselves. Like, they weren't upset at me about it, but because they unfollowed, now they have no idea when they originally followed. Alright, so chat, I'm going to take 2 seconds to use the restroom, and then I'm going to be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. So, in the meantime, here is our away screen with some clips, and I'll be back in a few. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. Alright. I have a potato harvest all... Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? Yeah, no, that's a mod. There's no... In Vanilla Project Zomboid, there is no win condition, there is no vaccine, there is no cure, there's There is no happiness here. There's just death. There's death and tears. That's Project Zomboid Vanilla. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just going to keep this going. Just, no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're going to leave those alone. They're going to eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. Alright, and I am back. Okay, so, smart plate-wise, we are waiting for 8 more. So we are right there. But we did get the ability to make our tier 3 conveyor belts, which means there's a whole lot of things that need to be upgraded. So let's pop over here. What do I need to make the tier 3s? So it is the... Okay, so primary thing is going to be the steel girders, bars, whatever these are. Okay. Which we do have those running. So right now we are becoming extraordinarily dependent on steel. I am going to have to expand my coal power at some point soon. We've been pretty lax on it for the time being. That center power is still good. We're over 100. So we're over 100 below there. Okay, so there's a lot more steel. And you're back. Alright, so what we can start doing is we can start going to our various conveyors in here that we got to tier 2 and go to like our smelters and start backtracking them to start upgrading these. Because now you have some coal mining set up, I believe? Yes. That I just need to get over there and get all that. So honestly, if we upgrade these, I could probably wire these up. Well, actually, can I literally just set up advanced steel now? Because if I can set up the advanced steel, that gives me the mining MK2s. So let's check. The rotors are the question mark. So let's run over here, because I've definitely got the pipes. I'm 100% of the modular frames and the concrete. It's the rotors that I'm not confident in. I've got 55 here. I literally have plenty of rotors. I'm still going to take those, still going to take these. Yeah, so we can just go ahead and skip to the next tech level. So let's go ahead and go upstairs, grab our modular frames, take our modular frames and all that. So boom and boom. We got our rotors. I already have the iron pipes. So I just need to drop down there because that's concrete. I probably have enough concrete on me. No, actually I don't. I've been using it. Yeah, so that concrete there will finish that up. And then once we get the concrete going... Hey, SP4, how's it going? Once we get the concrete sorted out, that'll be the advanced steel production unlocked. And with advanced steel production unlocked, we will have more things I'll need to make with steel, so I'll need to upgrade our steel production. But, that, honestly, we're going to have a massive upgrade session on our factory. Because I'm going to need to upgrade all of my drills, I'm going to upgrade my conveyor belts. That is going to be a lot of running around. The steel production is going to need to be ramped up. But this should start solving a lot of other problems. So I can go here, grab a stack. We'll grab 2 stacks. And pop, that's not the right thing. I need to go over this way. The other thing I'm going to need to do is, once I get the smart plates done, I'm going to need to switch... Why are you not green? Oh, right, because they put the slug in and now you're getting backed up because we need a better conveyor belt. Right. A lot of resources required, I bet. Yes. We're going to suddenly need a whole mess of different things. All right, so rotors, this, and button.
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
Stop hurting my feelings. Okay. Alright, so that looks like we're going to have to move on to making the encased stuff, which is going to be assembler. So let's actually check what that requires. Plunk. Alright, so we need to make the encased, so that's concrete and steel beams. Alright. That's honestly our first thing we need concrete for. Alright, so this needs to go up a floor. And then I'm going to have to ship the concrete over here, and we're going to start using concrete for the encased steel. And that's going to be an interesting problem we're going to run into, but we'll deal with that in a minute. So let's go here to foundations, grab you. 1, 2, 3. You don't really. I don't even know that this game is about saving humanity. I think it's literally just company BS kind of thing. Like, I don't trust Fix-It as a company. So I desperately need the iron plates. So we do have a little bit of encased steel that I could upgrade a couple of my drills to the Mark II version of the drill. And then start working on getting all, like, the tier 3s. And that's when things are going to get, like, really wild with the wiring and all that, because I'm going to have to go and wire the drill up to the smelter with tier 3s, and then that's going to completely change the ratio of how many drills to how many smelters, and yada yada yada. And so all of this is going to have to be reworked as far as, like, when I say all of it, what I'll do is where it's like 3, 3, and 3, it's going to be like 6 or something like that. And so, like, it'll be what paths the where will have to be moved around. And the good news is I can actually craft that if I need to. We have the AI limiters. I don't care about that. How close are you to done? You are done. Okay, so we can make iron pipes. So I can make the pipes purely out of iron, and the alternative, stitched iron plates. So instead of screws, it instead uses copper wire. That is one of the best recipes in the game. That I remember at least. Which I don't remember a lot of them. So we've got these here. I don't really care about any of them right now. Scannable object enemies. Oh, I can just scan for the enemies. I don't really care about that. That is going to require more stuff to do. That's required. Like, that's all fine. Caterium. I need the oil for that. I just need more for that. I could make the power switch. I could make these mycelium. I could do medical properties. I don't really care about that. That's going to be a lot of rotors. Nutritional processor, I'm not worried about. I can do that. Let's go ahead and knock that out.
Research completed. Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount of potential energy stored. It is a good thing Fix-It does not waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
It does look like one of the things they've added is a whole extra layer where we can now make synthetic power shards. I have no idea what that middle material on the bottom, but I assume it's going to be really expensive considering what you get from it. So quartz... Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Alright. So quartz, we're going to want to go and get the Explorer researched. And we're honestly at the point where I could start making gunpowder and doing other stuff here, and making explosives and all that. Yeah, we're basically at the point where I can start unlocking all that. Meanwhile, we have another hard drive we can analyze. Oh yeah, when you get the explosives, a lot of the map that I can't really explore right now becomes available. Was there anything else I needed here? Yeah, so black powder will be something we need, which is sulfur and that. We'll need to get that online in some point in the near future. Okay. So the problem is, I need iron plates to do basically anything. And I am using all of my iron plates, literally every single one of them, in making reinforced plates. And the reinforced plates are pretty valuable to me. I don't care about expanding my power infrastructure yet. We also have where I can massively tone down my consumption of screws, which would be good. Alright, you sleep well. Okay, so with that, we can officially go up to this thing and say, no, it's done. Give me those, and those. Because I'm about to put the last of the smart plates in here. All right. And smart plates are done. We're through with them. Do I have the special... The awesome sink? I can just build one of those right now. For the moment, I'm just going to put this over here wherever. Can I just shove the rest of the smart plates in there by chance? No, they have to go in by storage. That's fine. So I can just go here. I don't have enough metal plates. That's a problem. Okay. So... Trying to think how I want to approach fixing this problem. So, one of the things I could do is, let's take this first belt leading into all of our smelters, and it's time to start trying to fix all this stuff, to reroute it. So it'll probably be like 6 and 6 and all that. Oh man. Because those are producing at full speed, and we are using the ingots where we can. And the thing is, I need to increase my ingot production. I'm just... Okay. Yeah, and you're physically waiting... Oh, actually, you're not. Grabbing those. Okay, so we got plates. We're good. So go down over here. And I can try and remember what the heck I was working... Oh, right. I was trying to set this up so when I get extra materials, I'm like, oh, hey, I got a bunch of junk I don't want. I have a box to just huck it in, and we can start getting the tickets to then go to the awesome store, to then unlock stuff like ladders, and there's actually some pretty useful stuff in there, too. But they make it so you have to go through a storage crate, so we are going to go like this, storage crate. And we can go to just a Normal conveyor belt doesn't need to be anything fancy. And you can have my smart plates. So what happens here is we will get coupons. And you can just kind of put stuff in there. So yeah, so we are getting points to our coupons because these things are valuable. I want to say the more of the same thing you put in, they reduce in value. Like that, so I can print the coupons. And then we can go here to the awesome shop. I'm not entirely sure which part's the door. Dark mode. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, so I can spend coupons to do that. We can go to purchasing stuff. So we've got vehicles, we've got audio tapes, we've got a boom box, we've got miniatures and all that, but we have all sorts of stuff, like management. So I could get, like, new things unlocked that are, like, new, like, holes in the floor that the conveyors can roll through. We can put, like, wall-mounted conveyor plates, wire plates that go on the wall, pipeline attachment points. We can add signs we can put on the walls. We can get floodlights. I can, I guess, change what my boxes look like. We can get paint and different stuff like that. We can get different style foundations. We can make it so we can get walls with windows or walls with holes so that conveyors go through them. That's one of the ones I'm going to get, because that ends up being a really useful thing. We can get steel-framed windows, so you can have, like, windowed walls. You can get columns to build, like, supports so your place doesn't look weird. We can get the Fix-It coffee cup. That is a must. You can just buy ammunition. And if you don't want to get the parts, you can literally actually have the strategy where you just feed parts into this thing to get tickets and then use that to buy the materials. That said, we are going to buy those.
Official Fix-It coffee cup unlocked. Do not purchase unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups. They have been known to explode and attract wasps. Unauthorized Fix-It coffee cups lower your attractiveness to your preferred gender and/or your sense of well-being if you have no gender attraction or preference. Official Fix-It products can be licensed for your use from official Awesome Shop installations only. Come to the best shop on the planet for the best deals on all official Fix-It supplies, guaranteed.
Okay, I forgot you have to actually grab it out of the storage. And so this is important. That's getting a dedicated slot. Because now we have coffee everywhere we go. What does it do? I don't believe it actually does much of anything. But, you know, you've got your coffee cup. We got plenty of rebar. We got all this stuff. We're here. Yeah, no, literally, it's just a cosmetic thing. Now you understand why you don't trust Fix-It. Oh, Fix-It. Fix-It's an awful company. Like, they give you all these motivational speeches and all that, but if you really pay attention to half of what they're offering and all that, like, you're like, wait a second. That's not okay. Alright, so back to where we were going. So, I can make some more portable drills, because those are a requirement for upgrading our existing drills. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in again. So I'm going to make some extra drills real fast, and we're going to pop down here. And little by little, we're going to start rerouting our stuff to expand our production. Okay, so we have Drill Mark II. Boom. It's now Drill Mark II. Drill Mark II. Boom. It's now a Drill Mark II. Conveyor 3. Conveyor 3. So I am trying to replace this entire line. With conveyor 3s, and then we're going to start trying to get it all set up with all the smelting. Yes, that's the one that is a tier 3, I believe, now. Yep. Okay. So what we could do to start with this one is get that all set up and go here to logistics. Are you already hooked up? You're not? Okay. Alright, so we've got all you hooked up. Which one of these? I believe that's the one going to the iron plates over there. Let's check the ones going to the iron plates. That's the most important. And I'm gonna have to, like, readjust a lot of these things. Okay, so the one going to the iron plates, and you can go ahead and have a tier 3 belt, and 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 a tier 3 belt. And we can go to logistics here. Oh, actually, I've already gotten the bar. So you can be a tier 3 belt. Okay. You can drop down here real fast. Alright, so this is the one we're looking at. So, this needs to change its route a little bit. So what we can go ahead and do here is delete that segment for just a moment. Grab a tier 3 belt, and we need to run it all the way down. Here. And now we need our mergers. Okay. Yeah, so that's the output for this one. I need a merger here that lines up with it. And now I can go here to the mergers on these ones. Okay, it's far enough away it's not detecting them, which is a bummer. That's okay. Now it should detect them. Or not. Why are you being this way, game? It's weird. It won't let me attach it there without a fight. That's fine. We can just eyeball it. I don't like doing that because you get these weird, like, little shimmies. But for some reason, it's just being... It's being odd where it's not letting me snap. That one's off by too much. Alright, and with that, it's now full up to the point it is backing up, which is perfect. Okay, so let's run up top and start trying to get this sorted out. Because now I should be able to go over here and get this sorted out. Hey, Allison, how's it going? Alright. Something is not right here.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, we've got a problem with this belt, and I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, there we go. So there was a sneaky Mark 1 inside there. So I've got that fixed. Now I can go down here and go logistics and splitter. You're still here? Partner went to sleep? Gotcha. Be more attentive? Yeah. Alright. Is that what I'm dealing with this whole way? Let's just keep working on getting this all adjusted. Yeah, so there's clearly another bottleneck here. Yeah, so they've got like these weird, like, hidden tenths of a belt that are causing me problems. That's okay, like, it's an easy fix. I just take all the belts out that we've already got. Alright. So I've got all that sorted out now. Let's drop our ingots in there. And in here. So it should start running at a much higher capacity. And that'll be really good news. And I'll get that stretch AO real fast. Alright. But you can see where I'm getting enough steel that I am just, like, slamming these out one after the other after the other. Oh, and you should be feeding the same system we've got this. These are going to start being a bottleneck as well. So in the interim, if I make those conveyors feeding into this faster than the conveyors feeding out, then this should, no matter what, start backing up. Long as we're producing enough. So good news is all of those have gone completely solid, and I do need more of those plates, so that's an easy problem to solve. We're just going to go here and say, hey, what if we had more of those plates? Then we can go to logic, merger, do that. And go to splitter over here. Iron plates, drop those off. Okay, so just increase the production even more. And we got a little under 100 megawatts until we max out our current power, which is not a great problem to have. But it is what it is. Yeah, so we are officially filling in more of those that are popping out. And that's all doing swimmingly right there. That ingot line is perfectly fine. Cool, so we've got all those upgraded. Okay. Cool. So you're still going slow. So I think we got another one of these situations. Yep, we got a little spot of not actually upgraded belt there. And that's probably me trying to line everything up. That it counts as like mini things. But that's fine. We're cleaning it up now. Cool. Alright, so that's all looking good. Okay, so we've massively increased the amount of that going through. And that'll help our reinforced plate production. I'm not going to bother speeding that up right now. Okay, so let's check on what it will take to do the versatile frames. If I were to change this over to the versatile frames, that's steel and then the frames we have up top. That honestly wouldn't be the worst in this position, because what I could do is I can drop the frames back down on the outside wall from here, and then we can pipe over the steel in this spot. Let's wait to do that, though. And the reason I want to wait to do that is because right now, I kind of need all the steel I can get. So the two things I need to work on, let's actually check my inventory. I've got a pretty good amount of most of the materials. So two things I need to work on right now is we need to increase our power yield, and I need to increase our steel production. Which is what this... Oh, and I need to get the industrial. That's right. We were going and trying to get that fixed because I was working on getting the encased steel done and did not have the materials I needed. And it's going to be an assembler, so I need to make it a little bigger. Okay, because this is going to need to pop... That's not the right side. It's fine. We'll end up needing to do stuff over there as well. I need to be on this side. Well, I don't need it to be, but it'll be more convenient to be on this side. Cool. Okay, so what's going to need to happen is we're going to be producing these, and I'm going to need to take those, and I'm going to pipe them up there to do the encased steel. So as you can imagine, I'm going to have to massively increase the amount of production we've got going on there to accommodate it, which is fine. That's the name of the game. Okay, so first, that steel production, inadequate. And if I hook all this stuff up without fixing that, we're going to be in deep trouble. And the reason we're going to be in deep trouble is suddenly I'm going to be eating way more of my steel bars than I'm producing, which won't leave me any steel bars for upgrading our conveyor belts, which puts us kind of in the same problem we were having with the Tier 2 conveyor belts. So I'm going to do real fast is we're going to go over to our steel production, see where our bottlenecks are over here, whether it's the drills or the refinery or what. And we're going to upgrade that. And then this conveyor belt here is probably going to have to be upgraded. Which is going to be costly because it's a long conveyor belt. But we can upgrade this conveyor belt, get all the steel over there faster. Once we get the steel there faster, we can use that to make more stuff for making more conveyor belts. And I can go around and start upgrading. I don't actually know if there's a tier 4 conveyor belt. I feel like they added a tier 4 and 5 or whatever later. I do believe at the last time I remember, I think tier 3 was the highest. Because at that point you had other options to deal with stuff. Okay, so let's check. Alright, so both the... Okay, so this is running at 100% capacity. So clearly the drills are not the limiter here. So we can go to production, we can go to foundry, and get you upgraded. Cool. Yeah, I was making sure those are upgraded before I started putting the splitters in case weird things happened. So... I don't know if that's actually connected or not, but we're going to find out in a second. Where's your power pole? Oh, that won't do. Steel ingots. And we'll want to do a merger over here. Now we'll do a merger over here. We can do a merger here. Okay. So you're running now. Yep, so we're hitting a capacity limit on this. That the ore is not arriving fast enough. And this will be a thing. I'm going to probably build this up. And then the drill on this end isn't going to be adequate, so then I'll need to upgrade the drill. Oh, right, there's 2 drills over here. Yeah, so this belt is just saturated because we are loading more than it can handle. But I'll probably have to upgrade these drills to get the iron ore over here faster. And that's just going to be a thing we're going to have to deal with. Okay, officially don't have enough material for it. Alright, so we need to up our steel production. We've got the new refinery built in, but now we need more iron ore than we're producing. That's fine. Until I get that belt fully upgraded the whole length, it's not going to matter. It'll only go fast is the slowest part. Oh, and the coal is also not keeping up. Okay, so let's go back and get that sorted. So now that's got full steel, which is good, because now I should be able to go over here and add more production here. I gotta be careful. I am probably pushing myself right up to the limit of what I can do with my power. That actually, now I think about it, we can just add some slugs under the power. The power I have, literally I just need to add a slug or 2 onto it and we'll be good. And once I grab some more steel, we should be also good, because they've got these 2 drills here that are pulling coal. They're not attached to anything yet. but I can go and put on tier 3 to feed them down into the coal generators we've got down there, and I should be able to just tack on like 1, 2, or 3 more coal generators, and I'll probably need a second water production thing to give us enough water pressure to work with. But we could figure that out. But yeah, so we're getting all this scaled up. And that's going to let us get the encased steel going, which is going to let us get more Tech 2 drills, which is going to let us just ramp up more and more and more. So we're getting a lot of that all figured out. We are in the upscales part of the game. Okay. So let's pop down here real fast. Because I have to watch, because that's providing 300 meters cubed of water. And this is taking up 90 meters cubed. So if I put another one in here for another 90 meters cubed, and one in here for another 90 meters cubed, that's 270 meters cubed. That's producing 300. That's producing 270. That requires 270. We're about as close to balance as we're going to get on that. Now, the bigger problem is we have increased our coal load. I think we're good, though. Yeah, because all those are stopping. So we should be fine there. And that will have increased our power production to 690, so we're good. We're at 140 surplus power production from our maximum potential. So that should be good for right now. And I'm just actually checking. Yeah, we're actually only consuming about half of our power production. So that's good news. And that's going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on, because the factory must grow. So I think the iron is going to be... Or sorry, our steel is going to be our first responsibility. Get that up, because I'm going to need it for the conveyors and the encased and all of our new tech. So we want to just ramp that up. So let's get over here, grab what steel we've got, get a second constructor making the steel bars, because that's what I use for both the encased and for my conveyor belts. And then once I get that, we'll run back over towards where we're producing our steel ingots, and then continue building out the steel ingot infrastructure to get it over here so I can make more steel bars, so I can do all the growing of all the things. And what's funny is we're going to have a complete drop-off on our consumption of the reinforced plates for a while. Okay, so this is where the steel's going to. Because as you can see, the steel isn't maximizing even the existing Tier 1 conveyor. So we've got room to grow there. Okay, and this is where we get the stuff for here. But in the meantime, I need to go production, constructor. Because honestly, as I ramp up the steel production, it's going to reach a point where I don't have a reason to make the cheap belts at all. They use iron. There's just not value to get, be gained from it. And then we can go here to a merger block. And another merger block. Okay. So yeah, so it's getting steel ingots, but you notice the speed it's getting... Well, actually, is it getting steel ingots? It's not getting steel ingots. Those are the ones I shoved in there. Now it should be getting steel ingots. So we're now producing more steel block bars. So we're going to get that going. And with that, how much do I have of those? 44. That's not a great amount. That's actually not enough to do anything. Alright, so let's not worry about getting that picked up. Let's see. Well, no, because it's not backing up. So we're still dealing with a bottleneck of the steel ingots. That says it's running at 93%, and that's running at 33%. Okay, so these aren't going to produce faster until we get more steel going in here. So we need to get to our steel production, get that second refinery, you know, producing faster. And then once I get the second refinery producing faster, we're going to have to go and upgrade this conveyor belt, which is going to do a tremendous amount. It's going to be very costly. But at least if I get the refineries upgrade, we can get about 25% more on that belt, because I'm getting 3 and then a gap, and then 3 and then a gap. So there's, you know, 1 space per 3. So if I get that, that should increase our production about 25%. And then if we go the next thing of getting that belt to be a higher yield, then we'll turn around and... I have no idea what the percent difference is. It'll probably be like 3 times. We'll be able to bump that up. Which, more than likely, by then, I'll have to have more refineries and yada yada yada. But we need to ramp up steel production in a big way. And as that ramps up, we'll have to ramp up our power. And most of the existing factory can kind of stay the way it is for right now, because steel is the big thing I need that has to ramp up. Let's see, the factory must grow to meet expanding needs of the factory. Exactly. The factory has needs that the factory must meet. But yeah, so you can get an idea of the speed difference between a tier 1 and a tier 3. Because, for example, this is a tier 3 belt, and all those gaps is because it's being fed by a tier 1 belt, because we didn't finish upgrading it yet. And that just gives you an idea. Like, the belt looks barely utilized. Okay, and we're out of those. Yeah, so I at least need to get the tier 3. I need to at least get the tier 3 all the way up to here, because that'll still produce, you know, increase the yield considering those are backed up. Alright. The word factory seems interchangeable with company in that phrasing. Made you laugh? Yeah. The company must grow to support the company's growth. Is that a section of not upgrade in the middle there? Oh, there must be one small... Oh, no. Oh, I see. Because it got backed up on the conveyor belt, and this is just that chunk of backup going by. That's fine. Alright, so that'll help the coal go in there as well. Sweet, we have hit the point of saturation on this belt. So now this belt's going to be my bottleneck. When do we research middle management? This is a solo operation. So we definitely need 3 managers. Let's see, if you're that tight at making tier 3 belts, why not just run 2 tier parallels? The tier 2 belts, the materials are harder for me to get. The reinforced plates, I'm actually getting steel faster than the reinforced plates. But who's going to do your performance review? Well, Ada. And she's been sitting here the whole time being like, just remember, all of humanity's depending on you. So we're just sipping our coffee aggressively as we run the whole way over here. Yikes, it sounds like you're not going to get a raise this year. I mean, they gave me a coffee cup. I had to pay for it, but I mean, they gave it to me. $28. There's gonna be a lot of back and wait. There's a reason I grabbed the 2 or 3 stacks of ingots. I grabbed those just so I could shove them into the machine. A coffee cup of endless coffee. Let's see, did you know all the cranes and self-reviews now? But just like the US tax system, upper management knows what your review should be. And if your self-review doesn't match exactly what there's punishment. So like, I've worked at a company that tried to do like the self-reviews as like a meaningful positive thing. That basically the way it's supposed to work is that you review yourself and then your manager also reviews you, and then you compare notes to see what the differences are, and have discussions strictly about the places where you don't align. And it's a totally useless practice. And the reason it's a totally useless practice is either A, you have the employee constantly undercutting themselves because they don't want to seem like they're lying, or I actually really appreciate this that Tomb does that I've since started mimicking, which is you always rate yourself as the highest in everything because it's a dumb practice, and you go, look, why would I rate myself lower than anything but the best? Because all that's going to be is something that, you know, can be held over me as a reason to not give me a raise. So instead, I'm going to say I'm the best at everything, and if you disagree, just tell me, and we can have this. Which, of course, just means at that point, you're doing a normal review where your manager, you know, gives you your review. And it's just your manager's opinion that matters. Like, there's nothing to gain from it on your end, but there's plenty to lose. Which isn't entirely fair. But it's just one of those things where you have a meeting that wastes everyone's time and you go, but is this actually valuable? Not really. If there's something I'm not meeting your expectations on, you know, you tell me. That's what you do, is you tell me. So this is telling me my bottleneck is the conveyor belt, because this is building up on the amount of steel there. So instead of worrying about upgrading that, that's all good there. This is solid. So I need to upgrade this until it is no longer solid. And I'm out of steel. Let's see, Craig says, we do self-review part as part of your process where you work in Australia. You're also expected to get feedback from the people we've worked with over the year. So my self-review, the feedback from my colleagues in the review, and the review from manager all get fed into the system where someone just below the board reviews it all and either agrees with it or modifies the rating. Said rating determines your annual bonus. Right, so basically everyone directly around you all collectively, you know, chip in. Which, don't get me wrong, makes it harder for people to manipulate, both in good and bad. Because if you have that one coworker, like say you and your manager don't get along, but like you're a very productive person, and the rest of the team sees you as a productive person, having every single other person say, no, this person's doing really well, and then the one voice saying against it, you know, that would mitigate the negative part. So I can see the value in that. But at the same time, you can't always do it with every position. I much rather have a position that you go, like, how many widgets am I expected to deploy? This many widgets? Okay, did I deploy that many widgets? Yes, no? Alright, let's talk. If I didn't, let's figure out why. And don't get me wrong, people throw each other on the bus and yada yada yada. That'll always and forever be a thing. But still. Okay. Oh, so that's actually full up. If that's full up, then I need to upgrade conveyors here. So somewhere in here we've got a bottleneck, because that is not full up here. Cool, so that's full up because they're slower conveyor belts. That the rating system is 5-star, which means no one ever gets a 5. The company started last year with a financial goal of saving $500 million over 3 years, which they've changed to $350 million due to economic environment. Everyone in your team got a 3-star this year. My manager was initially rated as 4, but the review from higher-ups lowered at 3. He was not happy. Yeah, so it seems like they just use it as an excuse to not give you a raise. Which, like I said, that's been kind of my experience with a lot of those different systems, is ultimately almost all of them become a reason to not give you a raise. Like I said, those are the kind of systems that almost always work against you and rarely for you. Not that they can't work for you, it's just in practice they almost never actually do. Those are already upgraded. Alright. And it's also why I grabbed extra stacks of the steel again, is I am just trying to offset the bottleneck on the conveyor belt, since I know it's going to take a while to fix, by manually carrying the steel over. Because then eventually what happens is that'll fill up, and that'll be good. Yeah, so you see the speed at which we're getting so far as the belt saturation. And that's with the belt having, like, it's basically full, that whole area. And that's how much is we're getting about a space of like 5 steel worth of there. And one of those is accounted for by that. That's the next segment, and it's just going to take time. Because up here, it's at saturation. There's just nothing I can do other than upgrade these belts. How am I doing on time, by the way? Okay. Because I can't go long tonight. I can go the full time, which is till 4 a.m., so I got another hour. But, I gotta get to the airport tonight, so... Well, in the morning, it's just the kind of morning where I'm not going to sleep. I'm gonna stay up an extra hour, then take her to the airport, then get home and go to bed. Because unfortunately, with me... Like, I didn't test today, but the last time I tested was just, like, yesterday or so. That I tested positive still for COVID, so it's like I can't fly. But once we got, like, 3 days out from the actual flight, I went ahead and just... That's when I called it. That's like, hey, I can't travel. Because again, the person I'm visiting, very immunocompromised. But yeah, yesterday I started feeling better, just a little bit. But I started feeling better, and I'm feeling a little bit better today than yesterday. So it's got a ways to go till I'm gonna feel back to myself again. But at least we are finally moving the right direction versus like 5 days of being like very, well, 4 days being like just steady. Alright, so that's starting to about pace it. So that would imply, okay, so our bottleneck's now over here. There's gonna be a lot of that back and forth. Yeah, the first few days of COVID are the worst. Yeah, so for me, it never got really bad. Like, I got, like, a really, really mild sore throat, like, you know, it was enough to notice, and that was about it. For me, the big thing was low energy and foggy headedness. Like, genuinely, one of the days I was like, yeah, I'm gonna stream today. Like, I think I'm good enough to stream. I woke up and I made lunch and I was spent. And I said, I'm not streaming today. Like, the act of making lunch was about what I would normally experience if, like, I had just finished, you know, doing all my day's yard work or whatever, like, for the month or the week or whatever, like, you know, gone out, mowed the lawn, weed whacked, weeded, did, like, all of that stuff. Like, I was that level of kind of just spent energy-wise. When you had COVID, you found you're still testing positive after you finished the quarantine. Yeah, part of it depends on the test. There's one test that checks for antibodies. That's the first COVID tests we got. And those ones, you'll test positive well after you're past it. It just basically tells you whether or not you did have it at some point. And then you've got the other one. I can't remember what it tests for, but that one, it's like just a day or two or so after you stop being contagious, you'll stop testing positive. Because like one, even though you stop testing positive, doesn't mean you're in the clear, and the other one it was. Yeah, I was just doing a rat test. Yeah. Well, that's still showing solid. If that's still solid, it doesn't matter what's happening back there. Like, that's the catch. As long as it's solid, that means we're hitting maximum capacity. It's a bottleneck. Alright. I mean, we're making progress, little by little. As you do get why no one ever gets a rating of 5, as the requirements to get that rating are basically mean that your entire team would get nothing done for an entire team if you weren't there. You hate having unachievable goals. Yeah, no, I think it's a terrible system if you can't, like, if it's one of those things that when you have your raises based on these like performance reviews and all that, if you know, usually I have like this is the average that you should get a normal raise at, because it is one of those things that it's just the fact that matter. If in a given year you do not get a raise that meets inflation, then you have had a pay cut, and you'll have people argue it's like no, you're getting paid the same amount. It's like no, as far as the amount of work I put into, like the amount of tacos per hour I am getting, I have gotten a pay cut. Yeah, you can blame, well, it's not your fault, inflation went up and yada, 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 but here's a hint, I don't care. If I put in 10 hours of work, I expect to get a certain value out of that. Now, that should be about what I've met expectations. You should be able to, you know, if I've met your expectations, I should at least get the same buying power out of those expectations. But, yeah. I bet you their profits went up more than inflation. Well, there's that too. If they've also had a year where they are seeing an increase in money, and then they're not willing to give you like a raise, not to like that percentage or ratio or whatever, but they're not giving you a raise that at least meets inflation, then you go, I see you've got increased profits from me. Like, from me personally, a portion of those profits have arrived. And again, they can argue whatever wording they want, but ultimately, you've lost buying power at their gain. Some of that gain they got out of your pocketbook. And so that's kind of thing. So I have met your expectations. You said I need to do XYZ, and I completed XYZ in a satisfactory level. That's the middle of the rung. And then there's, you know, a tier above that where you said, hey, I did more than you expected. Like, more than what I expected. And if I've done that, I should expect to be paid more than I expected. Whether or not it's like right now or a raise or a bonus, like that's all certain things. And it's fine, like again, if the company is skating by, they're not profitable, obviously the budget's not there. But, you know, it's one of those things. And then, you know, then there's like going way above and beyond. You landed the company some multi-million-dollar contract that they weren't expecting. I'm expecting a bonus for that. Like, again, I'm not expecting you to fork over 10% of the $1 million to me personally or anything, because that would be extreme. But I'm expecting a little thank you at the end of the year, at a minimum. But yeah. But yeah, it is one of those things that I've worked at companies where I've helped land like a $20 million contract, which is a measurable percent of their revenue, and they just kept being more profitable every year. And I was having to fight tooth and claw for my raise. And I finally got to the point that I'd go to my manager like, here's the deal. I get this much or I quit. And he goes, wait, you're just that? It's like, yeah, I'm tired of playing the games. I've helped you make this much more money. I need that much or I quit. There's not a middle ground here. We're not negotiating. This is my minimum bar. You can give me more if you want, but I'm going to skip all of this, you know, back and forth and talking to the higher ups and all this. It's like, here's the deal. You want to keep having me bring in your money? You're using my name to help you succeed. Like, you're using my name recognition to sell your product. If you want to keep me around, this is what it costs. And it's funny on how easy they could find that money when suddenly there was a cost to them. I still ultimately quit the job in the long run for other reasons, but that was after they got acquired and it was a bad acquisition. It was a real bad acquisition. And for the record, you can't usually play those kind of games if you're working at a giant company like Google or Microsoft or something like that, because usually in those companies there's no individual who's that important, CEO included, especially the CEO a lot of times in those companies. Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. Because usually the larger your company gets, the more the CEO's decision-making gets kind of separated out to more and more, like, you know, presidents, vice presidents, whatever they call their leaders in the company. And all of that filtering that out more and more means the CEO's responsible for less and less. So I've definitely worked at companies where the CEO thought they were, like, completely invincible, and then went against the grain, they were gone in like 2 seconds, and the board was like, yeah, we're not dealing with that. Yeah, no, usually when you get to that size, the CEO is a spokesman. They're not... Like, they'll make final decisions in day-to-day operations, but ultimately, they're going to use whatever information they've been provided and roll with it, if they're a good CEO. Like, you know, if you've hired experts, use their expertise. Otherwise, why have you paid for them? But usually in those companies, your CEO is the face of your company. They're your spokesman. So they're the ones who go and they put themselves in front of people. So they're not really about the decision-making in that level. They're more about when someone needs to go, you know, go talk to Congress for some meeting in your industry, or go lobby for whatever you might be there, or, you know, go to some, you know, some charity event to put a good face in your company, or announce some good, bad, or otherwise thing. You're the one standing on the stage. Like, that's usually what your responsibility is at that frame. Versus if you're like a company like 200-300 people, you probably don't have the resources to have like a specialist in each department, so you have to be the one filling in those gaps. Or have some, you know, people one tier below you who handle that, which is still fine, but it does mean someone is stepping up to fill in the gaps. Alright. Little by little, we're getting this sorted. Yeah, so Krafik says, you didn't realize the market share was so big of Telstra. Oh yeah, no, honestly, there's very few places in the world where wireless is actually competitive, where it's not bordering a monopoly. Even here in the US, where you've got, you know, Sprint, oh, well, sorry, was it Sprint, Verizon are merged now? I can't remember which ones. But you got, like, Verizon, you've got AT&T, you've got, like, T-Mobile, and you've got only, like, 2 or 3 major players that are splitting it. And even then, like, if you're outside those major players, there's, like, no one there. And they kind of have this, like, weird duopoly thing where they kind of don't shake the boat, but it's not illegal because they don't, like, literally reach out to each other. Yeah, loss selection isn't real selection. Yeah, that's the exact thing. The approach that a lot of the telcos have here is it's not the CEO of AT&T is calling up the CEO of T-Mobile being like, yo, don't rock the boat, let's be cool, because that would be illegal. We have laws against that for anti-competitive stuff. Not that you can certainly talk about whether or not they be enforced, but what does end up happening is you got a good thing going, and so you might bump your price just a little bit, and the other person looks over the fence and goes, okay, and then they might bump their price. There's no communication between them, because if you get caught with that, that's when things actually get legally nasty. So there is we all have a good thing, like, we can compete, but, like, baby steps. It's not the ruthless competition that makes those things work properly. Like, you would need the different companies to actually be like, no, we really need to capture this market share. Hey, let's undercut their price or offer a better service or whatever you're trying to compete on. Oh my god, please. I need more steel. Like, once this is done, suddenly our steel's gonna skyrocket to like 4 or 5 times its production rate. But right now, it's just a struggle. And the good news is once I've upgraded this line once, like I said, it can scale up to like 5, 6, 7, 8 times the current capacity. And then, like, when I finally do start hitting that limitation, I'll be able to put, like, the next line on there. And because I'm producing it all that much faster, it'll be a whole thing. Well, we're just gonna sip our coffee in the meantime. Yeah, so the belt's still filling up. So the belt still needs to be upgraded as a bottleneck. But only a hair behind the belt being a bottleneck will be our ore. And it would appear that the iron ore is the next bottleneck. I might actually be able to kind of give this a little jump without upgrading the belts yet. By just grabbing a stack of the ore from the drills. Because if I could do that... If I could do that real fast, I could just shove it into the refineries. Because, yeah, we're just trying to upgrade all this stuff. Because I would work on getting the encased or whatever they are, bars or whatever. I just can't do anything at all with that right now. Okay. Let's jump over here. Okay. Alright, so where I've been upgrading the other one, I probably need to finish this one. I keep ping-ponging back and forth. It's just there's a lot of conveyor to replace. We're all making Mark 0 conveyors. It's just one of those things. Yeah, so I just need to get that last area upgraded. And it'll probably have the next problem. So I can go ahead and drop you in there. Drop you in here. Well, cool. And so with that, that should start getting this. So yeah, you can see where this is starting to slowly fill up now. Yeah, so it looks like what I probably should do is get that last couple, like that last 2 sections of the ore side, get those upgraded. The ore can build up in the assemblers. The ingots will then build up inside storage so that I can grab the 200 ingots and just shove them into the constructors over here. And then once I get all this good, we should be producing the steel bars fast enough that I can get the encased steel bars producing and still be getting steel bar production. And then I'll probably have to add like another refinery, upgrade the drills, yada yada yada. We'll hit the point that I need to increase the coal production. I also need to be checking on our biomass generators. A good chance our biomass generators are just fine, because while I am keeping an eye on our maximum power to make sure we're always able to afford what we got built, we are running only about like half capacity. But over time, we will slowly improve that. And as that happens more and more, we will run into issues of power, like the circuit breakers blowing if I don't keep that roof. Alright. Let's do a quick check on our biofurnaces and just make sure they're not falling behind. They shouldn't be. But if they are, that's an easy problem to fix. And what I mean by falling behind is their fuel. It's still literally full. And that's still backed up. So yeah, we're so past good. Okay, so that's interesting. So with our iron ingot production, I upgraded these already, right? I did. So let's go to both of these and add 1 power slug in them. And see how that does. So that should be adding 50% onto the existing line. So I can try and get that sorted out. Alright. So we have increased the amount of iron plates we're making by about 50%. The other thing that's going to be really nice is when we get up there, we're probably going to have tons and tons of reinforced plates, tons and tons of rotaries and everything, so we should be good on a lot of that stuff. I'll be able to go to the MAM and upgrade a bunch of that. That'll be good. Yeah, so we're getting about, every time I walk into that machine, I'm getting pretty close to about one full section to 2 full sections as we do our laps worth. I think I'm down to only maybe 1 or 2 more sections for the ore going to the refineries, and then probably 4 or 5 sections from the refinery to this main track. But we'll work on it. We'll get it there. I should make the Explorer and start driving back and forth here. Because honestly, I don't think I ever have. I think I built the Explorer and then I parked it because I don't want to use the fuel on past runs. Because usually I'll get to the point where I make the high-speed tubes, and I'll just high-speed tube to, like, there's my oil production, zip all the way over there. There's my copper, or my coal production, zip all the way over there. So, you know, it takes a little bit of investment to set up the first time, but once it's there, you just vacuum tube yourself back and forth. I started setting up the vacuum tubes and just running the power lines on the vacuum tube themselves. Okay. Yeah, so I've got 80. That's pretty close to just maybe shy of 4 full runs worth. Those are all upgraded. That's upgraded. That's upgraded. We got you. Oh, yeah, we're going to get this done here. Okay, so that's the entire length after the drills. And that's the entire length from the drills. Okay. So, ow. So those drills are going to start emptying out. So let's look at the Mark II drills. Okay, so that should... I'm trying to get up onto that conveyor. Yeah, it's a... are you slowing... Okay, no, you're good. Yeah, so the two of those are just barely a hair full, that running at full speed. So, other than tossing a slug in there to get, like, that one extra unit every so often, our ore production is maxed out. And then the next nice thing is our coal is directly at the steel, which is why it is positioned there, as that's where the coal was. So with that, when I go to upgrade the steel, literally... You can see it. It's right there. I think we... Did we already upgrade the conveyor? No, I did not. But that's fine. But yeah, so with that, realistically... Okay, so that is... Okay, so these are basically stuck waiting on the iron ore. You're still moving slow. Where is the slowdown? I must have a really tiny piece of belt in there that's a slower speed, is what I'm guessing's happened. Because that's moving at full speed. There's clearly a slowdown in here somewhere. Because that's the full speed, and that's not moving that speed. So somewhere in here, I got a section of tier 2. How much do I have? I have 1 unit left. So let's grab 2 stacks of this. I'm gonna need to grab more steel, but I'm gonna yank out the splitter, tear up that piece of belt real fast, and you know figure out where my slowdown is in there. Because now we should be getting ingots way faster than like this is. And unfortunately, we've got all the way from back there to I think it's right over this hill. No? Basically, once you see these start separating out, that's when we have our upgrade. And then I have to upgrade the rest of the length of this. Yeah, so right there is where they upgrade. Then we get the faster belt. I got a ways to go. But if I can get the steel getting there fast enough, I can then increase the rate we make the bars, which then increases the speed I can make conveyor belts. And I believe we're going to be using tier 3 conveyor belts. I can't remember if they're the final level or if we just use them for a very long time. We'll basically be upgrading those until I reach a point. Alright, so that's like 4 more lengths. Alright, so that should be enough to... Oh, wait. I gotta actually put... It doesn't help me to bring the steel back if I don't put it in the machine. Is the slowdown purely on the node itself? The slowdown is on the belts. The belts can only move stuff so fast. There we go. Yeah, the belts can only move stuff so fast. So we get the steel out of it, it hits the belt, and then the belt just, you know, the machine waits for the belt to get the stuff out of the way before it can put more out. That's the problem we're running into, and that's why I'm putting such a focus on this right now. Is because until I get that, no matter what else I work on, the steel will not go faster. Now, the other way I could approach this, if I didn't want to do the run back and forth here, is I could have made all the way over here, I could have been producing this as the upgraded steel bars and all that. But the problem with doing it all the way over here is then I still run into the problem of, do I now ship over 2 whole lines of the steel bars and steel tubes? Because that means I'm going to need 2 different conveyor belts, so that becomes the same problem. Or do I grab it all in my pocket, you know, 8 or 9 stacks at a time, run it over, and, you know, do the joke of, what's the fastest you can transfer data? Well, you fill up a semi-truck with USB drives, and then you drive that across the country, because the sheer volume of hard drives and USB drives you can put in data will literally take you years of data transfer time. But, you know, all of your data is stale at that point. That is actually a thing, that if you sit there and you do the math, even if you consider, like, terabyte internet speeds and all that, ultimately... Okay, well, that won't matter, because that's... I still need to fix this. Yeah, so it's that little section there that's my problem. So let's pull you up. And pull you up, and pull you up. Grab you. Plug it in this machine. But as those things, if you do the math, that even if you have, like, gigabyte internet and all that, you still run to the point that if you fill up a truck full of, you know, full of hard drives, each one of those hard drives can carry, what are we up to, like, you can buy, what is it, like, 20, 30 terabyte hard drives relatively easily. They're expensive as all get out, but you can at least acquire them. And so if you just take those hard drives and, you know, use those, you get there. Alright, so I probably got like 5 lengths here, but now we are at least producing the steel bars, or the steel ingots as fast as we can. All that. Gotcha. Remember having some trouble yourself? Ended up being because the node was impure, so it's getting less resources per minute from the node. Yeah, so no, the right now those assemblers, both the coal and the iron ore, are backing up on it, so they're not the bottleneck. It could be a thing that I toss 1 or 2 more assemblers or refineries on there, and suddenly they start choking. Okay, so it looks like I might have 4 lengths left to upgrade. And so if I upgrade those 4 lengths, then this conveyor should be near saturated, at which point likely the refineries will become my bottleneck. And then that's easy solution. You just slap down another refinery, and you do that until the mine can't handle it. But all of that should massively improve our throughput on the steel. And with that, I can get my encased steel set up, which is what I was doing when we ran into all of this. Because my fear is if I hooked up the encased steel at the beginning, I physically wouldn't have been able to get enough of the steel bars out. And it would have been just a whole thing. Alright. So I've got that. I'm not going to worry about the iron in our inventory. That could just go die in a fire. The period node always trips you up. You're going, am I, like, normal to find? Yeah. No, it's a capacity thing. It's part of the reason I don't sit there and do all the calculations of, I need, you know, this produces 60, that produces 60, that needs 120. You know, like, there's a reason I don't do that for most things in this game. Because you can sit there and do all the calculations and then realize you've got one of your nodes wrong or whatever, and all your calculations are off and everything's not right. Versus, for me, as you can see, hey, I don't have enough of this. I'm just going to shove more into it till it won't take it. And when it won't take it, then I'll start rerouting stuff to someplace else. Because that does work. I'm one shy to upgrade that section. So I've got one section here to upgrade. I've got one section here to upgrade. So that's 3 sections. 4 sections. I was way off. 4 sections. No, 5 sections? 6 sections? 7 sections? Something's not... 7 sections to upgrade. Well, I was off by just a small 250% or so. You know, that's about right. You know, 250% wrong is still pretty close. Guilty as charged, and you spend like 20 minutes redoing your calculations? Yeah. And then it's also one of those things, is you do that, and then you unlock some alternate recipe, and you stare at it and go, that's going to be better than what I'm doing. And a little part of you dies, because you realize the correct decision at that point is to just ignore your entire existing infrastructure for that good, to build a completely separate location, start setting up the new recipe, and start tearing down your old location once it's ready to rock and roll. That is one thing I've learned a long time ago in these automation games, is I used to be like, oh, this steel production's better here than over there, and I would tear down my not as good production to put up my better production, and the whole time I'm not making steel, which is bad. So instead, I will literally go, okay, I've got my like not as good situation that I really can't just slowly pivot over. I will let that continue running, doing its thing, even inefficiently, and start building the new, better one. And until it's done, I will leave the other one up and running. You know, and then I can take whatever resources and just, you know, switch the plug from there to there, and it all comes back online. So realistically, to finish that, I'm probably going to need, I was going to say about 100 and some steel bars. I'm actually surprised it was that far along. I mean, I am shoving in a ridiculous number of steel ingots. Alright, so we're going to let this get maybe to 120 or so. That way when I go... No, actually, it'll need to be more than 120. It'll need to be about 150. Give or take. We'll let it get to about 150 or so before we head back over. In the meantime, I don't want to run... Because otherwise I'd grab that down there and start running it over there, but that's going to cost me like another 100 steel bars worth of conveyor, or I'd start upgrading my other infrastructure to support it, but that's going to be like another 100 something steel bars to upgrade it. I forgot I had a hard drive thing here. Okay. So we have an alternate bolted iron plate. Am I not already using that recipe to make my... Wait, what? So you make steel... Okay, what is the recipe I'm doing now? So that's 18 and 50 for 15. What is the recipe I'm doing right now for my reinforced plates? I'm doing 6 and 12. Let's go. So you are 18 and 50. 50. All right, so that's going to produce them at a rate of... Yeah, it's going to produce these at a rate... Okay, so the current ones I have is I can produce 5 per minute using the 6 and 12. And this one produces 15 per minute, but I need to shove about 4 times as many screws and about 3 times as many of the plates. Honestly, that seems like it's a straight upgrade. Am I not doing my math right? And that's how many production rate, so it's 15 per minute. I wish I could see what the cycle was. Because this to me seems like I'm going to use slightly fewer materials and produce a higher yield. Am I not seeing this right? So it's 12 screws for 1 plate. And that's... Oh, it's slightly less efficient on the screws. Because I look at this, that's 50 screws makes 3 plates. So that's what? 14 screws? Yeah, so it's 2 more screws per plate, but we get the plates faster. But it is a much faster one. Versus, I don't imagine I'm going to make the steel rods. I don't know if I'm going to use that, but I'll grab that just in case. Oh, and I was going to check here. What were we stuck on? Oh, right. I was looking at the Explorer. I have 100-something frames. Let's run up here. Let's grab the frames. Let's make the Explorer and all that. I mean, if you like neither, you could have rescanned our roll. Yeah, that's the thing. I could have rescanned and maybe it's worth rescanning. I think it was fine. There is a lot of hard drives in the game. Okay, so let's grab 100. Is that the rotary line backed up all the way into the box with a whole stack waiting for me? Love to see that. And you have multiple stacks of reinforced plates just sitting in here? Love to see that. Yeah, so that costs more screws but makes more. That's interesting. We'll have to look at what we can do with that. Right, so I was going to go down here and I was going to unlock car. That's what I was going to do. I was going to go down here and unlock car. So quartz, car, start research, 3 seconds later, car.
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
Okay, so that's going to require 4 motors, which I think I can make here. Ooh, I can make them, but it's using a part that I don't have. Well, actually, I can make those. So let's make the 4 motors. And let's pop down here real fast. It was 5 motors, in case anyone was keeping track. I was just testing you all. I definitely didn't miscount it. Alright, so we'll get that 5th motor. And I can pop down there. So I'm trying to remember. So you have the crafting bench. And I'm pretty sure you need fuel. And I do not remember how I enable autopilot. We're not doing any of that. Show hide path. I was pretty sure you needed fuel to run this. And I don't remember where you put it in. I thought it was going to be... Oh, here we go. So there's fuel there. And it looks like I can use solid biofuel, which is perfect because I got that in the mounds of it. So we can just pop over here and say, yeah, I'd like a stack of that. And here, actually, let's grab like 2, 3 stacks. And I can shove those into the storage on the back. And then 1 into the fuel container. Because I have no idea how fast it goes through this stuff. I assume it's not efficient. So we can go here and drop you off. All right. Oh wait, I needed the steel bars. Okay, that should be more than enough for our needs. And we are driving. So that length is good. Alright, that length is good. That length is good. Okay, there's where we start backing up right here. That one's already upgraded, so we just missed a spot here. How fast are you using fuel? That's already used 10. This one drive has already used 10 of the biofuel. To be fair, the biofuel is not good. We definitely don't want to try and run on that for any length of time. Alright, I've got one section left, and I'm slightly shy. By the time I drive back over here, grab it and get back, will be good. Oh, it shows right in the bottom middle. So yeah, this is a fuel hog on the biofuel. I figured it's gonna be very inefficient. And then likely what'll happen is once we start turning around and like the coal will last significantly longer than the biofuel, and once we get like the oil that we can make into fuel, that'll be significantly better than the coal will be. And once we get like, I think there's like jet fuel or rocket fuel or whatever, that'll be, you know, that much better than the other two. So there's going to be a little bit of a limiting factor on how much we can really get away with using this, because I am quite literally just gobbling up the fuel for our power plants, which I am fully dependent on right now. Okay, so I need to... That's actually enough to finish it. Because we've already used 20 fuel out of the 300... Or, sorry, the 600 I grabbed. Alright. So let's get over here real quick and be just over this hill. I think it might be that one slight up over there. There you are. Yeah, that's what you like to see. A full conveyor belt moving at speed. Alright, so let's get to where refineries are at. Because finally, that's upgraded. So now these refineries will end up being the bottleneck. At least I believe they will be. Just in case. I won't be able to upgrade both those, will I? Oh, actually I will. Just in case we have upgraded those as well. We don't want to take anything out of our inventory here. Yeah, so those are maxed out. That's good. So this should now be depleting on steel. And steadily at that. Alright, so it's time for another refinery. So production... Or sorry, foundry. Oh, I need to get more modular frames. Let's go grab some modular frames. Get ourselves another refinery going. That'll let us keep the steel production up. And now we should be making way more steel bars. That's going to be almost 5 times, well, probably not 5 times, probably like 4 times the steel bar production we were dealing with before. So it should be a lot easier for me to upgrade other things. I will probably want to maybe even add another constructor for steel bars. And then up top I'm going to need to add an assembler for the other ones. Oh wait, I need modular frames, not this. Alright. I'm gonna try driving this upstairs. I have a feeling it's gonna get unmanageably small space. Yeah, this is not gonna go well. But I have a new toy and I have to play. Not my fault. When you get a new toy, you use it for everything. Even where it most definitely doesn't make sense. At least with those ramps, it does work not great. Oh, this one might be a chat. I don't know we can make it around this corner. Because that light pole is gonna... Never say never. We made it work. It's fine. And we'll grab 2 more. And that's what I needed, so onward! I'm glad this doesn't have fall damage. You just hit the bottom, it just flattens out. Suspension ruined. Can't move. Oh, that's an achievement. I did kill it, actually. Get wrecked, random wildlife. I have the power of reckless driving. Alright. So let's get over here and get a refinery built. I'm gonna have to have, like... It's almost like you live in Florida? I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, the living in Florida part, the criticism of Florida, that's probably valid and fair. I do actually live here, but it doesn't mean I feel good about it. Oh, yeah, I need more steel beams. Alright, well, already time to go back. Okay. Wait, if I tap, does it keep driving? Ah, I was hoping it could. You can give it an autopilot, so you can be like, here's where you're trying to go. Get wrecked, random wildlife. I have the power of reckless driving. No, that's honestly probably fair. The most ridiculous thing is where I saw someone had roadkilled an alligator. Like a full-size, like, 7, 8 foot alligator or whatever. And you just kind of stare at that and going, what was left of the vehicle that hit that? It's like, if it was less than a tank, you probably weren't roadworthy ever again after hitting that. It's basically like hitting a fallen tree at, at speed. Alright, bear with me, because I'm going to go down here. I'm going to hit snooze on the ad, so you don't get hit with another round of ads you don't need to see. Yeah, so where we're coming back and it's finding like 20, 30 of them, we're finding 150. Gators are no joke, they will destroy vehicles. Oh yeah, no, they're just dense, they're heavy. Like, that is... I imagine it's probably not too dissimilar from, like, hitting a moose. It's just, hey, what is that? It's a solid wall. Also, it's an animal. Not that hitting, like, a deer or something won't wreck your car as well. This vehicle feels like it's designed to not be able to land on its top. Or, like, that you really have to try. Because we really should have rolled there. And it did not happen. Okay, so we've got you. Run that there. I will need to go and put the stilts here. And plug that in there. Make sure that's upgraded. It is. And so we can go here to our splitters. And now I can go to a merger. Alright, and assuming that our coal line can keep up with that, then that should have increased our yield to, oh yeah, it's definitely keeping up. We can probably put 2 more of those on here before it starts to struggle. Actually, I can't say that's true. How are you doing? You need to be upgraded. And I think that's the last one I can upgrade. Yep. Until we get the encased steel, no more upgraded drills for us. But we have now added an extra 50% to our ingot production. So you'll notice now that belt is no longer solid. And that's because our refineries just became our bottleneck. Actually, can I get one more on there? I probably can, actually. Oh, hey, you can have... Okay. I didn't realize I picked up all that coal. Yeah, alright, so it looks like we're good. Because we checked now they've topped that off. Yeah, we're good. So it's turning on and off. So I could technically add another refinery on here. Let's check our power though before I do, because we are playing a dangerous game with our power. So I'm in about 50 megawatts from... No, sorry, that's a lie. 60 megawatts from the capacity. And our consumption, though, is still only using about a half to 2/3. But we are starting to, like, spice it up a little bit. So, get rid of that. Get rid of you. Plug you in to go to the end. And we can pop over here and put another foundry. And that is probably going to exceed the capacity we can feed this thing. But I'm down to do it. And we can go here and add the stilt. And add the splitters. Oh, I'm out of cable. Okay. I do need to be wrapping pretty soon. But that's okay. Alright. Let me just grab the cable. I'll get this last one wired up, and that'll probably be where we call it. And at that point, we'll raid out. We'll find someone else. Either someone I know who makes really good content, or someone who's specifically playing this. I'm not going to do the whole spinning. Well, actually, I don't need to spin around and go up. Alright. Let's see, I'm not surprised you most seeing the damage a wombat did to a Mack truck. Oh yeah, no, it's a thing that, like, you look at those, even animals that aren't that big, when you think about it, it's like, okay, you know, you look at an animal, even if it's like 40, 50 pounds or whatever, you have 40, 50 pounds, and you slap into it going, you know, 70, 80 miles per hour. That's still a lot of force. Physics gets real wild real fast. That the difference between this doesn't even leave a dent to you're totaled is not as large of a margin as you would think it is. My inventory is just getting fuller and fuller. I'm I'm gonna need to do a cleanup. Alright, so let's run over here real quick. We snooze the ad one more time. And we'll get this all wired up, get all sorted out, and then we'll figure out where we're going from here. But thank you so much for everyone who's been tuning in. You know, with us wrapping up pretty soon, as a reminder, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back in the future, because that's how following works and how you find channels and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, what Rawlbot said. I think it also does not help that if it doesn't kill it, there's a chance that a bad-tempered gator is going to be extra angry. I mean, to be fair, if you slap into a gator going any kind of speed, the gator's not going to be doing a whole lot better. So I don't think you need to worry about the gator attacking you. More than likely, the gator's going to be badly injured and want to just be the heck out of dodge. Gators are 100% animals that their entire design is around sneak, 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 get wrecked. Why are you being this way? All right, let's... They're an ambush predator. They literally will just chill in the water until something comes by that they're interested in, and they'll try and slowly skulk up to it. Nope, no, wait, not that way. They'll slowly skulk up to it, and if they can catch it off guard and get it in one, it's dinner. I don't know if that's actually connected either. It is not. That's what I thought when it turned yellow. Because what I was saying was that I was on the floor, not on the belt. We can go merger. I don't know if that's connected either. I think that one might be, because I think there's a joint on the belt. Okay, so that's charging up. Let's drop the extra coal in there and the extra iron in there, because I do need to hold a stack of coal on me. Okay, it is hooked up. Cool. So at that point, I suspect we're going to start hitting limitations back here. That drill's probably going to do fine, but if we go over to this drill, we probably are going to see it slowly tick down. And I think that's just the way it's going to be for the moment, which is okay. But with all that said, we've already used half a tank of fuel on this thing, just doing the laps. You can see here, it's not quite a solid belt. It's got, you know, about 2 or 4 tiles of gaps every so often. So we probably could fit 1-ish, maybe 2-ish more refineries on, or just chuck in 1 or 2 slugs would probably be enough to saturate that belt. At which point, there's no reason to build anything over there. This belt can't carry more. I'd have to make a whole new belt, which won't be as bad as the first time, because now we're producing way more. But yeah, so it looks like we're in good shape. So we did unlock steel, and we did spend most of the stream upscaling our reinforced plates, our steel, getting our car. Our power is still basically where we started the stream, which isn't good, but, you know, it is what it is. But now if we look at that belt isn't quite solid, but I suspect we'll probably find... Yeah, so that's up to almost 100%. Yes, that's at 90% production, and that's at 90%. And that's without our new stuff going through. I suspect we're going to find that increase is going to have both these running solid. And so you can see we're getting way more of these. So when I get to playing this next time, we will be able to do the encased steel and probably still have enough of these to build conveyor belts afterwards. If not, what I can always do is when I go to separate that out, I can put a splitter with like a long-term storage to hold them aside. Which is honestly not a bad idea. So with all that said, I'm going to get out of my vehicle because I have no idea how that's going to work with saving. So let's go ahead and save our game just to be extra sure that, you know, I have a backup of the save just in case I goof stuff. But with all that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have raids at all set up over there. But all those over here on Twitch, I do hope you have enjoyed the stream. We are going to go find someone for us to raid. So, don't go anywhere and all that good stuff.